Welcome to the new Chess 24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that AIM Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join AIM Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. AIM Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. AIM Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for AIM Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Time for a game of, is it free? In this case, the bishop was not free at all, as white's queen is getting trapped after rook g6 and bishop g4. And that queen is going nowhere, and the game will shortly be over.
Field is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. It's just to know.
Last round, people. Rise and shine. It's the last round of the Olympiad, everything to play for, and should be plenty exciting to watch. I'm Peter Svidler, barely awake. I don't know about my good friend Peter Leko. And we don't know about the players. We'll see in a moment.
Yeah, hello Peter, hello everyone. Good morning. Wow, I mean, I feel like, you know, we get so much adrenaline and this Olympiad is kind of guaranteeing a super exciting finish. So yes, I'm completely exhausted. My voice might disappear, but in my spirit, I'm fully here. I'm rooting for all the guys because I feel like whoever wins this Olympiad absolutely deserves it. I mean, it's just fantastic to witness.
It is an unbelievably exciting Olympiad. It's the first one I cover as a commentator. I played in a bunch, and then once I stopped playing, I never did them properly from start to finish as a commentator. And but somehow it feels to me that this one really is more thrilling and, you know, contains more excitement for spectators than many of the previous ones. But I'm sure there is also some bias because this is my first experience trying to commentate on them. But yeah, the round will start soon. So let's briefly speak about the topic that we kept on discussing yesterday. The match between India 1 and India 2 did not happen because as we understand, there is no finger on the scales by FIDE or the organizing committee or anything. They probably would have had to play against each other if India 2 beat Uzbekistan yesterday, but they didn't. And because they're not leading and they have 16 points, the current pairings you see on your screen are the pairings that make the most sense, with Germany playing against India 2, Armenia playing against Spain, Uzbekistan playing against the Anish Giri-led Netherlands, and India 1 playing against United States. Those are the 8 teams that are in serious contention for gold. The teams on 15 points, maybe there are some real dream scenarios when a team on 15 points can get a medal, but probably not. You have to say probably not. They're fighting for pride, they're fighting for, you know, just to finish the Olympiad on a high note is always very nice, but medals probably very unlikely. And in the women's section, which is also incredibly closely packed before the last round, we have the leaders Armenia playing against Spain. Okay, so that's the same pairings. I'll do this properly in a second.
I think India plays against United States.
Yeah, but yeah, India plays against United States. It's too early in the morning for me. Yeah, Ukraine plays against Poland. I was sure every single team up top there played against each other, but we still get this pairing, and we also get Azerbaijan against Georgia. So those are the three matches that will determine the winner of the Women's Olympiad. Everybody else is at least 1 point below, so they're really not much in the fight for gold. And yeah, we finally have moves. We will have to return to what happened yesterday a little bit, but the first thing you have to say about today in relation to what happened yesterday is that there you see him on your screen. Gukesh is playing, and he has to play. He has been. I mean, maybe saying that he's been carrying this team is a bit unfair. The rest of the guys are also playing really, really well, but you know he was on 8 out of 8 at one point, so he's been doing some carrying for sure. But after yesterday, it will be difficult, I think, for him to recover. He didn't even have 24 hours to recover, considering that the time of the first round was shifted so dramatically. So a hugely pressurized game for him after the incredibly traumatic events of yesterday.
Yeah, on the other hand, he has shown such a big class throughout the event that basically, okay, if yesterday he wins the winning position, we are talking about the most dominant player of the Olympiad, and just because of this one blunder, suddenly we are even speculating if he should play or shouldn't. It just shows how complex and how tricky everything is. Nothing is a given. I believe that okay, he is very well prepared. He has shown it over the course of the tournament already. I believe that he definitely had to play, and it's correct.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that he had to, but I'm just saying it's not gonna be easy for him to fully recover from yesterday. But on the other hand, you have to say that I think maybe sitting at the board and just immediately playing another game is better than, you know, stewing in your own sort of grief after how his game yesterday finished. And he was absolutely distraught after the game. There are some reports about this. I didn't see it with my own eyes. I'm not gonna repeat what some people have been saying, but I mean, understandably, he is greatly emotionally invested in his team performing well, and his mistake hurt his team quite badly. So of course he was very unhappy with himself and with how things worked out.
But now let's also talk about Abdusatulov, the player who made this incredible comeback against Gukesh, because Abdusatulov was putting up incredible resistance. I mean, it looked like he should resign. It's completely lost. It's only a matter of time when the game will be finished. And he kept on fighting, and he always kept on finding only moves. And finally, he got this incredible reward. Of course, this was one of the most shocking ending of. But we have already witnessed so many incredible shocks. This Sam Shankland against Robert Hovhannisyan, already Vahidov against Shankland earlier in the tournament. He has so many ups and downs, just incredible. And look at this. Right next morning, 10 o'clock, he goes for the Najdorf and for Rook G1 against Anish Giri.
Yeah, it's a choice. Let's put it like this. It's a choice. And very interesting to see that even in this position, H7, H5 and Anish he wrote recorded, not wrote. These days, people don't really write too much anymore. Everybody records. Recorded a very, very comprehensive course on the Najdorf in, I think, 2021. So he will have looked at Rook G1 seriously. And Rook G1 has been kind of enjoying a little bit of a resurgence. The move existed even in the late 90s. I think I myself played it against Veselin Topalov in a Mainz tournament, I think in 99 or thereabouts.
Yeah, so, I also played against Topalov in 99.
Yeah,
but you know,
I lost horribly. How about
I felt actually that he kind of refuted the Rook G1 against me in Sarajevo. Yeah, and I never returned to it ever since. But then suddenly I realized that what I thought is the refutation actually is now played by White also. It's not a refutation.
Yeah, people are doing this quite seriously now once again. And it's curious to see that, Anish clearly takes the idea of Rook G1, G4 with respect, because, if it provokes H5, you can imagine it being playable, because clearly, White doesn't need to castle kingside. White will very, very often castle queenside in Najdorfs, and, will be happily castling queenside here. So we get a kind of a position. In particular, it will be interesting to see how the next few moves pan out, because if we will see Anish go E5 and White goes Knight B3, it will just resemble a kind of a very normal looking F3 H5, Bishop B3 E3 F3 E5 kind of Najdorf. Or if Anish sticks to the kind of a Dragendorf structure, just goes Bishop G7, Knight D7, B5, Bishop B7. And then it becomes a bit different. If you do that, I suspect you play H5, H4, though. I don't think you can play a kind of a Dragendorf position if you allow G4 to happen too easily. But I'm basing this on nothing at all. It's just my...
Yeah, I think also very interesting to discuss this little bit, that after Rook G1, H5, one has the feeling that a move like Bishop G5 could be very tempting. Yeah, White could try to play the Bishop G5 Najdorf now that H5 has been committed. And it was seen in the game between Niels Grandelius and Vincent Keimer in the final weekend of Bundesliga. It's a very topical line. I mean, Rook G1, H5 is like mainstream. I'm also shocked myself because the reason what I was talking about was that what did Topalov? I think Topalov played the move B5, and after G4 played Bishop B7, and suddenly attacked my pawn, and I didn't know what to do. I protected it, and apparently protecting it, it's already some kind of a mistake. You are not supposed to protect it now with new engines. But okay, we are talking about 99 when chess was completely different.
Yes, things were quite different. And Anish actually goes Bishop G7, says I don't need to prevent G4, and Nodibek says I don't have to play G4 so quickly either. Let's go Queen E2 and castle long first, and then we will proceed from there. We don't need to go into such a deep dive into this one game. There's plenty of other action available. Just looking through the boards.
Well, I mean, I would like to go through the match then. Yeah, let's just have an overview. So Uzbekistan against the Netherlands. On the first board, we see a very sharp Najdorf, very, very sharp stuff. On the second board, Jordan Fanforest goes for D4 against Yakuboev. So basically, and wow, what is this? Bishop D3, Bishop G4, Bishop E2. I mean, this is some kind of a provocation.
What are you doing, Jordan?
I mean, online chess, we would be talking about some kind of mouse slips, I believe.
Yeah, Satiris says well-known idea, actually. But, I mean, the reason I was kind of shaking my head was Bishop E2, Bishop G4 exists, and White has a right to move here.
Yeah, usually.
So we're playing like Bishop G4 is not a good move against Bishop E2 in the King's Indian, but the move exists and has been played by strong players. And we are now playing the same position of full tempo down. No ifs and buts about it, no half tempi, which I sometimes like. I like to talk about half tempi in weird situations, but this is not a half tempo. This is a full tempo. Satiris says this is a Dubov idea, which, I mean, looks like a Dubov idea to me, yeah.
Yes, and we know that Jordan has been working with Dubov for Magnus, yeah, for the World Championship match last year. So yeah, definitely very interesting. It's also intriguing, yeah. Basically, it shows quite a lot of respect for the King's Indian as well, yeah. That you are not trying to refute it, you are trying to be super smart. You are maybe trying to lure your opponent into some position which he might not feel so comfortable. Very, very interesting. Okay, we move on. Sindarov on board 3 against Benjamin Bob.
Knight C3 makes a reappearance. Yeah, this kind of a weird hybrid. Well, actually not hybrid, like the really old school Italian. The way I guess it was played in the 16th century is now becoming fashionable again somehow. Chess fashion is such a strange thing. It's just so difficult to understand which things will suddenly become popular for seemingly no reason whatsoever. And then we have a very old school. Whoa, okay. I've had this. I've definitely had this with black. I don't think I've ever tried this with white. This looks kind of normal until you realize that white actually decided to save a tempo on the move Rook E1. For a second there, you could be excused for thinking this is just a sort of the mainline Rosalima without bishop takes c6, but no. Normally white goes Rook E1 there, and after castles goes D2, D4, and then black plays D5, and there is obviously a bunch of theory, like it's become very trendy again. There's been some very high-level games starting from here. But Max Warmerdam goes D4 straight away, which is a move that definitely exists and actually, requires respect and attention. But I'm guessing he's banking on his young opponent perhaps not knowing exactly what he's supposed to do here. And if black doesn't know, it might actually be kind of scary to take this pawn, right? It's a very committal decision. The pawn can be taken, though.
Yeah, I mean, probably you have to, because otherwise white tricks you, yeah, without wasting tempo on rook e1.
Yeah, it's a very important saved tempo for white if you don't have to play rook e1. And simply playing d7, d5 with the king steal on e8 is going to be much less comfortable, because a lot of the lines will become suddenly quite dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, something like this I'm recalling. Yeah.
Yeah, and then knight d6. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then knight d6. This has also been, I think, revisited, and I think maybe for our viewers, it's reasonably obvious, even sort of visually, why white will have compensation for the pawn here. The knight on d6 is very much in the way of normal development for black. We have the open e-file now. We have plenty of space for our pieces. We want to go like rook e1, knight c3, bishop g5, create pressure. Yes, we've given up a central pawn for it, but these days, you know, people part with the little guys very, very easily. But
yeah,
mostly I think it's a very good semi-bluff, because if your opponent just kind of scares away from accepting the pawn sacrifice, then you're extremely happy, because you get very, very good versions of normal positions.
Yeah, all right. So we have covered this match. Very, very interesting stuff, because first of all, Anish is still thinking, which means that Abdusattorov managed to surprise him. I mean, surprising Anish Giri in the opening, it's already an incredible achievement, especially in the Najdorf. I mean, Abdusattorov is also very, very special, because he always comes with this very, I mean, hidden ideas, not mainstream, but with a clear intention of surprising his opponent at such an early stage as possible. And he has done it again. Well done for him or for his team or whoever is involved. Let's move to the next match, Armenia versus Spain. I mean, one of the things that I noticed in the pairings that we have unbelievable matches. I mean, the pairings are very, very nice. I mean, nobody can say that somebody got an easier opponent or not. It just crazy amount of fight is to be expected on every single match.
Absolutely, and we have the full strength Spanish side playing today with both Shirov on board 1 against Gabi and Paco on board 2 playing against Hrant. Armenia plays Manuel Petrosyan, actually, after sitting out a full week of games, comes back today again instead of Tersakian. And Robert Hovhannisyan, who has had a very, very good tournament, plays board 4. So Alexei is thinking in a position which, I mean, clearly he has seen this dozens of times. He's played everything under the sun over the course of his long and illustrious career, but he's just choosing what to do.
Also, we have to mention that it's 10 o'clock in the morning game, yeah? So basically, getting your opponent out of his comfort zone, yeah, making some surprise might be a very clever strategy. I mean, simply, Alexei is known to be incredibly well prepared in all those Botvinniks, and Sargsyan says, no thank you in such a decisive game. I want to play a strategical battle, and I'm loving his choice. We will see how it works out, but it seems to be clever. On the second board, Paco Vallejo is doing also something similar. I mean, against the Caro-Kann, he goes for third move f3. It's also a line that I was playing as a child, but then when I was getting stronger and stronger, people told me, no, come on. I mean, get serious and learn the main openings, which I kind of started to do. But it's very funny to see how on the highest level people nowadays opt for f3 and seemingly fighting for advantage.
Yeah, it's a serious, very, very serious move these days, for sure. And yeah, Hrant responds with a kind of a slow reply. I think black is completely fine if you pick up the gauntlet and go for the main line with d, f, e5, but it's much more concrete. And Hrant says, yeah, let's play some chess. We don't need to compete here. Yeah, like.
Yeah, these were the positions I was very excited about as a young kid.
Yeah, because I mean, if black doesn't know what they're doing here, they kind of lose by move 10 very often.
Yeah, which we are of course not expecting. But yeah, this e6 move became very fashionable. I remember when I was playing the Caro in the mid 90s and end of 90s, g6 was the main move. However, here there were some developments. I think that white started to push e4, e5 at some point. I'm not completely sure if after knight c3, bishop g7 and the move here, I think here e5. And even Wesley saw, I mean, the very conservative Wesley saw, which basically means that, I mean, it just shows that if Wesley is ready to play like this from the white side, then it has real fundament. That's how I feel about the f3 stuff.
Yeah, sounds about correct. And we get some information from Satiris on the topic of board medals, which is becoming a bit of a topic, you know, this close to the end of the Olympiad, and it's a kind of a tricky spot for teams still fighting for medals. I had a bit of a conversation late last night about this with some of my friends. Abdusattorov and Giri are currently tied for second on board 1 behind Gukesh, you have to assume. And if they make a draw, Abdusattorov will get silver, because I'm guessing, you know, it's better for him to play a 2780 player than it is for Giri to play a 2680 player. So his situation improves. But if somebody wins out of those two, that clearly shifts the balance in the favor of the victor. On board 2, Yakuboyev currently is winning the board, but he might have to win today, because otherwise Nicolaus Teodoro will get gold on board 2. And on board 3, David Howell hasn't played his last 3 games, securing the gold on board 3. And Prague will be second, Vahidov probably winning board 4.
Wow,
but
basically by this list we understood how strong the Uzbeks team is, yeah? I mean, yeah. Amazing.
Unbelievable, yeah, unbelievable performance by the Uzbek kids, because yeah, this is 3 out of the 4 main boards contended by a player from Uzbekistan. Perhaps not winning, but like they'll get medals, looks like, on 3 out of 4 boards. We just don't know which medals. But as I mentioned, like for instance, for David Howell, his team is clearly happy with him not playing. And even though they're on 15 points today, they are, I mean, for England to get medals, I think, you know, unicorns need to descend from the sky somehow and start changing the rules of the competition. So yeah, understandable that they decide that he doesn't need to play, and getting a gold medal on his board is good. But for teams like Uzbekistan, I think really they will think about medals after the round is over. What they care about is the team medals, not the board medals. And if somebody in the process of playing the round today ends up dropping down in the board medal list, nobody really cares.
Exactly, yeah. This is the very, very important stuff, that if your team fights for a medal itself, then that overrules everything. I mean, there is just no way of thinking about your own performance. Yeah, you have to serve the team. If the team is not fighting for anything big, then of course individual results are very much awarded. Well, we have been talking about this Spanish team. Yeah, we felt like this team is very dangerous, and they could be fighting for medals without any problems, even for gold. But there was this moment when they lost Paco Vallejo for something like 3 or 4 games. And and in that period they really dropped very crucial points. On the other hand, maybe also thanks to the pairing system, then they got easier opponents, so they are right back there. In any case, in the last round, they are also fighting for medals. Paco plays his original style. Let's continue. Manuel Petrosyan, who hasn't played for a week, but probably has supported and have his teammates incredibly, and probably is very happy to be back in action for the last 2 rounds. Plays with the white piece against the very experienced David Anton Guijarro, and he goes for a slow opening, the London system. And we are seeing this very fashionable line with bishop e6, bishop d6, trade on f4, b6. Yeah, black is basically trying to play bishop a6, changing the bishops. White played short castle, inviting bishop a6, and then suddenly black said, you know what, I actually first prefer to push c5, and then I will decide
Yeah, I think the bishop will still go to a6. We've seen Magnus play a bunch of these positions on the white side against pretty much all comers. At some point, it felt that like the whole world decided that this is what they're going to be doing against Magnus's London, and he had this structure. I don't know about this exact move order, but this structure he had in a string of games against very, very strong opponents. He won some of those games, but not all of those games, as is often the case, considering the strength of people he was playing against.
Yeah, I do recall that David Anton had this position from the black side a couple of times. I believe also last year in the European Team Championships in Slovenia versus Berkes. I do remember that they played, the game was very interesting, final end in a draw. So he definitely has experience, which indicates that maybe White kind of anticipated something, but however, the game takes quite a slow character. They are both thinking. It doesn't strike me that so much incredible preparation is done here. And what about board 4? Because I feel like Santos Latasa is one of those jokers in the team of Spain. I mean, he has also scored heavily. I'm wondering if he also has chances to get gold medal maybe on board 4 with his performance. And we see some kind of
yeah, he's on 7.5 out of 9, which, by any kind of a normal standard would mean that he is in the fight for medals. But we did not see him on our screen when we were reading Sagiris's messages, which probably means that, Vahidov just has so much more points somehow.
Yeah, shocking. Yeah, if 7.5 out of 9 is not even enough to fight, it's something. And we see this is the classical Italian. I mean, of course, with the pawn on c3, a5, black opts for a setup. Wow. Yeah. I mean, also we are, Santos Latas has a 27.50 performance, Vahidov 27.85, which definitely means that maybe Santos Latasa, if he wins this game, he might be
catching up. Yeah, and a Lithuanian player, Pulcinevicius, is on 27.46, which is an unbelievably strong performance by him, because he is, I think, like a 25.50 player himself. So he is absolutely crushing. And yeah, the rest of the field. And yeah, every time I mention the amount of points they have, it's not really the points. It's for a while now it's been the performance rating and not the actual score. So and I think that change was implemented. I remember some incidents when I was playing for the dominant Russian team of the mid to late 90s, with Kasparov often leading the team, and he would destroy the first board and still finish second behind somebody who played like in the different hall to us and won every game. And yeah, I think Gary was unimpressed. I remember him a couple of times receiving his silver medal on board 1 and looking kind of miffed. So I think at some point they realized that maybe it's a good idea to make some adjustment to prioritize doing well against stronger opposition.
And this, I feel like it's a very big theoretical duel, because Santos Latas is famous of having very good preparation. And Robert is playing a system that we have been seeing yesterday by Manuel Petrosyan, playing it against Durai Bailey, I believe. That this is the Armenian kind of system, going bishop e6, bishop b5, bishop a7. So not the Chinese Dingliland system with queen b8, queen a7.
Yesterday, I think White had either the pawn on h2 or the rook on f1, because I remember we were going knight e7 already. And today it's a similar position, but I think, somehow maybe the bishop was, no, how did that happen?
Yeah, well, I think it's too early to figure it out.
It's too early for us to try to figure out. But yeah, yesterday the bishop on a7 survived somehow because White played d3, d4, and Black went knight e7. And today White will still play d3, d4, but Santos Latasa chose to get the bishops off the board first. Interesting that, and might seem kind of curious to our viewers, that Black plays h6 before playing knight g6, but I think mainly perhaps want to not have to think about knight g5, but also I'm wondering, now that in particular the dark square bishops have come off, if maybe Robert wants to play something like queen c7 and then g5, knight g6, not just knight g6.
Wow, I mean, that's quite a statement, yeah, so early morning.
Yeah, but I mean, knight g5 really isn't a problem here, and having gone knight e7, you would assume that, you know, your hand would just play knight, in particular because it's also early in the morning for them. You just autopilot the move knight e7, g6 here, I think.
Yeah.
And the point that he, I mean, the fact that he played h6 here indicates to me that he wants to preserve some flexibility.
Exactly. Also, with this move, he forces Santos Latosa to think a lot, yeah, because so far I believe White has played quite quickly, probably expecting the move knight g6 and had his plan. And all of a sudden, after h6, he already thinks for more than 10 minutes. Quite interesting. But okay, since we have so much action, we can't be dealing with every single game. All right, we have seen this match as well. Now let's move on to the other match. This is Germany versus the India youngsters team.
India youngsters, yeah. Vincent on board one has White against Gukesh. You will obviously know like 100 times better than I do, but I would assume they know each other really well. They're sort of a similar age. They must have played in juniors. They must have
no, actually not that much, because Gukesh is just way too young. You know,
yeah, he's a bit too young. Yeah.
Yeah, this is incredible. I mean, even compared to because Vincent is in the category. I mean, he knows Prague very well. He knows Abdusattorov very well from all the junior competitions, and Nihal. Yeah, those kids know each other very well. But Gukesh is suddenly even younger than all of these very young guys. So.
Well, then, at the very least, I will feel very confident saying they must have played a bunch online. But yeah, I guess he probably, I mean, their age difference means that they perhaps haven't played very much of the sort of the official junior competitions, but they must have played a bunch. I mean, in the Julius Bayer, did they play there?
Yeah, there they played a lot, and now they also played a lot in Biel, yeah, because they played together. So they had 5 games, I believe, or something like this, yeah. All right, what do we have here? It's a Ragozin.
It's a Ragozin here, and I just wanted to say that they probably also played a whole bunch of games nobody knows about on like semi-anonymous accounts on websites, but this we can never know for sure.
Yeah, so, okay, CDD, Queen A4 check. We have seen that Gukesh himself loves to play Queen A4 check, and also Vincent loves it by not taking C takes D5. On the other hand, here the trick is that Gukesh himself has played Queen A4 check during the Olympiad, and not only him, also Nihal Sarin, so it's clear that it's some kind of a big preparation from the whole Indian national team. So it's understandable for Vincent that he tries to steer the game towards different structures. So CD5, ED5, Queen A4 check was played, Knight C6, Bishop G5, H6, Bishop F6, Queen F6, and now we are ending up with a old kind of, this is an old classical setup, E3 short castle, Bishop E2, and here the move that Gukesh played, Queen D6, Queen D6. I have never seen this move before, because I think it's kind of autopilot in this position to play the move Bishop E6. And now there is a very important finesse. There are 2 important finesses in this position, that if White plays castles, which is clear the main move, then Black plays the move A6. And in this case, after A3, Black goes back with the Bishop to D6. Yeah, and these are the positions when later Black is trying to go Knight E7 and then G5 and some.
This is what we saw probably in that beautiful game by Max Warmerdam. Yeah?
That's what we actually assumed, that we have seen this, but it was a completely different opening.
Okay.
I just happened to check after our broadcast. It was a completely different move order.
Okay.
But the structure, of course, was exactly the same, and all the motifs happened to be just like they supposed to be. And the other thing that I wanted to show, that after Bishop E6, that is the other move of playing a3 before black gets this a6 bishop d6 setup. When black is taking on c3, white takes b takes c3, and we get this structure, which is very similar to the game, where white has spent the tempo on the move a3, giving black the extra tempo with bishop e6. On the other hand, Gukesh with queen d6, bishop d7 indicates a completely different setup. So that's why we can't conclude that did black lose a tempo or not. He opted for queen d6. And we also should mention already that there is also the standard play like going rook d8, short castle, bishop f8, which is considered to be slightly passive, but always playable.
Yeah.
All right, queen d6.
Another absolutely, yeah. I mean, Ragozin will wait. Let's go through the other stuff. Yeah, and another London, very much like the one we've discussed earlier, but black decided not to spend the tempo on b7, b6, and just goes with c5, queen c7. Slightly different move order because c5 here was played on move 3, but apart from that, obviously very similar strategic themes by both players. And yeah, what they have on the board now is maybe actually exactly the structure that we will end up having in our other London of the day, but we shall see. It's too early to say that for sure. Bishop f4 happened, queen c7 provoking g3, but g3 really, the situation in the center is too solid for white to worry about having to play g3 here. Bishop d3, and black just takes immediately here.
Yeah, this is somewhat surprising because if black would play the move b6, it would be very similar to the other position, right?
Yeah, but I think his point is, yeah, with the queen on c7, he is just not planning to push for b6, and he wants to go knight c6, and white would have taken on c5 if he did it without taking on d4. So he does it this way, knight to f3. My surprise is not that. My surprise is, my understanding was always that this particular structure, with the bishop still on the board, is just not a lot of fun for black. But Matthias is a very good theoretician. Although he is on 114, maybe he didn't expect Michal to play the London. Because yeah, this structure, even with the bishops off the board, I think Magnus was putting pressure on people. I think Magnus won a game against Vishy somewhere in this structure. I'm thinking one of the Rapid and Blitzes, like either the St. Petersburg Rapid and Blitz in 2018 or maybe the Moscow 2019, but I can't find it in my database right now. But with the bishops on, it's just kind of annoying because white will castle, go rook e1, and then start preparing to push on the king side. And the bigger question is even like, where is your counterplay coming from for black? I guess you have to start to push for some kind of b5, b4 counterplay, but it's very slow.
Well, my feeling was that maybe Matthias is trying to break out with e6, e5 quickly, but I don't see how it's working, yeah?
Well, I mean, you can do it straight away. You're just going to be much worse.
Yeah, but also knight takes e6 is possible.
Well, it's black to move right now. You can go knight takes d4.
Yeah, but then how do you recapture? Do you take cd or knight d4?
Honestly, I would take with the knight. I understand he's a French player and he might not hate it, but like objectively, fe5, queen e5, queen e2. This is such a dream endgame for white.
Well, no, he will not change.
He'll just go queen d6. But still, like, I don't really hate the fact that I had to play g3. And honestly, I will castle queenside here too. Like, why not?
Wow.
Maybe.
No, the reason why I'm mentioning this because I have seen a game, I think, by Rasmus Swane, where he opted against Fabiano, maybe in the word Rapid and Blitz, for this e5 break. And I'm trying to understand that is Matthias actually trying to understand and trying to play exactly the same way, but I'm also not getting the, and yeah, he takes knight d4. So basically I'm expecting that he will follow it up with e5.
Yeah, this is interesting.
But hang on, in that game, I believe that black somewhere included queen b6, rook b1, which would mean that your idea with long castle was not possible. So stupid.
Yeah. Like my problem, my own problem with my idea is that if we just get to that position again, like queen e2, queen d6, I play long castles. After rook e8, I don't have I would love to play queen f3 here. The fact that I have to go to like c2 or d2 or somewhere is making me a little bit sad. But I'm still going to claim that I'm a little bit better after, let's say, queen c2 and then just rook h e1, f3, g4, and so on. Like, this is a very normal Like, I spent my entire, youth playing 92 against the French. If in 92 French, you tell me I can get this position out of the opening with white, I will start jumping up and down in glee. Like this is such a dream.
Yeah, well, okay, definitely it's not the most exciting thing yet. And what about Rasmus won against Praga? Okay, they are playing this, they are debating this position, which I think featured in one of these Magnus Ding matches in the Magnus Tour.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. It's just that it's so difficult because 2020 we have witnessed this incredible Magnus Tour, and it was such a big story. But later, of course, it turned out that it became even bigger, and it became the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and so many big tournaments had happened there. Millions of games. I have been commenting those games. That's why I remember them as well, but I'm mixing up the tournaments.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can go halfway and say Meltwater Carlsen Chess Tour.
Yeah, that's also fair.
Yeah, keeping the abbreviation, like CCT stays CCT. Anyway.
Yeah, and this special move, I'm very interested about your take on it, because it's like the fourth move E3 against your Grunfeld. Yeah, what would be your take if somebody plays like you this way with black here?
I've actually done this with white against people who do this, and in more general terms, after knight f3, g5, g3, c5, this is like you are basically trying to get the Grunfeld with a tempo up. But what black is doing here is they're saying this is obviously not the most challenging system against the Grunfeld, but it's still the Grunfeld, so we're not really all that sad. I'd be happy with this with white. I've looked at this quite a bit, but yeah, the problem here is exactly that, the move e6, e5, and I don't think I was ever able to find anything really, really exciting for white in these types of positions. But they're definitely very playable. Like what Prague is doing here is probably the most direct way of challenging the black setup. And you get very non-standard, very sharp positions.
No, it's Prague who is playing from the black side here.
Ah, sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Can't really function yet. I didn't even have coffee.
Yeah, EF, GF, G6, and that's why I'm asking you, because you are such an expert in this position. That what is your take that black played now E7, E6, and then also E6, E5, but he forced the knight away, and you were not able to trade on C6?
Yeah, it's this is the line I call the Grishuk anti-Grunfeld, right? With an extra tempo, just exactly this. If we try reversing this, just for my peace of mind, if we try
exactly, let's do it.
So D4, knight f6, C4, G6, knight f3, bishop G7, E3. So what happened here is black played D5 without castling, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, but no, in that position already white was castled or not yet?
But like here, let's say, so d5, cd5, knight d5. Let's give white some kind of a stupid move here. I don't know, knight b6, e4, knight b6, and white does something really, really strange. Like, I don't know, a3. a3 castles, bishop e2, knight c6, bishop e3, right? And then f5. Yeah, this is what happened. Yeah.
No, I think first he starts with
bishop
e6, but
in some order.
Basically the same. Yeah.
Yeah, and then f5. f5 is not. This is not what they normally do against the Grishuk, but with a tempo, I think it's understandable that maybe this is very playable. But yeah, I think the point here is that if this is the best you have, this probably makes the whole concept playable, because against knight f3, e3, the very, very early d5 is not supposed to be the best option, or at least you have to immediately prove how you're equalizing there. Otherwise, you actually get a slightly worse position. But yeah, enough with the subtleties of reversed color openings.
Yeah, it's very confusing. I mean, yeah, knight takes e6, f e6, king h1, Rasmus is still kind of blitzing. Yeah, he is clearly in book. And basically, okay, it's a very uncompromising choice. Yeah, he wants to surprise Prague. Queen d3, bishop b4, played after quite some thoughts. I mean, Prague has already invested
Prague
more than half an hour.
has burned quite a bit of time, yeah. And there's our chat is obviously lively, having a lively discussion of the topic of the very early start, and we get some more confirmation. Like I was pretty sure yesterday. I didn't really have any data, but I was pretty sure that was the reason yesterday. And yeah, there is confirmation that the players are playing at 10 o'clock in the morning today because the opening ceremony needs to start on time. And the the closing ceremony. And the closing ceremony is 2 hours away from the playing hall. This, on one level it makes more sense, but I'm still going to basically stand by every word I said yesterday.
Yeah, perfectly.
I understand it's a kind of as somebody's also saying in chat, it very much is a bit of a logistical nightmare. But I mean, just plan for it somehow. To a degree, you're ruining your own. It's been a fantastic tournament. It's been really, really great to watch, and I'm sure players. I mean, from everything I've read about the tournament, sort of from the players' perspective, it's been very well organized. Hotels are great, everything. I mean, the hospitality in India, you always expect the hospitality in India to be absolutely fantastic. Like there's no question that the Olympiad in general was a great success for India as a host country. And we're not even talking about, how well their teams are doing. But yeah, now we will have this last round putting the players for the most important game of the tournament under additional pressure, and quite significant additional pressure. I'm not going to do the full rant like I did yesterday, but yeah,
Yeah, well, I mean, talking about pressure, I feel like looking at the position of Nisipianu, this feels like a lot of pressure as well. Yeah. I mean, this is like Caro-Kann gone horribly wrong. Sadvan is in his preparation. I mean, 1:33 on the clock. Leave you Dieter. I mean, Dieter has already spent awful lot of time. I mean, this is a very bad sign. What happened here? It's third move e5, bishop f5, knight f3, everything classical. Yeah, going for the c5 line.
Yeah, but these days, knight d7 really is not a fashionable move here at all. So Dieter is basically playing some kind of really old theory, hoping maybe not to run into prep, because I think by this point, Black has eliminated all of those old options in favor of choosing one of two things in this position, right? You either go cd4, knight d4, knight e7 instead of knight d7, which is kind of old school. It existed like when I was playing my games against Vladimir Yepyshin in like 95, this already existed.
And then in 98, we were debating this position.
Yeah. But this is still a very, very central line, because it's very logical for Black to play like this. If you get like knight bc6 in unchallenged and trade on d4, put the second knight on c6. Black has won some games in this line. Just if white kind of falls asleep at the wheel here for like 3 moves, you start looking for equality. But obviously this is a very, very concrete position. There's a lot of theory here. Or you can play bishop b3, queen b6, which is an absolute madhouse of a line. There are some positions there which just defy understanding.
Yeah, but now we have to talk about this, that Dieter goes for a sideline, an old sideline, basically thinking that he will deviate or he will surprise his young opponent. And what we are witnessing, that the surprise backfires, and in fact Sadvan is the one who is much better prepared. I mean, in what kind of times are we living?
I mean, the kids know theory, and also I think the German lineup was probably guessable, because Dmitry Kollars has had a kind of a nightmare yesterday, just kind of blundered off half the board.
No, yesterday he drew. Actually, he played after his steady ball.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
okay. Then maybe it wasn't so guessable, but I mean, obviously the coaching staff is doing a very good job, because, like, once again, we have to return to this for a second here. The games yesterday finished. Well, we finished our show 14 hours ago. and there has to be some sleep in those 14 hours. And the pairings, they did the pairings quite quickly, but not immediately after the round ends. So like they had 12 hours to prepare, and the players had to sleep. Like the coaching staff has to stay up all night for the players to wake up to something to look at like at 8 in the morning. And clearly the Indian coaching staff, they are very, very committed people. And Raunak, very much on top of things today.
Yeah, and okay, with this, white temporarily sacrifices the pawn, but black is way behind in development. King on e8 is stuck in the center. We see that the e file is opening up, and we also see the evolution, but loving white's position. So
it wasn't immediately obvious to me. I saw this pawn sacrifice without the bar, because until you click on the game, I don't know what the engine says. And I thought, okay, this looks interesting, but it might be some kind of a semi-bluff, and if black plays correctly, it should just be okay. But seems like even if you play correctly, perhaps you will not equalize fully, which makes it kind of even more valuable.
Yeah, very.
What the hell?
Very dangerous. Yeah.
I mean, I saw it mentioned in chat, and we will not look at the match. Like, there's too much stuff for us to look at this match seriously. But take a look at the Maksudlu Erdos game for a second.
Okay, very interesting for me. So if I'm given a chance to look at it, I will do it with big happiness. So here we go.
Yeah.
Oh my God! what on earth is this? D4, knight f6.
Yeah.
And none of them are blitzing. I mean, this is like Fischer random, right?
Yeah. No, it's 3h4, and then Erdos goes for c6, which is a very solid move, but the move that I personally, for instance, wasn't recommending, because it kind of forces you into positions I did not want to give in the course. I wanted to have something that was more fun. But if I knew, people will play knight h3 here, I would probably be recommending c6, because I mean, this is fun now. This is definitely not boring anymore.
Yeah, b5, cb, cb. I mean, this is super exciting stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you even evaluate this? How do you navigate yourself? I mean, I'm guessing the move knight f4 would be so thematic, so natural, right? I mean,
I think having played knight h3, you have to assume you play knight f4, and then but we don't have to. I just wanted to show you this position because I knew you would enjoy just the spectacle.
Definitely. I'm also wondering how much coffee you have to drink to feel that you are ready for it. No, I mean, this is unbelievable.
The guys are clearly also enjoying it. It's all played in good spirit. I like what Parham is doing. Why taking chess too seriously, I think, is a mistake. We all love chess. I mean, I've spent my entire life talking about, playing the game, talking about the game. But still, having fun with the game is a very, very large part of continuing to enjoy it over the years.
I mean, basically, I was also not expecting that I can be surprised so much in chess. I mean, move 3, move 4, move 5, and I have no clue. I have never seen this before. The first thing that comes to mind was actually a team tournament which András Adorján organized in Budapest. And as a 11 or 12-year-old kid, I participated, and we were taught, you're gonna do this, now you're gonna do this, a3, you take on c3, you take on c3, and you play b5, and after cb5 you play c6, and it was just the beginning of this whole line. That's why Adorján, with the black is okay spirit, he wanted to create some material trying to see how it works in practice. And I have never played d4 in my life. I have never played the Nimzo in my life, but I was debating this position,
This is, I mean, it's actually kind of close in spirit, But okay, we can return to this later, but we haven't even touched, let's say, the Uzbekistan. We spoke about that a little.
No, the Indian match versus United States. That's the match.
And there's also that, and there was some mention that there might be just a quick draw on board 1 there, and we have to actually take a look at this for a second. The Fabi game against Hari.
This line, this line, it's Nimzo, so at least. I mean, this does not take me by a complete surprise, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bishop.
Can I leave you alone to talk about this Nimzo? I'll actually go make myself a cup of coffee.
Yeah, of course, and then welcome back. Yeah, so queen c2 castle, a3 takes, d5. Yeah, it's kind of my system. Of course, inside this system, there are so many different ways. Yeah, bishop g5. You can play this setup that Fabi plays with h6. You can also play the razor sharp c5, which, for example, Prague has been doing a lot this year. And you can also play the classical line d takes c4, which d4, queen c4, which usually I'm playing from the black side. But if I would say that if somebody plays like this from the white side, he has to be ready for all of it. And also as a black player, usually you always take a look at all the alternatives. So that's why I say that all this feels, I mean, familiar to me. Definitely during my chess career, I have analyzed this position as well, even if it's probably wasn't the last couple of years. Knight c6, exactly. This is the idea. Black wants to break with e5. And I don't really believe that Harry is like a very big queen c2 Nimzo specialist. And because of this, I'm loving Fabiano's choice. I'm not sure that if you play against someone who only all his life plays the queen c2 Nimzo, you want to play this line, for example. But maybe Fabi would have even played it against anyone. But e3 and then black plays e5, I feel like instead of e3, wasn't it here that white needed to play the move rook d1? Okay, it's way too early for me as well, but I mean, somehow I feel that something different should be done, because e3, e5, isn't this supposed to be just a very quick equalization with d5, e4? Yeah, and we see that Fabiano is with 1:30 on the clock and Harry is spending his time queen takes e4, queen b2. And rook d1. The good news for Harry is that he plays with the white pieces, so even getting surprised basically means absolutely nothing. It just means that black is probably getting away with it immediately, which on the other hand isn't such a big tragedy for India, because Fabiano had been struggling in the tournament, but he has won 2 very important games, and maybe it's not even so bad for Harry to finish this game. But clearly it wasn't planned. I mean, he got caught in the opening, and that's why he probably will have to settle on the repetition. But yeah, congratulations for Fabi for disbalancing Hadi so quickly. What about the second board? Yeah, this is also one of those Italians that are fairly standard and very popular nowadays. So
yeah,
what do we say here?
On the topic of the Harry game, I have nothing to say about the opening, but I will say that Fabi has sort of recovered some equilibrium. He won some very nice games. He won the brilliant Sveshnikov on the black side against Master Vasilis, and then that win yesterday in the Najdorf. And Harry has actually been struggling a bit in the late rounds. He lost that very, very long game to Sargsyan, and he also lost a very long game yesterday to Parham. So, yeah, I mean, if he takes a draw today, obviously it's not an ideal result for India, but it's nowhere near a tragedy. It's a whiteboard gone, but it's a whiteboard against one of the world's best. We don't care what his live rating is. We still know it's Fabiano Caruana. It's one of the absolute best players in the world. And Harry himself has not had the greatest of sequences in recent rounds.
Exactly, yeah. This is what I also felt, that he got kind of caught in the opening, but maybe it's not even bad news, because, yeah, also we know exactly that if somebody struggles and then suddenly he starts to play well at the end, yeah, he very much wants to continue in that spirit, and suddenly Harry probably shows him the stop sign, yeah, that, okay, enough, Fabiano. I mean, I know that you are bouncing back, but you shouldn't be doing it on my cost.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, White can still continue playing, but in particular, if if Fabi is blitzing and Harry isn't in that position, you kind of assume that the sort of the safe thing to do here is just kind of shrug and go rook d2, and because king e2, like I have no idea what's going on, but for instance, I already spotted that Black can play something like b6 after king e2, and who knows?
Yeah, no, you are not supposed to play. No. The point is that you are not supposed to play e3. I was saying that e3 is kind of already a mistake in the sense that it allows Black to equalize on the spot. So if you want to pose some problems, then you have to play something different. Yeah, and Harry goes rook d1. It's the right choice.
Yeah. Obviously, he continued thinking he's doing the right thing. He's playing in the team competition. He understands they would like all the boards to still be in play. In particular, the white boards are very important. But yeah, he got surprised. He probably mixed something up. Time to go home.
Yeah, and on the other hand, one also has the feeling that, for example, Vidit has no problems whatsoever. Of course, I understand it's just the beginning of the game, but I do believe that he kind of tricked white in the move order. So a5, bishop a7, this is something that Magnus did against Jan in the last game of the World Championship match. Castles h3, h6, knight b5. Yeah, this some tricky move orders happen because it looks like it's the position that we know, but it's somehow a little bit different. Black is in time to rook e8, queen c2, knight e7, queen b3. This is what. That's why both players are spending a lot of time. And then
there was this really weird sequence there, which I think I can explain because move 12, rook takes e3. You would like to go knight e7 here. But then after g3, g4, it gets a bit awkward because if you play knight g6, you just lose the pawn on c7 after all the trades. And if you play c7, c6, unfortunately for black, I think white can go d takes e5, right? And now knight d6, I guess, and you might not enjoy this very much.
Yes. The e5 pawn is vulnerable.
So he goes rook e8. Providing an additional defender for the e5 pawn. So if white does, like, if you play a4 here, for instance, I don't know, some move, we go knight e7, g4, knight g6, and we have more defenders for the e5.
But hang on, also maybe black can play the move bishop
also
e6.
Bishop e6, also bishop e6. So Wesley goes queen c2. A bit surprising that Vidit decides not to go bishop e6 here, but maybe white is prepared to take and play g3, d4 already.
Yes, maybe this is because now e4 pawn is protected. That's the point behind queen c2. Yeah, d4 and now e4 would be bad. And white is getting the center, yeah. So after queen c2, now black switches to knight e7. So yeah, it looks strange, but in fact, everything is done with a great purpose.
And board one, they did agree a draw. We don't need to go back there. Queen b3 now makes a lot of sense because bishop b6 no longer possible. Rook f8, d4. But it is a little bit surprising to me that Vidit took. I would have expected knight g6 just to happen.
Yeah, almost instantly, no? I mean, it's such a natural move, and the black queen can go to e7.
Yeah, it just goes to e7. I guess he didn't like some kind of a position after captures, and then rook d1, queen e7. And for the time being, I think black has a small problem of, we would like to drive the knight away from b5. Maybe queen a3. I was also looking at that.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe queen a. I mean, in order to stop queen e7, disturbed him. Yeah. But I don't know, because after queen a3 we can't go rook d1, so we have to
go rook d3, but rook d1 is no longer there. Yeah, it's interesting. It would be interesting to ask exactly why he didn't make what looks like the more natural move. He takes on d4, knight takes d4. Now actually it looks like he might be in a bit of trouble, because in these types of positions, it's e4 against d6. But exactly, the biggest problem very often is not the fact that you're slightly, passive in the center. It's that white can open up things with e4, e5, and black is still underdeveloped. Even after knight g6 here, for instance, I would be maybe even looking at immediate e5 anyway.
Exactly, yeah, this is
g5, knight e5, rook e5, and these types of positions obviously are okay for black if the rooks are connected, if you can play rook e8 next move, for instance. Here you can do none of those things. Rook a1, rook e7, like, you might just lose in 5 moves here because of just how passive your pieces are and how active the white pieces are.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked. Yeah, that how on earth did Vidit take ed4?
Yeah, it takes d4 is an extremely committal move, which maybe he wants to play c6 right away and try to. Yeah, here we go c6. We are maybe intending to play both b5 and maybe d5 in some positions, but I'm not in love with any of this. I feel
no, not at all. Maybe he's also at some point trying to kick this queen away with a4, Tamli a4. but I mean, he suddenly gave Wesley something to play with, and this is not what I'm liking, because I have witnessed it myself that you should just never give a chance to Wesley, because if you give a chance, he will jump on it and will be merciless. All right, next game, a very sharp position, F3 Nimzo. It can't really get more sharp, and look at this. Erigaishi is still in his prep. Well, Lenny has something happened with the clocks.
The clocks are borked. I think this cannot be the time.
This is impossible. Yeah.
Let me check.
So F3 D5, we are actually seeing the Vitugov variation. I believe this is what, because the move Bishop E7 and then E4, D takes E4, F takes E4, C5. The first time I have seen this variation was Nikita playing this against Volkov, and it was like a shock, because Black managed to win like in 20 moves against Volkov, the biggest specialist of F3 Nimzo.
Sergey stumbled into one of the really striking like early tactical ideas that you can miss. But yeah, it's become very topical. I've had some personal experiences with this. I don't play this opening, but it wasn't my particular area of preparation, but Kirill Alexeyenko lost a game to Fabi in the candidates in 2020 in this line, and he got very harshly criticized for the way he approached that game. And in fact, he was completely fine. He just so much work had been done prior to the candidates that basically it was very difficult for him to remember everything properly, and he mixed up a move order in a very sharp position. And position is so sharp that if you mix up a move order there, then you're in trouble. But I think the concept was absolutely correct. But he was doing it very differently, because, and there were many games afterwards as well. There's a line here instead of A6 where Black goes like, I don't remember, I think it's Rook E8, right? Rook E8, Knight F3, Bishop G4, Castles, Knight B7, right?
Yes, exactly.
E6,
yeah, this is
E6, Bishop F8. And he got quite harshly criticized in some quarters by allowing the pawn to D6, like, Nimzovich taught us that you have to blockade the passers, but this is 2020. I mean, it's 2022 now. It was 2020 then, but even in 2020, I think people kind of need to realize that those types of underlying principles are not always correct, and concrete move-by-move analysis is probably more relevant to a lot of positions than the things we have read in children's books. But yeah, he did lose that game because he mixed up two lines where white goes Knight B5.
Yeah, I can reveal that back then, at that point, that moment of time, it was also my exact repertoire against this F3 Nimzo. So I also felt like it's absolutely good line. But yeah, you have to. I mean, you simply have no right to mix it up. Yeah, because the price that you're gonna pay for it is just too high. And Fabi went on to also punish in a very nice and then
Fabi, once a mistake was made, Fabi gave Kirill no second chances in that game. Yeah,
but this that we are seeing here from Lenny feels like a completely new setup that he plays for. I mean, with A6, making sure that he can sit with his bishop on D6, covering the B5 square, and with H6 he wants to stop any kind of bishop G5s. And I'm wondering why nobody has played like this. So white also plays H3, stopping bishop G4, yeah, just in case.
Yeah, and on the topic of timing, because our clocks seem to be broken, and it is actually 1:12 for Arjun against an hour for Linear. Linear actually blitzed everything out up until I think Knight BD7. But he's been thinking for half an hour now after A3, A4, kind of a typical Linear approach to an opening. He knows a lot. He works on chess a tremendous amount, but the moment he is out of book, he really likes to dig very deep and start, really assessing things. Visually,
and on board 4 we also have a Nimzo.
But this has gone. Yeah, machine says this has gone badly wrong for Black somehow.
And here probably the clocks are right.
Yeah,
and,
this is probably correct.
Yeah, here clock seems to be right. Sam has opted for the Queen C2 line, D5, A3 takes short. No, not short castle. I assume that it was short castle, but no, it came from B6. Knight F3, D takes C4, Queen takes C4, Bishop A6. Ah, wow. So actually, Black is trying to trick with the move order, not to castle.
Yeah, but that doesn't look good to me at all. Like
I mean, it allows Queen A4 check. Yeah.
First of all, but okay, even like this line exists even when it's not a check. But my point would be that what we have on the screen right now is the position that exists with Black castling and White playing Bishop G5. So Sunil Dutt is saying, I am winning time here by like the bishop is still on C1. And Sam is saying the fact that I can make a different move here, not Bishop G5, and I can play Bishop F4 is good. And you actually are never castling queenside anyway. And if you're not castling queenside, you're not actually winning time. Maybe you're actually losing time because you will have to castle kingside eventually. And the engine appears to be agreeing with Sam much more than it is agreeing with Sunil Dutt, because yeah, here you can play even after E3, Bishop F1, Rook F1. It looks like a pleasant endgame for White.
But also E4 is very tempting, yeah?
E4 is incredibly tempting, but Black, I guess, takes and goes Knight F6, and you have to...
Yeah, and then Knight D2.
Yeah, and then Knight D2, but then maybe maybe this is the time for Black to... But what? Yeah, like long castle.
I mean, I thought like the way you told me, I was expecting long castle.
Maybe Rook D8. No, long castle's Rook C1 I'm not very happy about, but maybe I can go Rook D8 and the pawn on D4 is difficult to protect, right?
Yeah.
I'm still a bit worse after Bishop C7 and F3, but not a lot. Like, yes, it's a bit unpleasant, but you assume it's holdable, right?
Yeah, should be holdable, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, White has a big choice, and definitely, as you mentioned, White should get a slight advantage.
Well, I'm basing it on my engine, honestly. My radar in these types of Nimzo endgames is non-existent. I don't really have some kind of a fallback, pattern recognition software in my head for this. But the machine really likes it for White, so I also like it for White. That's my understanding of this position so far, in particular so early in the morning. Back to Vidit for 1 second, because I think we are watching what he meant at least. And understanding that E4, E5 is coming and he can't really stop it, he just kind of takes the bull by the horns himself here and goes D5, E5, Knight D5. He is still not going to enjoy it very much, I suspect, but at least this way we've blocked out the bishop on C4. He will play C7, C6 here, and we have at least blunted the pressure against the F7 pawn.
Maybe now the question is, should we spend the time for A4, but making sure that you will not have this A4, B5 counterplay? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a useful tempo you can spend for sure. Yeah.
I mean, just to see, for example, Queen C7, Rook A1. I still want to figure out how Black is developing.
Bishop D7, I guess.
Just Bishop D7.
Yeah, and yeah, if the rooks start getting traded along the E file, everything obviously equalizes out. But yeah, I'm not sure it actually starts happening so easily. But yeah, that I think concludes the top 4 matches we will be watching almost exclusively today, because the time for fooling around with lower boards is probably not in the last round. Let's go take a look at what's happening in the women's.
Let's take a look. So here we go.
I actually know a little bit. I have, I think, this position on file very recently as well.
Oh, wow. Okay, then let me just show how we got here, and then we are listening. Tell us everything.
Yeah, so this is, I think we maybe even discussed this. There was a game in this turn. Yeah, there was an Anton Gihara game early in the tournament where after Knight F3 castles, White played Bishop E2 and Nino played Knight B6, that idea that I think I was maybe even the person to introduce in my course. But yeah, Queen A3 is a very serious move here, which was, I thought, like in my files when I was kind of marking down things to, perhaps do some slight updating to the course. I noticed that Prague played this against Niels Grandelius, but apparently it was also played by Hikaru in some online games against MVL, which I somehow missed. There's just such a volume of things happening in the chess world right now that it's incredibly difficult to keep track of all the novelties even in your openings, let alone in every opening. And the point here is that If black plays c5, we can switch back to what we normally do with white. And against knight b6, it's specifically aimed against my idea with knight b6 here. Because knight b6, white is in time to play bishop g5. And we don't get to play queen d6 as comfortably as we would normally be playing queen d6 here. Thanks very much for the raid, John, and welcome to all the John Bartholomew viewers and Nerd Hour. 7 o'clock in the morning, we're discussing the Grunfeld. And e5 is, I think, what black should be doing here. I'm kind of spoiling my potential improvements for the course, but I believe e5, bishop g5, bishop f6 is the way to go. The point being that in this position, if white manages to, if you give white time to play, let's say, bishop d3 and castle next move, it's not horrible, but you probably haven't equalized properly. But you do have this option of playing e4, cd4, c5, immediately challenging the white center, why the rook on a1 is still hanging. And white pretty much needs to play e4, e5. Now, now queen is, I need to. Let's pretend coffee is hydrating, even though it really isn't.
Yeah, I know the feeling, yes.
So queen e7 is Machine's best choice here. Castles rook e8, re-establishing the threat of c5 takes d4. And now there is this move e5, e6. If not for e5, e6 in this position, white just has nothing at all. But e6 is kind of annoying because you force black to take with the pawn. Queen takes, loses to rook e1. And now, you're a pawn up, but your structure is broken up. You haven't really developed yet. On the other hand, we're almost playing knight c5 now. As Peter is indicating, we are very prepared to play knight c5 next move. And once the knight gets to c5, the pawn on e6 is very well protected. We will start playing like bishop d7, rook ac8, and so on. It really doesn't look horrible at all. The engine, I think, evaluates all of these positions as around equal. So kind of very happy to see both players here being very much up to speed in a very fashionable line of the Grunfeld.
Well, I guess they are studying your course, no?
No, this isn't in the course yet. I think I will.
Not yet, yeah.
No, I will. This will be a bit of an update. I will do at some point. I've started working on updating some things in the course. It will not be a major overhaul, but there are definitely some things that need to be mentioned, updated. Like some people found mistakes. I also found some things that were kind of not mentioned because it's difficult to. Even though I tried, but
hang on. I mean, also on the second board we are having a Grunfeld.
Yeah, and this is also a very, very sharp line. This is the bishop e3 Grunfeld, and black chooses one of the lines where the queens do not come off, which is very, very happy for me. I kind of really hate those bishop e3 endgames, even though I think they're probably drawn in most cases with very precise play, but I really hate them. So very happy to see that the queens are staying on here. Knight d7, in my mind, is the quote-unquote Nepo variation. Jan did a lot of work in this line. Like he played it a bunch and did a lot of work just to kind of popularize and promote this. f5 is very, very direct, though. I don't think Jan ever played f5. I definitely never played f5. I think I played knight f6 here against Andrei Yesipenko in the Sochi World Cup, I guess, yeah.
Just recently, yeah? Last year.
It doesn't fully equalize, but it's sort of playable. Just trying to, put the queen back on c7, play knight e8, knight d6, and, play in a kind of a classical fashion. White is a little bit too quick for you to get all of these moves in, so I don't think it fully equalizes, but it's definitely playable. And also, I remember I got to this position and I looked at Andrei, and he looked a little bit too excited, because I think Jan, in particular Jan, after g5, played a number of games playing b7, b5 here. He played against Hikaru like this, and maybe some other games as well. And I was kind of preparing to do this. And then I looked up at my opponent, and he seemed, altogether too happy about how things were going. And I thought, young kid, probably works on chess, probably has some idea. And I thought, nah, let's play something slow. Let's play something that he hasn't prepared for specifically today. And yeah, the game ended up being drawn.
Yeah, but not today. I mean, Vaisali, we have noticed she's very aggressive. I mean, she's very much like her brother, because Prague is also very dynamic. It just feels like the family is like this. Yeah, they don't. I mean, they also play very nice strategically, but if they have a chance, they like to spice things up.
Absolutely, yeah. Knight of6, d5, d6, a very cute move here by Irina, using the fact that knight takes e4, queen c4 check immediately wins the piece back. King h8. Let me look at the timings. I wonder when they started thinking in this game. So the first serious think was after king h8, knight g5, yeah. And Irina has been playing very, very quickly until the last 3 moves. So knight g5, she was still basically blitzing out. I mean, I think by her standards, the 2 minutes she spent on knight g5, you don't really make that move if you don't know. And for Vaisali, she spent 16 minutes on h6. So h6, h4, clearly you can never take on g5. So she takes on e4, takes, b6, castles, queen a4, f3, bishop f5, c4 is the current position. And yeah, the machine says everything is perfectly balanced. A very kind of a weird structure where there's a pawn on d6, which looks strong, but could also be put under severe pressure with like queen 6, rook a d8. Black had to soften up their king side a little bit, but it's difficult to attack. I think much will revolve around the question whether the d6 pawn survives or not.
Yeah, well, definitely a lot to play for. So what about Tanya Sajdev against Carissa Yip? We see that this is a King's Indian. We also see the evolution by loving White's possession, but we know that it doesn't mean anything. I mean, this is the King's Indian. Black is usually voluntarily going for these positions and is very happy to get this fighting chance.
Mm-hmm. I think Carissa is just, yeah, I think he is just perfectly happy to get a position with 32. Well, not 32. The knights will now come off the board probably, but still, plenty of pieces left. I think, yeah, as these things go, I'm not the world's even second best King's Indian player, but looks very comfortable for White. There's still no real play on the king side being started by Carissa, and there's pressure already on the queen side. I'm a little bit surprised by this move knight a4, because if we are going to be trading this pair of knights, why are we not playing b6?
But I mean, she wants to trade the knight on c3.
She wants to trade the other knight, but that way she does not get to completely block off the queen side if the trade happens. But it's still a perfectly fine decision. I'm not really criticizing it all that much. I like White's position. You know, as far as King's Indians go, I think this is a good one. But there is so much play left, and I'm expecting this game to become very, very exciting at some point in the future. I think it's just sort of being set up for a very exciting time travel. And on board 4, Tatev Abrahamian is debating a very topical line in the 2 knights. I think she was the better prepared, but they have now more or less equalized the clock situation. And yeah, bishop b5 check, takes, and people used to play bishop b2 here without even a second thought, but now bishop d3 I think is just the main move as far as I can understand, right?
Bishop d3 and then knight d5, and wow, h4.
Yeah. Clearly coaching stuff for the Americans has also probably also did not get too much sleep here. h4, h6, queen h5.
Wow.
People have been working on chess. Yeah,
queen
it's
f6.
quite noticeable that people have been working on chess recently.
Knight e4. I mean, for example, also because it's such an early. The first question was what is knight takes f7, but clearly probably knight f4 will be the answer. No, but knight f4.
Yeah, this will work out for Black.
Yeah, I mean, okay,
knight
so
e4, queen e6.
White goes knight e4.
Yeah.
Knight b6, so Black anyway gets knight f4 in. Yeah, that's the tempo.
Yeah, but we just drop the queen back, Interesting question here is why we're not playing f5, but I'm sure there is some kind of a tactical explanation for it. I mean, we're still playing f5, but we can't really do without the trade on d3. Knight g3, bishop b7, b3, rook b8, and we get a kind of a very, very typical two-knight position where white is a pawn up, but the rest of both white and black pieces appear to be kind of randomly dropped onto the board. Nobody knows how they got there. I think, if you move this knight from a5 to some kind of a normal square, despite black being a pawn down, you just prefer black here, because there's this really strange pawn on h4, which means it's difficult to castle kingside. The knight on g3 is awkward. The queen on d3 is going to get at some point hit by the black pieces. But because there's this knight on a5, which will still take some time to bring back into the game, I guess if white gets to castle queenside, white is just better. And I think this is what rook b8 is all about, right? You probably want to play knight c4.
Exactly. So bishop b2, for example, knight c4, which would give white the chance to eventually also reach an endgame.
Yeah.
But still, the two bishops seem to be...
The two bishops are very strong, yeah. Long castles here. Long castle bishop a3, maybe not long castles.
Yeah.
Maybe not long castles.
This is kind of nice. Yeah, I'm loving positions like this for black. Yeah, just very nice compensation.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting position. Very, I assume, very fun to discuss and analyze. But lots at stake. Okay, whoa. Board one of the Poland-Ukraine match is we are an hour and 20 minutes in, and this is the position.
But this is this line. Oh, the total nightmare of the Wiener. Yeah, this was this was also my prep, this. Okay. This is a lot of fun. Queen g4, queen c7 takes, cd knight e2. Wow. Yeah, and this is the line queen d3, d4. Yeah, very, very principled line. I mean, sacrificing another pawn in order to develop the bishop then later to the long diagonal. Bishop d7, rook g1. There had been so much debate here that how should white try to fight for an advantage? Is there any advantage? Do you get an advantage? Do you have the right to fight for an advantage? Yeah, all those kind of things. And for a long time, it looked like white is fighting for an advantage. Then black find everywhere how to react. And I believe this is the very last kind of hope that white has in this line. Queen d5, bishop e3, because in all times, I believe, how was it? Was it g4? I also had a game against Fabiano in Dortmund 2012, I believe. We debated there one line. Very, very direct, forced line, all the way till the very end. And Fabi did not remember the final point, but the final point was just starting on move 25. And everything is based on that if you play this line. But later, I believe in New in Chess Yearbook or somewhere there was an article about this bishop e3 line. And when I spotted this, maybe it was by Papers. I think it was by the Dutch Grandmaster. In any case, when I saw that there is this line for white, I got really attracted to, because the spirit of it, giving back the pawn.
Yeah, we're returning the entire king side just to develop very quickly and go long castles here.
Exactly. And then black does not get the bishop to c6 comfortably. I mean, black will have to play bishop c6, but now the structure will be damaged, and suddenly black's king on e8 will never really find the safe shelter. Queen d4.
But yeah, both of them are playing. I mean, Maria Musachuk is clearly maybe even still in book. She is on, this is currently move 27, and she's on 120 on her clock. But
hang on, Alina played. I believe that exactly somehow some mysterious moves had to be played from the black side, and this is what the author was claiming, that actually if black is not prepared, there is no way black will ever make those moves. I do see that Alina was not blitzing out. On the other hand,
a5 first line of the machine here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she knows.
She spent 10 minutes, but you get the feeling that she was probably maybe remembering and not really guessing. A5 first line, f5 played, and ef absolutely has to be played. At this point, Alina spent 23 minutes on ef, so I think maybe she was really unsure, but she is still currently making all the best choices. King b1, f5 ef king b1. If I had to play this position with black, I would not be enjoying myself too much, I have to say. King f8, only move that doesn't lose, or at least only move that doesn't lead to a lot of trouble. And now after queen d6 check, for some reason, king g7 is much, much stronger than king g8.
And if you already mentioned this, then can you reveal the secret?
For some reason, king g8, queen e7 is +2. This is +2, and and after king g7, they don't even play queen e7.
Yeah,
I am giving up. Like I have no idea. And apparently, this is also featured in the Geary course. So this is quite. Yeah, even up to the current position, we're still actually following the Anish French course. So yeah.
Yeah, just as expected. I mean, anything that Anish suggests, and the move king g8 is on the board. I mean, it's so much more natural to play king g8, but it's apparently a big mistake. Yeah.
Why would you allow queen f6 check? Like humanly, from a purely human perspective, yeah, you just never allow queen f6 check. Why would you? But now after queen e7. I guess the point is nothing moves. Let me actually check. So if I play king g7 and black plays queen e7, sorry, white plays queen e7 there. Okay, I don't understand any of this. Yeah, I refuse. Okay, it says c6, king g7, queen e7, c5 equals. Everything else loses.
Queen e7, c5.
c5 only move.
Only
draw.
move. But
Only
exactly,
draw.
this is what I was telling you, that when I saw this line that black has to play all kind of this a5, c5, all those mysterious moves that you can never ever understand and never even have any logic behind them. It's a very nice test from white side.
Yeah, and Satiris is actually providing us with the exact text of what it says in the Anish course. Yeah, and he doesn't mention king g8 losing. He says king g7 very correctly. He gives king g7 and says it's a draw, but he doesn't explain why king g8 is losing. So yeah, I mean, if Maria actually knows queen e7 is winning here, she might, you know, it might just be a kind of a win from sort of a rare case of a game pretty much won by homework. In a hugely important match for the future of the gold medals in this Olympiad.
Yeah. Now the big question is really that what is the difference? Yeah. Queen e7 and what is the threat? Why not the move c5 is not possible? I mean, one could have the feeling that king on g7 is much worse because it allows all kinds of things, but in fact, it's the opposite, yeah. Yeah,
and okay, and here after queen e7, c5, what's the big deal? Yeah, I refuse to. Yeah, I'm not participating in this particular.
Yeah, I don't think that we can.
Okay,
we can understand this.
For some reason here after queen e7, c5, white goes king a1, and this is now mate because white is prepared to go e6 finally. I guess having stopped all the checks, you can go e6. Why this isn't the same there? I have not a clue. Rook a6, and we don't have rook d8 check.
Oh,
this is why we're playing c5. Okay, finally, we finally got to a point where I understand what's happening, and we can explain it to the viewers. So the defensive structure here for black is to play c5 and rook a6, and we need to make sure we don't get checked from d8, f8, and so on.
Yeah, that's the big difference. Yeah, so king g7, queen e7, c5, and then after rook a6 we are defending, and white is not able to join the rook into the attack with the tempo. Wow, and queen e7 on the board. This is heartbreaking. I mean, if Poland will be out of contention for first place because of being out prepared, and exactly Alina, I mean, she is very experienced, very well prepared always, and she just got hit with this preparation. Yeah, unbelievable. Okay, well, then let's take a look quickly at the other games.
Yeah,
Is Poland having a chance somewhere? Okay, this is very drawish. Second board is kind of draw. Olivia, of course, after having 9.5 points out of 10, she's the one where we are hoping. On the other hand, I can imagine that the Ukrainian captain definitely delivered a speech. Yeah, that okay, probably against. I mean, Olivia shouldn't be the one we are targeting, right?
Yeah, but like on purely chess terms, I think Anna Osenina has a very nice, solid position here. I don't think we have much to worry about. Like if I'm the captain here, I feel very fine about Osenina.
But look at the clock situation. Are you still happy?
The clock situation is not great. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big question. So okay, Olivia, we have seen her in incredible form. Anything is possible in this
board
game?
4, some kind of a really strange open Spanish going on with Natalia Buxa. Like, why is White has done something weird? It wasn't actually an open Spanish. There was an anti-martial with 9d4, which
this one,
yeah, which has been in existence for a while. But he takes d4 here. People kind of stopped doing this, I think, because yeah, like you after e5. Knight e4, isn't the problem here that you kind of need to know exactly what you're doing after knight takes d4 in this position? No, so I think this like.
Well, I mean, I have all my life opted for d takes e4 and made sure that I know how to make a forced draw here. Yeah, I never really bothered with ed4.
Yeah. So ed4, I think what Marie is doing here is not the most critical, because I think you kind of have to check black with knight takes d4. But now we have, moving on, we don't need to, knight d5, bishop f4, bishop f6, who cares? This is the position. And compared to like your normal open Spanish positions, this looks like black probably is several tempi up. And Natalia is already attacking the white center. Knight of d2 looks kind of slightly.
But on the other hand, white has a pawn on d4, which White usually does not have in the open Spanish.
Yeah.
I mean, only after some trade, but I see what you are meaning, because with bishop b4, black is getting a lot of dynamics.
I like bishop b4, we're fighting against knight c3. We're also pinning the knight for the time being, rook f1, and Natalia, so not rook f1, bishop c2, and Natalia immediately attacks the center with f6. This looks honestly kind of promising for black. I quite like this for black.
Yeah, looking promising. Yeah,
we can even take back with the knight.
Then the whole match situation looks very promising for Ukraine.
Yes, it really does. Yeah, because very solid position on board 2. I think in practical terms, maybe even just winning position on board 1, because if you didn't know you had to play king g7, you run into this preparation. Your opponent continues pretty much blitzing. Defending. You're not lost yet. There are some moves there for Alina which allow her to continue fighting, but she's in trouble. And she's also burning time and playing against somebody who clearly knows, which is never, ever fun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because those mysterious moves, they are blitzed out like queen e7. It means that white knows all the ideas. So everything which we did not manage to understand, she knows. That king a1 followed by e6, and then entering with the rook on the 7th will be the one that destroys the game. Wow. Okay, this is.
Yeah, and briefly, there's only really 3 matches we're interested in, and the third one is between Azerbaijan and Georgia. Mamazada on board 1 is, I guess, a bit better in this kind of a slow Catalan against Nana. Very strange position on the board. I thought white looks lost. I was just kind of shocked and wanted to, it's 8 in the morning. I wanted to check with the computer, but looks completely lost for white, because the black center is still there and white just destroyed the entire structure somehow.
Yeah, it's also shocking. I mean, okay, Nino, very experienced player and super solid. How on earth did he?
It was that English, yeah.
Yeah, and in this line, anything can happen. I mean, it's so easy to run into trouble. Yeah, this line. Yeah, now white can't take on d5 because of queen a5 check, and white loses a piece.
Yeah, she's gone queen a4 and got perhaps slightly surprised by queen b6 and didn't really know where to go. I assume you have to play something else, not this, because this, she gave up on d4, and didn't really win the d5 pawn back. After rook d1, queen b4, the pawn on d5 survived. And yeah, she's just in a tremendous amount of trouble.
Yeah, fighting for survival. Yeah, with white right from the start.
Okay,
terrible position.
Yeah, terrible position. Board 3, kind of a normal-looking English. White is always a little bit better, but if black manages to take on b4 and then get b7, b5 in, it's still going to be a bit annoying, but not the end of the world.
And on board 4,
kind of a solid position, right? Actually,
but according to engine, there is something for white. Yeah, this queen on c4 maybe is a target. Maybe white can get some quick rook c1, queen d2, and
maybe we just go e4, e5, f4, and so
yeah.
on. We just need to control the counterplay with knight b4, but queen b1 seems sufficient.
But I mean, this queen on c4 is very, very strange.
Yeah, it's not on a good square at all. Yeah. So what we have is a very good position on board 2 for Azerbaijan, a good position for Georgia on board 4, and 2 kind of more or less balanced positions. So the match is very unclear so far.
But hang on, I mean, again, the same trick. I mean, come on. Elyanov is the coach of the Georgian team.
But
and
they
already won a game with this GC system. Exactly against bishop f5, knight c6, e6, knight h4. You are not supposed to fall into this twice.
No, but clearly Fatalieva is prepared because she didn't go bishop g4, she went bishop b4, bishop g6, and I mean, this doesn't look so horrible.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be so good. I think that's the whole point, that actually against fourth move g3, bishop f5 is some kind of a mistake already. I mean, okay, unless she has some brilliant preparation, but you are not supposed to play bishop f5.
Okay.
I mean, I know that many of the, Slav players are actually transposing to the Grunfeld. There should be a reason, yeah?
Okay.
I mean, with g6, or they are going bishop g4, I believe those two moves are main.
Okay.
This is...
Yeah, so this concludes the roundup of the 3 most important matches in the women's. Ukraine doing really, really well. Seemingly, I am probably preferring how Azerbaijan is doing so far. 2 hours into the game. I think the advantage they have with black on board 2 is larger than the advantage Maria Arabidze has on board 4, but still everything to play for. And a very unclear match. The one that really decides everything is still the match between India and the USA, because if India win, they just win the Olympiad. They don't have to care about anything else. They're 1 point ahead of the field, so it's all in their hands. If they win today, the Olympiad is just over. There's only a fight for silver to talk about.
Yeah, this is always very good news if you have things in your own hands.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll be returning to this over the course of the show, but
I feel like Abdusatov Giri game is calling.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff there. Yeah, apparently Melkumian is down to 15 minutes against Paco.
Wow.
Yeah, the Abdusatov game. Yeah, this is what we want to be watching. Yeah.
I mean, what is happening here?
Whatever,
I mean, okay, the first feeling is that black is jumping out. There should be a lot of dynamics for black, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happened here? So,
yeah, let's take a look how we got here.
h3, g6. Yeah, we have seen these moves. Yeah, queen e2, b5. That's where we left. Long castle, knight b7. g4 played, bishop b7. Yeah, kind of harmonious setup by Anish. I mean, he got things, bishop g2, b4, and now things escalate. Knight d5, e5, knight takes f6, takes, knight b3, queen c7, g takes h5, knight takes h5. Okay, so the pawn structure of white got destroyed. On the other hand, black still doesn't really find a safe.
Yeah, the king is still in the center, and also the queenside pawns are actually quite vulnerable, as is immediately demonstrated by the move queen g2 attacking both b4 and d6.
Rook c8, targeting the weakness on c2, just so that you will not be too happy. King b1, knight f4 jump, bishop f3 moves away. Of course, the pawn on h3 does not pay any attention. I mean, white does not pay any attention. He has his own ideas. Yeah. So Anish castles very much in the spirit, because of course h4, h5 would be a terrible threat if white gets it, but Anish knows that he will be in time to break the center with d5. So Abdusatov opted for a very sharp queen takes b4, picking up the challenge. and d5 on the board. I mean, how do you navigate here with all the nerves involved?
I have no idea. Yeah, I think you just let your instincts take the wheel. Yeah, and I've so far refrained from mentioning that it's also like we've spoken about it, but I have a feeling there will be more than one game today where, not even entirely jokingly, we will have to explain some decisions by it being 10 o'clock in the morning for them. So far, we haven't really seen anything that really already demands that we make excuses for players saying that they had to wake up too early. But I'm pretty sure that time will come. Also,
maybe one could argue that there with Alina game against Maria Muzichuk, that maybe if the game would not have been at 10 in the morning, then she would have not been caught totally off guard with this line.
Possibly, yeah, but we don't know.
Yeah, of course, it's just a speculation. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I will mention about the one that we're discussing right now is that Queen takes b4, leaves the pawn on c2, unprees with check, and black just completely ignores it. And now Notebek finally pays attention to it after d5. He just played c2, c3. I apologize for the sounds of constructions seemingly straight outside my door. Nothing to be done about that, apparently. I don't know how long that will continue.
Yeah,
d5,
so
d5,
means,
c3.
yeah, that d5, c3 happened, yeah.
Yeah. Very curious. It feels kind of like when you look at these types of Sicilians, it feels a complete irrelevance to mention the material. But white is a pawn up currently, which I only mention because it probably means that black cannot safely simplify.
I have to say that I'm completely stunned by what Abdusatov is doing. I mean, this is a decisive match for Uzbekistan, playing against Anish Giri, one of the most renowned opening experts and one of the strongest players in the world, and he's ready to go for such an unbalanced double-edged line. I mean, it shows a lot of confidence. And I would like to say one thing about the Uzbek team, that what I feel, they really have this winning mentality.
Yes.
I mean, like, they just don't fear anyone. They believe that they can beat anyone and they are willing to go for all the adventures. I mean, I'm admiring their spirit. We don't know exactly how it will work out, but I mean, they have incredible courage, and Abdusatov has already won the World Rapid Championship, and if you see how he's playing, then you understand why, because he has the character for it.
Yes, absolutely, and very exciting position on board one, and actually a lot of other exciting positions in this match, because Jordan in the King's Indian castled queenside. After that weird two-step with bishop d3, bishop g4, bishop b2, the game continued. Yeah, this is very, very Dubov.
But isn't it this now resembling of a Grunfeld for you?
Yeah, it's a kind of a weird, I would say, bishop d2 Grunfeld, probably the closest I can think
of. Definitely not a King's Indian, that's for sure, yeah. Yeah, bishop g4, bishop e2. Now I feel like, now I understand what this is. This is my game against Modozevich from our Abu Dhabi match, and with colors reversed. Against the Reti, I opted for this line, and Modo went for it, and then went exactly with this knight fd7 plan, which would have been knight fd2 for him. And when I was playing from the black side, I was of course very happy, and now seeing that Jordan is ready to play it from the white side, I understand why I was so happy. Okay, knight b6, h4. Wow, I mean, this is Dubov. This is Dubov.
This is where you really feel like you're watching something at least inspired by the Dubster.
e6.
e6,
wow.
knight g5.
Knight g5, takes, knight c6, long castles, h6, knight f3, f5.
Yeah, I kind of like what Nodebek is doing. He's probably still in trouble, but at least he is sort of correctly identifying that he needs to start immediate counterplay and also open up some things on the king side, actually, in order to be able to better defend against potential attacks on the king side. I don't hate this for black. I can see that the engine doesn't like it, but honestly, I don't hate this for black. As a Grunfeld player, I feel like I'm getting some kind of a double-edged position where I probably will be worse, but there will definitely be play.
Yeah, I also had this feeling like it's not clear at all. I mean, I'm not impressed by computer's evolution. Maybe Jordan, of course, will impress us. Who knows? Can actually he somewhere sacrifice on h6? Is that an option? I don't know after c5 or somewhere, but
it feels like we don't have enough attackers. I feel that, yeah, the line I was looking at was something like g4. Actually, if g4, maybe black even takes on f3 and takes on c4. You can at least consider it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to play g4. I mean, let me once, you know, I know that I'm not the greatest of attackers, and whenever I sacrifice something, it's not the right moment to do that.
Okay,
but I'm curious. Yeah, so c5, knight c4, just takes. Out of speculation.
Yeah, let's go. Bishop takes,
queen e6 check.
I guess king g7, right?
Yeah, not to be in some knight g5. Yeah, and my idea was, of course, clearly to include some h5.
And here I'm choosing between queen e8 and queen f6. I guess queen e8 just forces the queen.
And that's it. Yeah, that's why I should never be sacrificing any material. You know, that's why I'm trying not to do so. Yeah, because my temptations are usually not right. Just let me play my finesses. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Okay, I had my fun. Now I can be serious again.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's, once again, I would very much like to discuss this position. It's a very fun position, but we also have two other boards with plenty of excitement. So we have this really strange structure on board 3, where once again we see this, you know, you can make an argument, and we saw this in the women's match yesterday, I think, or maybe the day before yesterday, where I think it didn't work out for white. But here, white took f takes e3, but white made a lot of progress on the queen side. So we definitely ruined our structure a little bit in the center, but because we now have a c7 pawn to play against, this is obviously a very, very different case.
Yeah, looking very nice for white, to be honest.
Yeah. If, on the other hand, if the knight from f8, you know, actually lands on c5, because like your first instinct here is just to ask, why can't I just win the pawn on c7 by taking on g7 and going knight b5? But Benjamin is actually well prepared for that. He will go knight c5, and that position probably is just immediately completely fine for black at least.
Yeah, so let's just, I mean, maybe we should come back to see how it happened. Yeah. h6. Again, we are seeing this. This is something that Gabi did against Mickey, I believe.
Yes, also there, yeah.
Yeah, that he lost this tempo, and then after d6, white got d4, and the white definitely gets the initiative. b5, bishop d3, rook e8, d5, knight e7, knight d2. Yeah, we see that black actually created some weaknesses on the queen side. Knight g6, a4, b4, knight a2, a5, c3, the standard stuff, like in the Sicilian, we see this.
Yeah, like a Sicilian, yeah. And on the one hand, playing b7, b5 forced the white bishop away from c4, which is an achievement. But on the other, you have provided white with this source of play against your queen side. Yeah, and this is how we get the current position. I will mention chat has a lot of fun discussing this. I will have to assume that the Paco mail command game is some kind of a glitch. Because, I mean, it says he has a minute. It says he thought for an hour here.
Yeah, no, that's impossible.
There's no way. I mean, it's just a stuck game. There's no way in a team competition anybody thinks for an hour here. Even in a personal competition, nobody thinks for an hour here. But in a team competition, in an all-important match, you just you choose a move and you make a move here. Who cares which move?
We all understand that it's a very original position, lot to think about, but definitely not 1 hour. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't afford that. Even if you don't quite know what to do, at some point you just close your eyes and you make a choice. Because if you leave yourself a minute, you'll just lose.
I mean, so one thing I feel like, okay, Paco has done extremely well, that turning a Caro-Kann into a French, yeah, because usually the Caro-Kann players, they want to develop their bishop from c8. This is what he achieved. And what else do we have? Okay, yeah, we haven't had the chance to look at this.
Much,
yeah, for example, the game Sargsyan against Shirov stopped for us at queen b3, and Alexei was taking his time. he did opt for the main line, takes bishop g4. The old bishop f5 used to be the classical old line, but white was suddenly putting some little pressure there. And recently, I think the last 10 years, bishop g4 took over. And yeah, this knight c3 bishop f4 is the one how white is fighting for initiative. Takes, knight b6, queen d3. We see knight d5, takes, bishop d2. So white's idea was to make sure that black will not be able to break with e5. That's why he lost the tempo, but he stopped that counterplay. e6, e4, knight c7. And we are getting to these very double-edged positions.
Yeah, it's always curious how to assess that, because black has a very, like, you prefer the black structure, and not even because there's a double pawn on f3, but also, in particular, if this knight if it gets to some better square, I don't know which better squares, but some squares, the pawn on d4, like if you imagine black playing, I don't know, g6, bishop g7, rook d7, rook h, d8, you develop a lot of pressure against the d4 pawn. And white doesn't really have very many pawns.
Hang on, breaking news, g6 on the board, and according to computer,
bishop g5. I mean, bishop g5, right? What happened
here?
Yeah,
well, definitely bishop g5 isn't the move that Alexei missed, but what is it? Queen h5, and then something connected with f4, h4, and then trapping the queen on h5. Is that?
I mean, we can take the rook, no? Or maybe he wants to go.
Yeah, also it's I'm completely shocked.
Yeah, honestly, I was playing g6 just to illustrate the point about the pressure. I thought you can't play it because of bishop g5, but yeah, this is very confusing.
Because I don't see, I mean, rook takes d4 doesn't work, and queen h5 looks like the only move.
Yeah, I don't think this is a computer glitch, though. I'm pretty sure. I mean, Alexei spending a ton of time and playing g6 here is very much. He just decided he didn't like something about bishop e7, maybe some kind of an immediate queen a5 followed by d5 stuff that he was worried about. And
yeah, but to be honest, I even don't want to take this rook on d8.
Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah.
The bishop h6, we are forced to play f4, and then maybe you just take rook d8, and it's...
Yeah, this is his plan, yeah, but after bishop g5 and h5, as you correctly pointed out, you're really not obliged to take it. You can go bishop e2, and...
But then can we... rook d4, and then you will checkmate me on the d file, yeah, combined with the hanging rook on h8.
Probably doesn't work. My question is, how does bishop g7 lose here?
Yeah, bishop g7. Wow.
But honestly, maybe we can play h4. Maybe your plan just works. We just go h4, rook d4, like queen e3 or something. And how do you stop f3, f4 from happening?
Yeah, that's the very big question in long terms. I mean, okay, this queen should not escape in general. Wow, but very uncharacteristic, because okay, one thing is for sure that Alexei has very good sense of danger, but I don't know what did he miscalculate. What did he miss?
Yeah, it's yeah, and yeah, we've seen him on camera playing g6. So I mean, he definitely calculated. He spent 70 minutes on this move and came to the conclusion that this is playable. But yeah, the engine really hates it. So we kind of know that it's probably not great. But Gabi will have to find exactly why. And then we have this game which is seemingly completely stuck on move like 10 or in Paco versus Hrant. Clearly they made many. Maybe we could try to zoom in on board 2 and try to figure out what they have there.
If we have a chance, yeah, that will...
Yeah, because we're watching, like, our video right now is this match. Board 2 will not be very visible, but maybe we can take a guess.
Yeah, but not easy. Okay, hopefully this technical problem will be resolved.
Yeah, on board 3 we have a very quiet position. Anton Giharo here is completely fine, I think. These types of structures generally, you know, sometimes black becomes better, but normally nobody really becomes
better. Yeah, but
better.
I mean, white might have some momentum, yeah, with queen h5. I mean, hitting the knight, you might have to go to g6.
Yeah, but I'm not that unhappy about knight g6, honestly.
Not that unhappy, yeah?
I mean, it goes to f4, goes to d5 later. If I don't get mated right away, it actually, I would like this knight to be on d5, and we're sort of in a strange way actually moving it towards d5 by playing knight d6. So yeah, I'm not really disappointed. And Santos Latasa is maybe a little bit better on board 4, but not really very much. This is the problem with this structure is that very often you end up in a position like this where maybe you have a bit of a push, but black can play, I don't know, I guess we're choosing between rook d1, queen d1, g6, or maybe the immediate g6, because g5 is currently not hanging because the rook is unprotected.
And you want g6, king g7, yeah?
Yeah, I very much want to play g6, king g7, and then I will think about what to do about my knight on f8.
Yeah, well, it's very little, if something, for white, yeah. How did we get here? So actually, after h6, so everything is confusing, because after knight b2, black just played the move knight g6, so nothing really extraordinary happened. a4, queen c7, queen c2, rook a8, rook d1, rook f8, rook e1, knight h7, standard plan, takes, knight c4. And then black opted for trading everything, going knight g5 takes, then knight f8, and against queen c1 because not targeting the pawn on g5. In general, I don't believe that black wants to give up this lovely bishop on e6, but probably because of the weakness on g5.
I'm a bit surprised, honestly. Why aren't we playing f6 here?
With taking or without, yeah?
Without, yeah.
Yeah.
I understand f6 is, in general is maybe something we were trying to avoid, but the bishop on e6 is so nice that I'm a bit surprised that he preferred bishop takes c4 to this, but...
Yeah, he took, maybe he was simply happy that he had the chance to take and play rook d8. Yeah, this idea was too tempting to be played. And wow, Gabi's game is on. Bishop g5, queen h5 happened, and we are expecting now some bishop e2 move.
Yeah, big decision by Gabi here. Maybe we can even start with queen e3. I don't know if there's a big difference. Queen e3 f6. No, not clear.
But look at Gabi's body language. I happen to know Gabi quite well. I feel like he's sitting there with a lot of confidence. I mean, he feels like his opponent has given him a chance. That's how I feel.
So bishop e2 is, Machine says, borderline winning. f4 is also borderline winning. And the rest is white is better, but not as much.
I mean, after f4, the move that confused me was queen f3. What is the solution after that?
Not sure.
Because I was highlighting immediately f4, h4, bishop e2, tapping the queen, but queen f3 was disturbing me.
Maybe we're just much better positionalists. But yeah, like the evaluation really doesn't suggest that it's about the positional advantage. I can play bishop d3 because I don't think you can take. Bishop f6 collects a lot of material, but then maybe the rook.
I mean, okay, I'm blind. I did not even see that you have bishop d3. I thought I made a clever double.
No, and the engine is much more direct. The engine after queen f3 goes bishop takes d8, king takes d8, d5,
and d5. And it's curtains. Yeah.
Bishop d3 is better, but nothing decisive. But this is kind of bad. Yeah. We just break through.
I mean, I'm just so shocked by letting all this happen. To be honest, when we jumped in the position here, I felt like this is much more Gabi's territory than Alex says, because this is a strategical position where you have to have a lot of experience, and I felt like Gabriel probably had from different structures, and the knight on c7 is a kind of strange piece. But this g6 and then going into some force lines which might just lose.
Yeah, but I think this is actually, in a way, a product of Alexei not liking his position.
Exactly.
I think if he thought his position was okay with normal means, he would never really, even think too long about those types of extremely risky ideas. But I think he disliked how it was going and decided to kind of gamble a little bit.
Yeah, well, honestly, I feel like, some development in the Jordan Fan Forest Yakuboev game, we have to get back there. Because black is playing in the spirit.
Yeah, Jordan did play c5, bishop c4, but then he didn't take on h6, when bishop c1 back, queen f6, rook h1, all kind of logical. But that does allow rook takes f3, which is now... But I guess we go g takes f. I want to go GF,
and I'm
if you take on
guessing
D4,
knight d4, rook d4, yeah? Or
yeah,
something.
I'm returning this exchange immediately, yeah. And by the way, Satiris actually reconstructed the Paco game, which is kind of important because our viewers really have no information. So
yeah, exactly. Then first let's.
I will give you the moves. Yeah, just put the position on the board. I'll give you the moves from the chat. So c takes d4. Somewhat surprisingly, Paco didn't play knight e2 here. I was expecting knight e2, but he played knight takes d4, bishop b6, bishop e3, knight c5, castles, bishop d7. Bishop e2.
Bishop e2, yeah.
Castles. We're missing a move somewhere. Okay, so no, not castle, not castle. Sorry, instead of castles, knight a4. Knight a4 takes. Queen d2, rook c8, c3, and here Hrant took on d4. And now it's basically a Caro-Kann, sort of, like not kind of a mix between a French and a Caro. But what Hrant is getting here is he will get to play bishop b5 next move and get the light square bishops off the board, which is a reasonably big deal in these types of structures. And then it will be a kind of a curious situation. If I think we're always taking with the bishop here.
Yeah, we take with the bishop.
I think his plan is to play bishop b5 straight away, and we get to kind of a weird spot where I think long term, maybe I'm even preferring black if nothing happens, which makes me think that perhaps white. But you can't do that with the rook on h8. I actually kind of like this for Hrant. I was going to say that we will have to push for some kind of g4 and f5 plans. But that would work against the king on g8. The king is not on g8 yet, meaning that, let's say, if in this position we take, we play g4, black just immediately hits back with h7, h5, and, who will be giving mate to whom on the king side is very unclear.
Yeah, well, I would like to combine somehow the play against the weakness on b5 and get a tempo somewhere, but you have this queen d7 nice developing and covering the f5 square also, yeah?
So black, ideally black wants like queen d7, h5, knight f5. Then the knight on f5 can never really be challenged. And yeah, from that moment onwards, like you start sort of preferring black, I feel, because although with the queen side as it is, maybe you don't like what you don't have with black here is any kind of a way to challenge the white structure on the queen side. Normally you would push for some kind of a b5 before break, but because you had to double your own pawns, that will not be available. Is there an argument for waiting for a move and playing queen d7 on move 18 instead of bishop b5?
No, actually he played bishop b5.
I played bishop b5 already. Yeah, I thought so. Because if you don't do it straight away, the rook will go away from f1 and white will just refuse to trade, I think. So,
could easily be some rook fc and then bishop d1, bishop c2.
Yeah. You if you want to trade bishops, you need to do it straight away. So it's
and also Paco captured on b5, takes is on the board now.
Yeah. So probably the fact that black has no breaks on the queen side kind of balances things out a little bit. And if white wants to do nothing, I think you can sort of like park, like you double your rooks on the d file to make sure that black can never take on d4 and open the c file, and we just chill. But it's going to be a lot more comfortable for, like in that scenario, it's much more comfortable to chill with the black pieces, I think, than it is with the white.
And hang on, Gabi has played the computer move bishop e2.
Yeah, Gabi is, to think that at some point he was on -1, after like 5 games played, he was on -1. And he will, if he wins today, let me just check for a second.
Well, then he will have 4.5 out of his last 5 games.
Yeah.
On the first board, playing against world-class opposition.
Yeah, on board 1. Yeah. After the first 6 rounds, he was on -1. And then he beat Fabi, Hari, drew with Najirbek Abdusatorov, beat Shah yesterday with the black pieces, and today he is currently potentially beating Alexei Shirov.
But also, please take a look against whom did he play before. I mean, he had very tough lineup. Amin Bassem, Mickey Adams, and so on. There was a reason why he was actually not winning at the beginning, because he also had very strong guys.
Starting from 3rd round, he played Bassem, Ragar, Mickey, and Gukesh. Yeah, so not novice players either.
Yeah, but then suddenly it felt like that was a wake-up call for him. Yeah, like I'm the leader of this Armenian team. I'm board one. I have to be showing the direction for the team. I mean, really incredible story of Gabi.
Yeah, his.
By the way, yeah, because he lost, and despite losing on the first board, Armina turned around that match. Yeah, so maybe he felt like if the team helped him, then now he needs to help the team.
Yeah.
Incredible spirit in any case.
Yeah, they're very, very inspiring. Inspiring story how they're performing this Olympiad. And once again, the big story, of course, has to be, at least part of the big story there is that this is their first Olympiad without Levon on board one for a while, for a very, very long while. And they are in with a very good shot of actually winning the whole thing now that Gabi has this fantastic position against Alexei on board one. They seem to be in a very good situation, because if we look at the match overall, like we just briefly look at all four boards, Machine says +4 in Gabi's position. Machine says the game is pretty much over. So if we accept that this is the result on board one, then we have this position for Hrant on board two, which I think is kind of safe for Black. I mean, the engine still likes it for White for some reason, but I think in practical terms, Black is just not worse here. Then we have this position on board three where Manuel is... It's a kind of a very quiet position in the Petrosyan versus Anton Giharo game. Nothing much going on. And Robert Ovanesyan on board four. He chose a very concrete line. He's giving up the pawn on g5, trading it for the pawn on e4. If White wants, you can play queen h5 here. Pretty much forcing knight f6, I would assume. And queen g5, knight takes e4. But the resulting position should be okay-ish, I think.
I mean, okay, White has small pressure, yeah, because...
Some small pressure for sure, yeah, queen f5. Unfortunately, knight d6
yeah, you can't play knight d6.
Yeah,
because of queen e5.
Yeah, and then after knight f6, knight d5, I think we probably end up. This is definitely you pick White here, but there's not a lot of material left on the board, so you would assume.
Yeah. Also, I mean, if Black would get g6, king g7 in, we would be saying that Black is perfectly fine. Yeah, it's all connected with this slightly strange position of awkward position of Black's king side.
Yeah, Shirov blitzes out bishop b4. Obviously, White is not going to pay any attention to it. You play queen e3, maybe even queen f4, but queen e3 is the more logical move. And now Black has to deal with the idea of h4, f4, and game over. I guess you just
actually now also f4 immediately just wins already the queen.
So I guess you just have to play queen h3, right? But
yeah, but even after queen h3, I mean, okay, this is. I just don't understand this. Yeah. Wow. I mean, shocking blunder or misjudgment or miscalculation.
Actually, queen h3 doesn't save the queen. We can go bishop f1 and then f3, f4. And you can't save the queen. Yeah, I keep on reading the first line here. Obviously, this is not my brain producing any of this, but. Yeah, it's just gone.
Yeah, it just feels that it's lost. I mean, okay, White has everything correctly placed. I mean, even if the Black queen would be on d7, we'll be saying that White is better. Now with queen on h5, queen is getting trapped. Terrible. Okay, so Armenia actually controlling the match at the moment. Let's jump back to this Abdusatulov Anish Giri, because this is so important. And also Sotiris highlighted something very important, that actually it was Abdusatulov who kicked out Anish Giri in the World Cup last year in Sochi. So they also have some personal debate. And after c6, d takes e4, bishop e4, takes, knight takes h3. So Anish felt like he needs to get that pawn back. However, if this really had to be played, I feel like, okay, White is getting the control of the position. Knight c5, it looks lovely for White now. Queen c6,
queen c6 played. But this is a very, very dangerous endgame. If it's an endgame, but I assume we just take on c6 and, like, just for example, like queen c6, rook c6, I play, I don't know, b2, b4 here.
Yeah, that was also my first instinct.
And we just start pushing.
Okay, I have to do some rook f8 business, I guess.
And then bishop f8, some kind of a connection like this. Yeah, but
yeah, something like this. Also connecting eventually.
Yeah, maybe knight g2 I'm missing. Yeah, it's not going to be trivial. It's very possible that Anish saves this, but I would be kind of panicking here with black. I would really dislike my position if I had to play this. Yeah, it's very promising for Nazarbek here. Board 2, somewhat shockingly, Jordan chose to take the queens off. The engine still hates it for black for some reason, though.
Yeah, engines agree with it. Yeah.
Maybe, what are we missing? Is there some kind of a tactic? Can we take on h6 somehow or something?
Well, I guess the reason why we are not being objective that we love black's position because it's so much in the spirit, right? That you destroy the structure. You have center. Probably if black gets one extra move, king f7, black is better. But
yeah, if you imagine black getting like king f7, knight f5 in, the game is borderline over because black will just pick up all of these weaknesses in due time. It will take some time to start picking them up, but you will pick all of it up. But I guess there's something concrete right now. I just don't see what it is, because bishop h6, knight takes f3. I can't figure out how that works for white. We'll see. I mean, there must be a reason why engines prefer this, but yeah, I don't see them yet.
Yeah, what I noticed, of course, that Jordan is a player who is very much capable of finding all these computer directions.
I'm just so shocked. Like the engines just play it actually not very quietly. The one line I sort of understand. You can play rook g1 right now, and if you play king f7, h5 exists because we are just one tempo away from completely stabilizing. Yeah, because rook takes g7 always is a problem with the knight on d4 still unprotected. Okay, that at least explains something, because otherwise, like I was just staring at my screen with the engine saying, white is better with like one of three moves here. Like f3, f4 for some reason is better for white. This I just refuse to process. Like f4, king f7, I would be resigning with white. Like, what are we doing here? It's plus 1.5.
Yeah, shocking. Yeah.
Yeah, I just like give me a different globe. This one doesn't really work for me anymore. Like, what is happening here? Maybe h5, gh. Well, look at this. Maybe it is that. h5, gh, f5. Knight f5, knight g5. This is me. This is actually for a change, me not reading the first line, me trying to produce the first line. But
yeah,
knight e7, rook d7, bishop f6, like, why is this so horrible? I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, it's just too complicated.
Too many things happening everywhere for us to dig too deep.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention, because we didn't come back to the game between Max Valmedam and Vahidov, that actually black refused the no, after c4 white opted for e5.
Yeah, so he did basically sometimes you do this, and the point is kind of twofold, I think. First of all, you kind of try to bluff your opponent. And secondly, you win like 15 minutes because your opponent starts thinking like, what do you mean? And then you just return to kind of normal theory. But also, you will know better than I do. But if you do it the other way around, if you play e5, knight d5, g4, maybe black doesn't always take on d4. But I think they do, right? I think they always go c takes d4 here.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
So what this does really is just you steal 15 minutes from your opponent by choosing this move order.
Yeah, this is very well put. Yeah, trying to figure out what he wants. In fact, he wants nothing.
He wants nothing. He just wants you to think. Yeah. Let me check. Yeah, exactly 15 minutes. C takes d4. Yeah, Vahidov spent 15 minutes on that move, and then e5 and back to blitzing from both sides. yeah, very clever, very nicely done by Max. But his current position is, engines aren't in love with it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, what is this? This is a terrible Grunfeld. I mean, it's a lovely Grunfeld. Yeah, I mean, with white, you are never allowing something like this, queen e4, and the pawn on d5 is vulnerable. I mean, okay, now white is putting some pressure on the e7 pawn, but I mean, my gut feeling would say that definitely black can't be worse, but black might be even fighting.
There is a number. I mean, very specifically, once again, cheating with the onboard engine here. You can play bishop takes c3, and after bishop takes c7, some kind of a continuation exists for black, which is good. But rook e8 looks very, very natural. You might be worried about bishop f4. I think the reason you don't play rook e8 if you don't is because you don't see a good reply to bishop f4. But after bishop f4 here, black can actually play e7, e7, e5. D takes.
Oof, this is so easy to miss.
Yeah, d queen takes. And black is just better because black has the pair of bishops. We solved every single tactical problem. The entire position is open. Maybe white is not dead, but like white is not going to be enjoying this for the rest of the game for sure. It's a kind of a
this is horrible.
Seriously unpleasant.
And rook e8 on the board. There might be on the other hand, I mean, why wouldn't he play? I mean,
he played rook e8. He played rook e8.
Yeah, I mean, we might be seeing bishop f4 if it's so easy to miss this.
Yeah, because if you give black a tempo to play bishop b7, you're just in so much trouble here with white. The pawn on d5 becomes very, very weak and more like.
But hang on, what does it mean? I mean, okay, Vahidov having the better position, Sindarov with the b5 square. I feel like okay, he's putting a lot of pressure on Benjamin. Abdusattorov putting a lot of pressure on Anish. He actually opted for a very nice way of not giving any counterplay, just bishop takes f4, takes, rook d5.
Yeah, what I missed is you can start by bishop takes f4. I was calculating queen 6, rook 6, bishop f4 there, and I'm pretty sure Anish would take on c5 here, not on f4.
Yes.
And Najibek does it in a very clever move order, starting with bishop f4 with the queen still on the board, meaning that queen c5, bishop f5 loses the pawn. And
so basically, what it means that Jordan has to be a computer in order to punish black for his sacrifices.
Jordan needs to find a way to find pressure here because currently the youngsters are in control, just simply in control. They're better on 3 boards out of 4, or so it seems.
And very seriously and practically better because sometimes you feel like okay, it's better because of computers, but it can change. No, humanly, the positions are simply better and they have everything under control. If they win their match, they win the Olympiad because they have the best tiebreak system. I mean, the best tiebreak. So, I mean, lot of pressure, and the Armenian team and the Uzbek team has to keep an eye on each other. On the other hand, if they end up losing their match, they won't even probably get a medal. So much at stake.
And there's definitely some, like, there's not even such an outlandish series of results which makes the US win the Olympiad, which at some point we kind of discounted, but they finally started doing the right things. They've won a bunch of matches in a row, and like if all of the supposed underdogs today win, then like if Germany beats India and Spain beats Armenia and the Dutch beat Uzbekistan and the US win their own match, they just win the Olympiad. But currently it doesn't look very likely because I mean the US is, I think their match is going quite well, but Uzbekistan, for instance, doesn't look like they're losing to the Netherlands at all.
Yeah, they are controlling the situation, and also the Armenians. For example, now Robert got his knight to f6. I feel like he stabilized. I don't really see, unless there is something immediate, but it's very unlikely. Okay, Manuel Petrosyan position. We talked about that. It should be kind of a drawish position.
Yeah, it's a very safe position. And
but we know that Alexei is in a lot of trouble against Sargsyan.
He's gone e5, but even here, white can, for instance, like you can already start winning material, but I think also like h4 continues being winning by force, unfortunately for.
Wow, even h4, it's possible.
I think the biggest problem here is that yeah, h4 continues. Like bishop takes d8 is winning for white, but h4 is like +5 on my screen right now.
Wow.
So yeah, not really going great for Alexei.
And actually, in this game, I might even agree with the clock situation. It might look like, okay, what is this that Alexei only has 12 minutes? It could easily be because he is in terrible panic mode.
And honestly, maybe this is the game where we actually seriously bring up the 10 o'clock start. Because for somebody like Alexei, who has, he's been playing chess for the last, 4 decades, has very, very set routines, I don't think he is particularly a morning person, to be honest. For him to suddenly have to start playing at 10, he doesn't really make miscalculations like the one he made today, very often, and he's been in very good form over the last reasonably long period of time, and he's been playing well in this Olympiad as well. It just looks like he's not himself today at all.
Well, I can tell you my story. Basically, I hardly slept anything, maybe one and a half hours. First of all, because my routine is also like this, that I basically never really go to sleep before 1:30 or 2 a.m. and I can't change it. Yeah. So if you tell me that in the morning you have to wake up even at 7-8 o'clock in the morning, I will get such a stress that I just can't even fall asleep. Yeah. And this is what happened tonight. I think I slept between like 3:30 and 4:30 for a little while. Then I was afraid that I might miss the alarm and whatsoever. So I got up at 5 o'clock out of bed and was eagerly waiting when the games are finally starting. Yeah, that's my story.
That doesn't sound like fun. Yeah.
Yeah, but I believe that if I would be playing, it would have also looked exactly
it
the
would
same.
it would look very similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, for them, there is a difference between 6 and 10, but even 10 is not much fun. And yeah, for somebody like Alexei, yeah, he's just you see him on the screen there, kind of a shocked,
exactly,
hands on head position. I think he knows he's losing, but there's no way back really. So.
And he's like trying to think like, how did this happen? I'm not even awake yet. Yeah, kind of atmosphere. Yeah.
The day hasn't started yet, and I've already lost. Yeah, it's horrible. We haven't spoken about Germany versus India too for a while.
Yeah, let's take a look. Okay, first of all, I see that the game between Vincent Kaymer and Gukesh will end in a draw. It's kind of almost certain. We missed out on some action, but seeing the position, we didn't really miss much. Nihal Sarin versus Matthias Bluebaum. Your kind of position from white side, yeah?
Exactly what we were expecting, and the machine likes it a lot more than I would have expected. It doesn't look that horrible for black, but you obviously, like as I said, as someone who played knight d2, c5, e5, e5 positions against the French for my entire, childhood and adolescence, I'd be absolutely champing at the bit to have this with white. It's a dream. So yeah.
Please go on, because suddenly we have some noise outside. So please continue.
So yeah, this is a very, very nice position. Bishop g2 is going to become a threat now that b2, b3 has been played. We no longer have to worry about knight c4. So bishop g2 is coming. The reason I'm surprised it says such a huge advantage for white is knight c6 exists right now, and I thought maybe it trades a lot of pieces, but maybe the point is white has knight c2, a very kind of a typical move in these types of positions. We drop back the knight to c2 to be prepared to take on e3 with the knight and put more pressure on the d5 pawn. Maybe it just doesn't work out tactically, even though it doesn't seem obvious to me. I can take on e3. If you take with the knight, I can play knight e5 and try to maybe solve those problems just move by move, but maybe it doesn't work out. On board 3, very difficult to assess what's happening in the Svane Prague game, but seems like Prague has stabilized. I saw on my screen that at some point the engines seemed to prefer Svane's position a little bit, but now with the queens coming off and black, you do have the 2 bishops against 2 knights for white, but you have a completely ruined structure everywhere. So if black is still alive by move 23 and the queens are coming off, I assume it's fine for black. And Sadvani versus Nisipiano, Actually, this doesn't look so horrible. Yeah, I was about to say, I saw the evaluation was quite large. On move 19, there was a very cute trick there after queen f3, queen f6. I was going through the matches. Yeah, we can show how they got here maybe, because it's a very sharp game. We left it on move 14 after bishop
Yes,
f4.
exactly. Now I'm also back. Situation stabilized outside.
And Dieter, after some thought, we went with knight d3, d takes a6. Unfortunately for him, he can't really take on f4 because queen a4 check will be kind of killer. So he goes f takes e, bishop b7, rook a7, bishop 6 check, king f7. None of this is much fun, obviously, for black, but you're still sort of surviving. Bishop e4, kind of a clever move trying to destabilize these pieces, but Dieter played c4. Queen f3, queen f6. And the engine was giving white a reasonably large advantage here, but specifically with the move rook a d1, which I think is possible just not to see because it looks like a piece is hanging. But it works out move by move because we go knight takes e4 here, queen f4, rook d3. And this is why we played rook d1 on the previous move, I guess. And rook a d1 continuing to sort of preserve the flexibility, continuing not to commit to any trades just yet. I saw the engine really liked for white, but now that he played bishop d3, rook fe1, and Dieter got time to play king g8, not just securing the king a little bit, but also rook f7 obviously is a huge, big resource that he is aiming for, just trying to finally bring his pieces all together. You still pick white here, but it no longer looks like an absolute tragedy for Dieter. It looks like maybe he will be able to consolidate and.
I do feel like Sadvani's 94 is the critical move.
It's a good move. It's a good move for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So still, Dieter is in some kind of trouble. I mean, I still would say that. I mean, look at this. King on g8 is lovely if the rook would be out from the corner, but. Rook is on h8. Yeah, Dieter goes for
and you have to play. You have to, and he's done this. Yeah, this is the best move. Yeah, you have to kind of close your eyes and take on b2 here to at least have something for your trouble. It's a concept I keep on talking about in these types of positions where the pawn on b2 doesn't maybe seem very relevant right now, but you need to have something in your back pocket to be able to simplify later, to be able to maybe return a pawn somewhere, and because you're a pawn up now, returning the pawn will not absolutely destroy your chances. And also, it also secures the bishop on d3 because b2, b3 will never happen. There's a lot of pluses, but I understand how it might be very difficult to make that move because your king on g8 is now back to being completely unprotected, right? You once again have no defenders for your king anywhere near the king. But knight g5, I think we go h6, right? We just go h6 and now we go either rook f7 or queen f6, something like that, yeah?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, look. Yeah. I mean, thanks to the bishop on d3, it looks like black is alive. The big question is that maybe something might happen to this bishop. Yeah, white would love to sacrifice, but then black gets time. Black gets time.
In fact, the engine actually starts with rook a d1. It doesn't even go knight g5. It says let's go rook d1 now and just play sort of quietly, wait for black to make a move,
and then maybe just sacrifice.
In some positions, maybe we will just sacrifice. Yeah, rook d1, and but it's understood. Like the good thing for black is that you really know what you're aiming for. You want h6, king h7, because with the bishop on d3, in most cases, your king on h7 will be reasonably safe. And like h6, rook f7, king h7, that kind of a plan. h6 also is a very, very logical move because you do want to take away the g5 square from the knight, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, Dieter is on 14 minutes against a very strong, very, tactically capable young player. It's not going to be fun for him, but he already made a number of difficult decisions seemingly correctly. So yeah, maybe he will end up being okay.
We'll see. I mean, we have to also mention that Dieter is famous for being a very good double-edged possession player. Yeah, that he plays very well with the initiative, and usually the players who are very good with the initiative, they are also very good in big mess, and this is a big mess. On the other hand, Sadvani has already proven his tactical skills against none other than Lenier Dominguez. So
yeah. And by the way, on the subject of Lenier Dominguez, we were kind of praising his new opening strategy, but he's in a lot of trouble against Arjun. like really unpleasant position by this point.
And this is kind of C5 is isolated,
Yeah, because eventually White will push B3, B4 and start opening up the queen, the queen side, and it's trouble. It's maybe not as bad as the engines suggest, but it definitely is very much in Arjun's favor. And also, we need to. I keep on seeing mentions of this in chat, and also Steris told us India is supposedly in a lot of trouble against the US in the women's section. So
wow, okay,
take a look at that, because
we have to go there,
yeah, that is a very important. Like, if India actually loses today, the entire section is completely open, and they already have one draw. Vaishali drew that Grunfeld game. Kind of a funny final position. Black is a full pawn up, but there is no way to make any progress because the structure is just so good for White.
I mean, okay, one could argue that this is quite a nice, good result for India because draw with Black, but knowing that there are troubles on other boards.
Yeah, and I think Hampi is doing fine, but Tanya is in a lot of trouble on board 3. Black is, this is what happens. This is what happens if things start going badly for you in King's Indian positions. The knight on C5 is just so much better than the bishop on A2. And nobody really cares about the king on G7 not having very many pawns in front of it. Carissa is playing a very nice King's Indian so far. Tanya is in a ton of trouble. And Kulkarni on board 4 against Tatev is also, something has gone wrong here.
Well, I mean, I was shocked, because we talked about this, that after rook b8, bishop b2, probably the idea is knight c4, but knight c4 was not played.
Knight c4 for some reason wasn't played yet. Instead,
hang on, is knight takes f5? No, but knight f5 doesn't work. No, it's, then I just don't.
No, it doesn't either. It's very strange that she didn't play it. She went after the h4 pawn for some reason. She went rook b4 and then took on h4, spending like 2 full tempi on this.
Yeah, this is shocking.
Yeah, allowing White to castle and play rook e1, and now we're seeing exactly like why there is a problem here for Black, because the knight on a5 is still on a5. We could have taken it off the board by playing knight c4. We didn't do it, and now we're stuck with it for the rest of the game. And as you will see, she castled here, which is very understandable. And now after knight a4, you would like to play a5, e5, e4, but it loses a full piece to queen c3. Unfortunately for you, it just loses a full piece. She's gone rook d8. Queen c3, bishop g5, but I mean, queen takes a5 is strong already, but I'm wondering if rook takes e5 is maybe even stronger. Rook e5, because you cannot play bishop takes d2, you lose material, and then like where does this queen go?
Yeah, I mean, this is horrible.
Yeah,
I mean, also mating stats are there. I mean,
yeah, it just looks like at the very least, after let's say queen f7, I can take on a5 with the queen, and the resulting position is reasonably easily winning for White because we have everything under control. The knight from a4 will go to c5. We just control the entire board here. It's just like, unless a really huge blunder happens later in the game for some reason, White is just very comfortably winning this. So yeah, Tatev has a huge edge. Tanya Sajdev also in trouble on board 3, and already 1 draw in the match. So even if Hampi wins, which is really not a given, the position is very unclear, that might not be enough for India.
Yeah, they even might lose big. Yeah, that's also another thing. If somebody catches them, then they might also lose valuable points on the tiebreak system.
There could be a. I can see, let's say, if the US wins, as looks likely right now, and there are draws in the Ukraine-Poland match and Azerbaijan-Georgia match, we will have a 6-way tie at the top. And good luck to whoever needs to calculate those book losses. I wish you all the best in the world. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we know that computers will do it. Yeah, but.
Yeah. I understand it's not being done by hand anymore, but still, like it feels like a fun evening for the captains in particular, you know, because the captains, they also know that the computer will calculate it for them, but I don't think it's possible to prevent the captain from actually bringing like a notebook and a pencil and desperately trying to figure it out while the round is still going on, you know, and this creates an additional bit of let's call it fun, even though it's not really fun for anybody, but let's call it fun.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, then randomly somebody will be named Olympic champion. Yeah, that's the feeling you are getting. Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah, and we've had Olympiads like this where like the round has finished 3 hours ago and we still don't know who won, which is really maybe the least favorite part of the Olympiad for everybody. It's maybe unavoidable, but really for such an important sporting competition, not knowing who won after the round is over probably indicates that if we want to reach a wider audience, something needs to be done about this, because I don't think there's any other sports where determining who won takes such a long time after the event is actually finished.
Yeah, definitely. But hang on, look at this. Now suddenly after h5, g5, there are some new dynamics in the position for Hampi. I mean,
like h6, knight g4 becomes a topic.
Yeah, so I'm guessing after h6, black wants to go queen f6, right?
Maybe I can take and go back to g7. I was trying to calculate. It's kind of weird because it looks like I'm getting mated, but I don't think I actually am getting mated. Queen g7, knight f6, check, king h8, because I have rook h3, bishop b4, very importantly. And if that bishop lands on g6, I think I'm never getting mated, right?
Yeah, then for sure. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's very scary. It's not my position, which is why I'm so brave. But maybe it's playable. And also, your move queen f6 is also like I don't see any refutation. But I would like, and I'm sure you would agree with me, if we can take this pawn on h6 off the board and not die, we should be looking to do that, because leaving with the pawn on h6 is much less pleasant.
Yeah, that bishop e4 was also a nice kind of defense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the position that I'm really worried for, I mean, okay, board 4 looks, I just don't understand what she's doing, especially because Sotiris confirmed us that the computer said that knight c4 was very strong, and it's so natural, and basically the move rook b8 indicated that black wanted to meet bishop b2 with knight c4. This is basically completely shocking.
Yeah, in particular because like rook b8 looked like that was the idea.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't played. It's very difficult to understand.
And it might cause the Olympiads. I mean, it's
maybe,
really, maybe. Really maybe a move, because I mean, Tanya's position looks so terrible, because I also know Tanya is a very nice strategist, and she knows exactly that this monster knight against this bishop, this is just too much to handle. I mean, any kind of e5, e4s are hanging in the air, opening up the center with this pawn weakness on h4. But not only the pawn weakness, I mean, everything is indicating that.
And also 9 minutes against 40. So yeah, everything is kind of poor there for Tanya. Maria Muzichuk is completely winning against Stalina now, because the game sort of continued like we expected, and now the king on h8 just doesn't survive. But the threat here is quite simply, she went queen f2, king a1, had to go back to g2.
Just to illustrate that, queen takes c2 runs into checkmate after rook g1.
Checkmate, and then queen h4 or something. Yeah.
You can choose as you want, wish. So black has to stay here, but then it's also clear that black even lost the tempo.
And now we're ready to push e6, and this is king h8, and very precisely why it even takes on f5 first, and the threat here is quite simply to play queen f6 check, and then rook d7 after king g8. We don't have a mate with checks, but we do have. It could have maybe also been done. Could have been. I don't know. This is why we take on f5. I was wondering, but I should have worked it out myself. If we play queen f6 here, king g8, rook d7, this allows queen f1, queen c4. So by taking the f5 pawn off the board, we have prevented the one way to give a check to the king on a2.
Yeah.
So now we can very, very safely leave the back rank with the rook here. And there's really no stopping the idea, very, very simple idea of just playing rook d7 after preparing it for one more move. And nothing black
hopeless,
yeah, completely hopeless. Draw on board 2 already. And Anna Oshenina is actually much, much better against Olivia Kolbasa. So things are kind of collapsing for the Polish women in the most important match of the Olympiad.
And this is also very bad news for India, right? Because if Ukraine wins, then they pass them. They won the tiebreak system.
No, I mean, Ukraine is on 16, and also two teams are on 16 in the match between Azerbaijan and Georgia. So yeah, if India loses today, is there a way they don't get any medals? Probably not, but they're definitely not winning the Olympiad if they lose. Yeah. And some kind of a mess here. I have no idea what this is.
Yeah, this remains a mess. Yeah, it was a mess and it remains a mess. We see that even computer doesn't know exactly what's going on.
Yeah. And so what's happening in Georgia versus Azerbaijan? Probably, okay, a bit better for white on board one.
Yeah, better.
Still a pawn up, but the pieces are a little bit tight. Okay, this is an improvement. This no longer looks completely lost for Batsashvili on board.
Yeah, it's just bad, but with drawing chances. Yeah.
Yeah, this definitely is a huge improvement because somehow the b7 pawn disappeared and some central pawns disappeared. I don't know what happened there.
And also the bishop from g2 got traded. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and there was this absolutely dead piece on g2 which got traded for a knight somehow. Really weird happenings. On board 4, yeah, this is a kind of.
This is board 3.
Sorry, board 3. Yeah, the kind of a typical pressure for white in these types of English. The bishops on g7 and f7 are solid, but the position is passive. The pawn on d5 is under some pressure. White has the more active, heavy pieces. So definitely a bit of an advantage for Azerbaijan here, and Maria Rabidze is definitely much better on board 4. This is a kind of a dream scenario where we have gotten a lot of progress in the center. Black hasn't really gotten any progress on the queen side to speak of, and we can start just breaking things apart on the king side, like f4, g4, f5, or h4, h5, or something, and just go after the king very, very directly. We can also go like rook c2, rook e1, and maybe win on the queen side in some cases. Just a very, very pleasant position for Mary here.
Yeah, the light squared bishop is a monster in this structure.
So this one looks like Azerbaijan is better on 1, 2, and 3, but not winning anywhere, just better. And Georgia is significantly better on 4. Probably still advantage Azerbaijan, but not as clear as it may have been.
Yeah, there is a lot of tension in the match still. Yeah.
I think it will be decided during the first time control. At least a lot will be decided during the first time control. So what do we have? Is the Shirov game still going on? It somehow is.
I want to see that what happened.
Winning,
Okay, Alexei survived it just losing the exchange, but it's a technically losing position.
Yeah, Gabi didn't play h4 after h4. I think the game maybe would not have lasted even this long. But yeah, he went with simply bishop d8, d takes e5. Took on d8, gave a check on f3, f4, and yeah, I mean the kind of an exchange sacrifice Alexei attempted, it sort of works if you establish control over the dark squares, but here you will not be establishing control over anything. Yeah, he plays queen c5 check, which is like a very, very sad move to make because I mean you're probably losing this endgame, but
probably white even plays king b1.
Yeah, you can even play king b1. Alternatively, the reason you don't play king b1 maybe is because I can take on c5 and go bishop g4 straight away, and maybe it just wins by force.
Okay. Yeah, this is
just takes bishop g4. I think the only move to make is f5. If you don't play f5, I think he's already played king b1. He's doing the right thing. Don't calculate, just win by hand.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure that the queens are traded on his terms.
Yeah. But you still have to take on e3 because with the queens on, Black will just get mated. You can't continue playing with the queens on, I'm pretty sure, in Alexei's situation.
And I have the feeling that the Paco Vallejo game again got stuck because
it got stuck again. Yeah, it got stuck again for sure. Yeah, because we had this vision like half an hour ago. There is no way Hrant is still thinking here.
Somehow there is just too much tension on this Caro-Kann position. I mean, the technology cannot understand. Is it now Caro-Kann or French or whatever? I refuse to decide. I'm not the jury. Okay, it's very funny.
Yeah, board 4 will be a draw. Pretty sure.
And board 3 will be a draw as well.
And board 3 will be a draw, most likely. Yeah, those positions are very, very level.
But hang on, according to the computer note, look at this. What is going on? Why?
Yeah, we're control. I mean, I don't know. Takes rook d7,
or some rook g4,
maybe rook g4. Yeah, it's weird that it gives white.
Exactly. That's why I was shocked. Okay. In any case, Armenia is in total control. The only problem for them is that even if they win and Uzbekistan wins, then it will be tie on first place, and the tiebreak should favor the Uzbek
should
team.
favor Uzbek. Yeah, okay, so let's take a look at Uzbekistan, because there was a lot going on there.
Yeah, what is going with Anish?
This is less, yeah. Somehow Anish stabilized. And you have to say that, you know, visually, the white's majority on the queen side looks much more attractive than the black majority on the king side. But if some kind of a pawn race begins, the bishop is a much more valuable piece than the knight. So looks like maybe Anish will be in time here to create some play. I like your bishop h4 move here very much. And then we just start pushing. Yeah, f5,
Yeah.
g5, g4, f3. Let's go.
I mean, it's at least very double-edged.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what about second board? Jordan is playing like a human. I think he plays like a human.
So he went b3.
He
A
went
move we
b3.
did not even consider properly. For some reason, the knight went to e5 and not a5. Very tactically aware people, these guys are. Rook d4, knight f3. Now everything is hanging in the white position, but Jordan found this way of playing takes, and knight b5, trying to collect everything with his knight jumps, and now he takes, rook e6, king f7, rook d6, bishop f8. I think Nazarbek is just completely fine now,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Because rook takes d5 or rook d7 check, doesn't matter. I go king e6 here, I go king e6 here, and the pawn on c5 will have to be abandoned.
And this is fantastic news for Uzbekistan. Pardon me, because this felt like the only dangerous board. Yeah, if there is some turnaround in Abdusattorov Giri game, then I wouldn't be calling Abdusattorov favorite anymore. It's just double-edged. But here there are no problems, and on board 3 and 4 they were having a huge. But do they? Okay. I guess the game maybe got stuck here, or is Sindarov really thinking so long? Maybe because this is a strategically very important position. How to treat this? He might be thinking here.
He might be thinking, and Vahidov on board 4 is supposedly just much better. White didn't play bishop f4 after rook e8. He played rook a d1. I thought the bishop might go to b7, but bishop f5 is even more sort of concrete and more kind of straightforward. Queen h4, b4. White had to play knight e4, takes, and black just won a pawn on b2. And after rook e1 here, I mean, the fallback position for me here is just to play bishop f6, which is, I guess, fine, but maybe we can be looking for more, even like you can include bishop c3. I don't know what it does, though, like bishop c3, rook e2, I don't know if we've gained anything.
Yeah, I mean, okay, bishop f6 looks very tempting.
Yeah, but then bishop f4. Then bishop f4.
Yeah.
And...
yeah, still some small initiative. Of course, if black would be in time to get knight to c3, and your move bishop c3 on the board.
I guess maybe what he wants is, if I go rook e2 now, maybe we can play like e6 or e5.
Exactly, because the rook on d1 is hanging. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, this is quite clever. A
very important small little detail.
I didn't realize at first why this was so clever, but yeah, makes
then
a
maybe
ton of sense.
White needs to include bishop f4. No, rook e3 played, but hang on. Nah, really then the same problem with the rook on d1 hanging.
e5 or e6, whichever one looks kind of bad. But I mean, the machine also says it's bad, so we shouldn't really be so surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go e5 here, and then like f6, rook a d8, we just assume total control over everything. So yeah, Uzbekistan continues doing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, their only dangerous board is basically clarified. Yeah, Yakuboev is surviving. Not even surviving, I mean, just comfortably.
I think it's just completely fine. Yeah, like there are no problems anymore.
Yeah, I mean, surviving was meant to the computer evolution before. Yeah, that apparently.
Yeah. I wonder, like, how does White even make a clean draw in this position? Like, I assume it's a draw, but like, you want to make a clean draw here. He's going rook d4. I mean, bishop takes c5.
Yeah, suddenly everything is falling apart. I mean.
Yeah, I think your dream is just to trade the entire king side somehow. Like, you trade f2 and h4 for both g6 and h6, and you never lose that 3 against 2 on the queen side. But so far, I'm a bit like, I don't know exactly how we're achieving that. How are we supposed to achieve that here? Rook e4 check, I guess he wants.
Yeah, and then king f5
and then rook f4, and then rook f4 check maybe, or something. Yeah.
Rook f4.
I think he wants rook f4 check, king e5, rook g4. I think this is his plan, just trying to force that 3 against 2. Probably does end up being a draw, but yeah, if anybody is better here, it's black now.
And now we are getting this race. Yeah, Abdusattorov opted for knight d3, g5, c4. Yeah, c4 had to be played because c5 comes with a tempo, and then white gonna go b4, a4.
Yeah. It's still very scary for black here because you're still some way away from creating threats on the king side.
Yeah, one question is if I play rook c6, how do you react?
Yeah, this is maybe very clever because it maybe wins you a tempo, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm pretty sure we're never playing
c5.
c5.
Yeah, we're never sacrifice.
Yeah, we're never doing this. I think this is just immediately completely fine for black, followed by a 5g4, like it starts running. So we have to play something like, I don't know, king c3 maybe,
yeah,
which gives like a very valuable tempo to do something on the king side.
Yeah, very sharp. I mean, very sharp position. On other boards, they are also doing fine. Unbelievable. I mean, this Uzbek team is unbelievable, but I feel this spirit. Yeah, they are not afraid to win. Yeah, because it's so easy to get very nervous, you know, at the moment of, you know, just one match away or one victory away from winning the Olympics. But they just don't show any sign of nerves. They don't show any sign of weakness.
And of course, you have to say that, you know, the amount of relief, the way yesterday concluded, and the amount of like new confidence that this would have given them is very, very difficult to overstate. Because, I mean, whatever happens, they've played a fantastic Olympiad. But if they lose yesterday, the situation is very different. They are, you know, they're on 16 points, a point behind two teams. Even if they win, they're not really masters of their own destiny. You know, if the team on 17 wins, this is all in vain. They're still not winning the Olympiad. And then they somehow miraculously save that match against India. And once again, they can breathe, you know, freely, thinking that, you know, one final push, and we actually win this. And it's such a fantastic feeling for this group of kids. And
yeah, absolutely. Actually, I was thinking about them because yesterday it felt like, okay, yeah, this Gukesh tragedy, and it was an incredible save by Abdusattorov. And one could argue that, okay, so Uzbekistan got very lucky. No, yes, they got very lucky in that game. But
you make your own luck. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, you make your own luck. And if we think back, yeah, that Vahidov was completely winning against Sam Shankland. Yeah, he was just one move away from sealing match victory against the US team. Then it already equals it out. Yeah, it's just unbelievable what they are performing.
Yes.
And by the way, Anish played the move King F6.
I really like this, by the way, because the idea is c5, rook e6, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, c5, rook e6, yeah.
And the king gets to d5. And if the king gets to d5, your pawns will not really run very far. I think this is a very clever move by Anish, which probably solves most of his problems.
I mean, unless white has a very clever move here.
Yeah. I couldn't, like, I saw king f6 and I've been thinking about this for a bit and I couldn't find anything, but maybe Noribek finds something.
Yeah, b4 on the board, because he wants to make sure that rook e6 will be probably just traded and b5, or
I think I still do this, honestly. Let's continue for a second. Like rook e6, we take. I think he probably wants to play f3 there. Like he wants to take and play f3.
You take with the king or with the pawn?
Yeah, with the king, yeah.
With the king, yeah, because otherwise the pawn wins, yeah.
You go f3, I go like king d6, and what I'm trying to claim here is that I will just play f5 and I will play g4, even if it costs me the f4 pawn.
Exactly, yeah, this is what
if I get my pawn to g3, I will have enough destruction on the king side to make sure that you have to dedicate so many resources to not allowing that pawn to queen that I will have enough counterplay on the other side of the board. Yeah, I think Anish holds this now.
Yeah, probably holds, yeah. But yeah, okay, board 2 might see actually a draw.
This will just be a draw now, yeah. Rook f4 and then back. Yeah, this will just be a draw now.
Yeah, and I think also Yakubov is very happy because, okay, it looked like humanly speaking, he always had counterplay, but you can never be sure about this forced exchange sacrifice. Yeah, it's too much I mean, it's too speculative to objectively evaluate it. But I mean, board 4 is doing great. Actually, black even opted for f6.
Yeah, that's very clever. Yeah, he is trying to invite bishop f4, and then he will play e5 and win one more tempo. Yeah, he's doing this very cleverly. And if the bishop goes somewhere else, like if he play bishop h4. Maybe he wants to even play e6 and some, or rook d8. Rook d8, I think, is what he wants, right?
Yeah. Also, black doesn't have a threat. Yeah, this is a problem.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, Vahidov, I mean, I'm also truly impressed by his performance, because one could have argued that after what happened to him against Sam Shankland, then maybe he gets a bit shaky. None of it. I mean, he's just winning game after game. Unbelievable.
Yeah. It's really kind of inspiring to watch these guys play. Fantastic performance by them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we are seeing some repetition in the game between Jordan and Nodirbek. Wow, I even don't know where to go. So Uzbekistan seems to be winning. What about Armenia? Any new development in the Gabi game? Yeah, it's
not really, no.
I mean that it might just end pretty soon. Alexei is trying to set up this bishop g4 f5 idea. Yeah, ef knight f6, and you don't
even
have
it's
to
like
resign.
bishop f3, and you resign anyway because you can't take on e3.
Yeah, you can also go then bishop c8 as well.
Yeah,
no, it just completely lost.
It's just gone. Yeah, it's just gone. You can go rook d3 now. You can go bishop g4. I mean, it's really a matter of taste by this point. Yeah, so yeah, Gabi is winning. The Paco game is stuck, and 3 and 4 will be draws. Anyway, Manuel is doing the right thing. I think Manuel will just kind of snap take on c6 and play queen d8 check here, because he knows how the match is going, and he is just taking the board off. He's saying, okay, like we're winning. We don't need to have more boards in play. Let's just do
I mean, basically, of course, whoever loses out on tiebreak, if both teams finish on 19, Uzbekistan and Armenia, it will be very unpleasant for the team who doesn't. But on the other hand, they have to be incredibly proud of themselves, of what an incredible Olympiad they have been playing. Just truly magic.
Absolutely. Actually, if Gabi does go bishop g4, I think the only chance for Alexei here is to take on e3, allow rook d7, check, go king f8, and hope that this is somehow.
But then e6, yeah.
Yeah, but e6 just wins, right? It's specifically e6. Otherwise, maybe it wouldn't have been so horrible. But it's e6, you go f5, and white just goes, I don't know, rook f7 check, and then bishop d1, bishop b3, right? That is just
exactly, yeah.
Yeah. There's a very cute line here, by the way, knight d6, bishop b3, right?
Oh my God, yeah. This is...
It's unnecessary, but it's very cute.
Yeah.
He goes f5, yeah, but after f5, you just lose a technical game, ef, bishop f3.
Yes, so, but okay, I mean, we don't know exactly, because on board 2, anything can happen in this Vaihó-Melkomyan game. So it's not yet guaranteed that Armenia really wins this match. But Uzbekistan seems to be in total control. I mean, Uzbekistan not winning, it's some really big shock has to happen.
Yeah. Okay, what's happening in the US match?
US match, okay, we did game, yeah, so Wesley is putting pressure.
It's interesting that, you know, Wesley went for this kind of a really, really quiet approach, because they appear to be in some trouble on board 3. So I guess I mean, the pawn before is very weak, right? Maybe
Yeah, I think he's just playing chess. He doesn't want to be, you know, affected by any of the happenings.
Yeah, and actually, I want to bring something up, which, like, it will look like I'm maybe bashing Vidit a little bit, and I'm not. I think he improved tremendously since then. But they played in a World Cup, I think in Tbilisi in 2017, if I remember correctly. And that game was one of the kind of the starkest examples of a very, very strong player betraying, let's call it naivete, you know. I think that's how I would describe it. Basically, Vidit at some point, it was a 4 against 4 on the king side, or maybe 3 against 3 on the king side, and a pawn against a pawn on the queen side. And he could have activated his rook and made the draw immediately. And instead, he allowed Wesley to put his rook on a6 and push in a very symmetrical position, but white has an active rook and black has a passive rook. And he ended up slowly but surely losing that 4 against 4 endgame, which at some point, a move that I think most players who understand how dangerous passive rook endgames could be, they just make that move in 3 seconds. And I think, honestly, for Vidit himself, that game was enough of a kind of a wake-up call that since then his technical play and his understanding, like, of basic endgames has improved leaps and bounds. But it probably has left a scar. You know, Wesley is not probably a very pleasant opponent for him because
exactly
you remember those types of games.
Yeah, that game I remember because it was a Ragozin actually, one of my lines, and it was kind of, I mean, Vidit showed very nice preparation, neutralized Wesley completely, and then went on to lose an unlosable position.
Pretty much an unlosable position. And by the way, speaking about look at this. It's just completely winning for White.
This is completely
completely winning for White now. And actually, if he wins today, which looks like he will do, Arjun also crosses the 2700 barrier. This is like an absolute dream of these types of structures where you get your pawn to a5 and then eventually you play b4 and black doesn't establish any kind of a blockade on the c5 square, and then your majority on the queen side is just completely and utterly winning.
Yeah, you know the reason why I did not even react to that message that he will get 2700, because I just can't understand why he isn't 2700.
Exactly. Yeah. Like it feels like he should be 2700 already, but apparently not yet. Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, but unbelievable. I mean, outplaying Lenny like this in a very important, crucial game. Incredible.
10 o'clock start.
Yeah.
Because honestly, like Linier actually showed a fresh idea in the opening, and then just seemed to have made a bunch of very poor decisions in a row. And like by move 15, he was still blitzing, and by move 22, he was basically lost in some kind of an endgame, which is for a player of Linier's classical education, and he's a fantastic positional player, really, really strong. To have done this to his position so quickly.
But I mean, despite Arjun basically almost guaranteed a victory, US still has chances of winning the match.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sam is better. Maybe even much better. The question is how you make progress, right? It's a fantastic, very, very pleasant free roll here for White. Black does not have counterplay and will not have counterplay here. Sunil Dutt has his hands completely full just protecting the c6 pawn, but how do you win?
Yeah, not so easy. Yeah, I was first thinking that knight e3, knight f5, that maybe I can just force the trade and then I get the c6 pawn. I'm not sure if you are able to.
I mean, it probably provokes g6, which creates a second target. So I guess you do that and you ask your opponent, do you want to play g6 or not? And if you provoke g6, I think you're quite happy.
Yeah.
And then some kind of rook c1, rook h1 will become an attempt, at least. Maybe it will become useful later in the game. I don't know.
Yeah. In any case, two technical positions. Those are the really nerve-wracking situations. Yeah, that, for example, India might get the lead. On the other hand, you know exactly that both positions you can end up losing, from the remaining games, and you will never know till the end how it will work out.
And this one really feels like we can already be winning by 4. Like I'm just trying to calculate. If I just play d6 check here, king d8, I assume king b8 looks also very, and just c6 here.
Yeah.
B takes, we take with a check, king e8, knight b6. I think we just win, right? Because I will have bishop a4, bishop b7, bishop a4. I think the game just ends. There's no way you can hold a position like this.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. The only problem for White, I think, is that the position is so picturesque that you don't want to spoil maybe just to move like bishop e4. Can I get the bishop to f3 and then I'm gonna push d6, c6? I mean, yeah, you can win in a way as you want.
Yeah, there are so many things that have to be absolutely winning here that he has 16 minutes, but it's move 37, so he doesn't actually have to hurry. Sam goes for an interesting thing here. He chooses this moment to offer a rook trade with rook d3. I don't hate it. The rook on d4 was a good piece. It's the only really good piece Black has. Just trading it away makes a ton of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and then he's also maybe trying to get king to e3 and push f4. I mean, just to illustrate, if Black trades, then White goes king e3 and then pushes f4, or maybe even pushes f4 immediately, forces a trade of the e pawn for the, not for the f pawn, because actually we are recapturing g takes f4, and suddenly we will be having the total control in the center. So yeah, Sam is Sam is on the right track. Definitely on the right track here. I like what he's doing. So all right.
So
back to what? Back to the Germany
let's take
versus...
let's take a look at the German match. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, first of all, I mean, I feel like Vincent is at least, you know, trying to do something. Yeah, he doesn't want to let the game finish on the spot. On the other hand, still it shouldn't be enough.
Yeah,
but some psychological things. Yeah.
I mean, he's doing the right thing for sure. I mean, he still runs absolutely zero risk because his rook is the active one, and the d pawn is the only real passer on our screen. But yeah,
but it should be a draw. Yeah. What about Matthias? I mean, Matthias is defending a horrible position.
Yeah, the d5 pawn is actually gone now if white wants, right? We can win it in a number like knight c7 right away, for instance. Yeah, it's a bit weird because the black pieces will come out of the corner a little bit. Maybe there is something stronger, but we can go knight c7, rook e1, queen e1, and take on d5 next move. I guess black goes rook d8, bishop e6, which is why I am not as happy about the whole thing as I could have been.
But hang on, also somewhere you might have some b5 move, yeah?
Yeah. But even there, like if we continue for a second, knight d5.
Yeah, knight c7 on the board, pardon me.
Okay, we'll see it. Yeah, so let's continue here for a second. So rook e1, queen e1, rook d8. I can play, actually I think knight d5 is quite strong because I was worried about bishop e6. But I think I could go knight f4, bishop takes a2, and b5.
And hang on, bishop g4 does nothing, yeah? Then you just
rook
protect.
d3, yeah, rook d3. I thought it was
you just protect, yeah, this is on the board, and now Matthias has to decide where to put the rook, rook c8 or rook d8.
Rook c8 doesn't really, doesn't look like it's a move really. Like what is it doing on c8?
Yeah, no, just because, okay, this b4, b5 is also still there to calculate, yeah? That
I understand, yeah.
If you are worried, but of course, yeah, rook d8 is probably the better move. And then you just want to take on d5, and bishop e6, you wanted knight.
I want to go knight f4 here, and if you take on a2, I think b5 is incredibly strong, followed by c3, c4, and that bishop might never return.
I mean, it reminds me of yesterday's game,
yes,
yeah?
Very much reminds all of us of that game by Prague.
I mean, just to illustrate, knight a5, c4, and finally win the piece with queen.
And also knight d6 is a threat, like everything is a threat. This looks lost.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Nihal is pushing.
Yeah, what about Prague? I mean, Prague seems to be also in control. I mean,
completely fine. He's a pawn down, but that extra pawn doesn't really feel like a pawn, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would, like with white, I would kind of try to make sure I don't lose here. Like I would, if I can find an immediate way to make a draw, I'm taking that draw straight away, no doubt, no hesitation, like right now.
Exactly. I mean, okay, white just can't win this position.
Yeah, give me that draw now before something bad happens, before black finds a way to attack some of my pawns. I don't know.
And then the big question is this massive game between Sadvani and Nisipiano. The reason why maybe German even should be happy about this, that who cares about the objective evaluation? It's a mess. It's anybody's game.
Yes.
And if they are losing on board too, then they need to get some chances.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very exciting time trouble. This is move 26. Dieter has 4 minutes and Raunak has 13. And yeah, the position, Dieter has been doing really, really well comparative to, you know, how his opening has been going. He's been making a lot of sense, and yeah, he's playing solid moves. The engine actually says he's completely fine now. He's gone bishop e7. Understandably, you know, perhaps wanting this bishop on f6 where it covers more important squares.
Actually, what happened here? Yes, white played the logical knight g5.
And then, as expected, yeah, you go h6, you go rook f7, you know, create this.
Yeah, these were my moves. Also, I think I made exactly the same moves.
Yes.
And then Dieter comes up with bishop b4. It's a very nice kind of.
Yeah, provokes rook e3 and then goes back to e7. Yeah.
Back rank issues for white. Yeah, for any sacrifices on d3, and also, yeah, white is losing a little bit his harmony.
Yes.
He's down to 5 minutes, by the way, so he's already in time trouble. But Raunak also has only 12 minutes.
Yeah, I mean there is increments, so it's actually like it's plus 7 minutes for the remaining 14 moves, right? So it's kind of 9 spaced out. It's not 5 minutes. It's not what I'm talking about. It's 5 plus 7 is not 9. It's 12. Yeah, it's a difficult for me. In the meantime, yeah, the Indian women are completely lost against the States. Yes, Tanya, unfortunately for all of her many fans, is just completely lost against Carissa Yip. She's now getting mated on the king side.
Yeah, after playing a wonderful Olympiad,
yeah, it's just so heartbreaking. You play so well for 2 weeks, and then, I mean, we will still remember she had a wonderful Olympiad, but for her, I think the taste of the Olympiad will be that horrible last game, and this is just kind of so unfair that what you tend to remember is that one final game when really she's been doing fantastically for her team. But yeah, looks completely lost, and also looks completely lost on board 4. Like,
yes.
You really need to screw up badly here with White not to win this.
I mean, everything is protected. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, there are even no hopes. Yeah, it's not just lost, but without hope, it's lost.
Yeah, I mean, the only hope is somehow to generate a passer on the h file. Like, White goes g3 here, and Black somehow immediately goes, I don't know, queen d6 check, h5, g5, h4. Even that is completely lost. But that really is the only source of counterplay I can even name. And you are four moves away from it. And you probably will not really get that amount of time to make those moves. Yeah, just very, very bad position for Kulkarni.
Yeah, and what about Hampi? Does she have a chance?
It's still a mess, but...
I mean, she opted for this h6, but after queen h6, she simply just took on d3.
Yeah, she realized knight g4 is not made, and she took away the d3 pawn, queen back to g7, and queen c1. Black is 2 pawns up, but obviously the position is very, very loose. A lot of things could still hang, so the engine doesn't even give Black any advantage.
And also kind of very easy for Black to play, because she knows that she even doesn't need to win the game. Yeah, the pressure is on Hampi. The match is winning.
No, she maybe doesn't even need to draw the game, which is even better. But obviously nobody wants to lose, so of course she will still play.
And who knows, the tiebreak for the tiebreak, it might be very important. Yeah.
Yeah, the tiebreak might actually matter. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and we already heard that Maria Muzichuk has checkmated Alina.
Yeah,
Kashlinskaya, hugely important win for Ukraine.
Absolutely, yeah.
The second board was a draw, Anna Muzichuk against Monika Sochko. What about the third board? I mean, Anna Yushenina...
It was much more winning for White earlier. This is now, I think, a position that you can very easily fail to win.
Yeah, there are definitely chances to hold.
Yeah, I think at some point I saw an evaluation on my screen which was screaming White is kind of winning. I don't think this is winning anymore. I mean, you can still lose this with Black very, very easily. I would trust myself to lose this with Black if I needed to, but it's an improvement for Olivia.
But basically also Georgian, I mean, pardon me, I mean, the Ukraine team does not even need to win this game. Yeah, since Maria already won, this game is in total control, some chances to win, and board 4 also looks perfectly fine. I mean, if board 4 is drawn, then the match is already kind of guaranteed a victory for Ukraine.
Yeah,
and I think Sotiris indicated something that if India loses and Ukraine wins, then almost certain that Ukraine will win the Olympiad. I mean, that would be incredible. There was a moment when we speculated that Ukraine was the only team who went on undefeated, right? You asked me this question and I fear to answer.
Yeah. And apparently, shockingly, there was a moment just now where Tanya was about to get out of trouble, but she didn't see it. That's really, really surprising. I thought she was just completely lost. But after queen c8 check, king g7, and instead of king g7, rook g8 is completely winning somehow.
Yeah, I was expecting rook g8, to be honest.
Yeah, but she played king g7, and after king g7, shockingly, you can play queen c7 check, and if you play king h6, queen f7, and the position becomes far less clear, because White has some perpetual threats, and also the f4 pawn is suddenly hanging. So I guess after queen f6, we can maybe even play rook takes f4. But she didn't see it. She played rook c2 very quickly, and now she's back to being completely lost.
Yeah, this is the big question is, how did we get here? So the queen was on c7. Actually, queen takes h4, and then she played queen c8 check. So after king g7, queen c7 check, Black had the chance to go back.
I don't know why you can't go back. Yeah, I'm wondering why we can't just go back to the same position with king h8. This is my big question. Why can't I just repeat?
Yes, sometimes computers have this bug.
Ah,
yeah,
queen
that-
d8 check now, and we no longer have rook g8 because queen takes d6.
A queen b. Okay, but the queen was on c7.
No, it was checking from f5. Oh no, it was on c7.
No,
yeah.
it was on c7. Yeah, she could.
She had this
queen b8
twice.
check.
Yeah, she had this twice. She could play queen b8 here. She didn't, and then Carissa gave her a chance to return, and she didn't return again. Yeah.
Yeah, but also Tanya is down to her seconds.
Yeah, no, it's difficult, and honestly, it just looks so lost that even when I saw chat saying that she had the chance, I thought that just cannot be true. Like
Yeah, practically speaking, not. But what she's doing is very understandable. Yeah, that she wants to activate this dead bishop. Black is unable to take on d3 because of rook c7 winning the queen. Okay, even this is a big question mark because who knows if this pawn on e2.
Yeah, my machine just goes rook f6, rook f8, and says we will win quietly.
Just like this, yeah.
Yeah, Black is a pawn up. That extra pawn is on e3.
Yeah.
You just don't need to be flashy anymore. I really dislike what Tatev is doing because Tatev actually somehow speeded up that process of creating counterplay for her opponent. She's still completely winning, but yeah, I don't know why we allowed queen g5 and h5. Now we have to calculate. But obviously, still absolutely.
But she probably wants bishop a3.
Bishop a3. Bishop a3 is clever. Yeah, if she finds bishop a3, I guess the game actually ends.
I think that's her idea.
Yeah. If that's what she wants, then I very much endorse all the previous play. Okay, so Ukraine is in charge, and what's happening?
Hang on, we didn't look at the Georgian team against Azerbaijan.
Okay, the d pawn will cost white a rook.
but first, I suddenly started with the wrong game. Yeah, we have to jump to board one. Nothing really changed. Mamadzada is putting the pressure on Nana Zagnidze.
Still not fun for Nana, but maybe not, because both b2 and e4 are hanging, and I thought just takes, check, and rook d7 was winning, but Black has rook takes e4 there. Very, very importantly. Otherwise, this would probably just win the game. But yeah, this looks like it holds just in time for Black with rook takes e4. So I guess she saves this. Board 2, Nino Batsiashvili is probably just kind of fine because she will just take on e4. Hang on, rook c1 is more than a... No, you go knight c4 here, right?
You c4, yeah.
You stop rook c1, you allow d1. We take, we play king...
G2
I think G2 is fine, yeah. I don't think we get mated. We just play
because
king.
we always have knight e3, knight takes g4. Yeah.
Or rook e4, rook g4, and then king h3, yeah. Yeah, I don't think white is even really risking very much here. The structure is too broken up for Black to do much. Yeah, this will be
exactly. This will be fine. Board 3 actually ended in a draw. This is good news for...
yeah, they found a repetition here. So this is a draw. This is good news for
Georgia.
For Georgia. But yeah, and Mary is, kind of winning. I mean, not yet, but generally speaking, these types of positions don't hold. It takes a while to win them, but...
with the total control of the c-file and also the advantage of the two wonderful bishops versus the horrible knights, the knights have nowhere to go. Basically, really feels like just a matter of time when white will cash in here.
And we're being told some breaking news about board 3. Was it? No, not in this match, in some other match. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to keep track of chat, but I'm not sure what they're referring to there. Yeah, it's a kind of a strange position where you still need to find a breakthrough that position for Mary Arabidze on board 4, but we don't need to return there necessarily.
Yeah. I mean, I just saw that Carissa Yip is on the right track. Yeah, she just moved back the rook to f6 and f7, making sure her king is safe, and the position is just falling apart now. Even Black is simply starting to take on e4 and.
Yeah, it's just winning. It's back to being completely winning for Carissa, and Tatev. If she doesn't go bishop a3, this could become a bit tricky. But if she plays bishop a3 here, I think it's just very difficult to imagine how this is even like how do you even complicate the task for white?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we have to get back to
back to the men's back to the men's tournament, the open tournament,
the open section,
the open section.
Okay, Vincent's game is still the same. Nihal Sarin seems to be on the... Okay, who knows? Is Matthias fighting back? Not really, yeah?
I mean, he will have to defend some kind of a... I think from a practical standpoint, you just take on d5. I think you can't tolerate this knight on d5. It's a very hateful thing to do, but I mean...
But actually, honestly, probably first we have to jump to the teams there who are fighting for gold.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Abdusattorov against Anish Giri. What is the latest development here?
This will be a draw. You just take on e1 here, take on g3, and then run with the king towards the queen side. It's, I think, a comfortable draw for Anish by this point.
Yeah.
Also already drawn on board 2.
Yeah, that was kind of expected. And the board 3 and 4 is the situation where the Uzbek team is really pushing.
Yeah,
what happened here? Is Benjamin fighting back?
This is an improvement for Benji, right? This looks like Black probably saves this position by this point.
Yeah, Black probably saves, but the last board looks like it's hopelessly lost.
But Vahidov is like 4 pawns up here or something. 3, not 4, but many.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing he has to make sure that he trades 1 pair of rooks so that his king will never ever get into trouble. And that's what he's doing. Rook a8 played.
Yeah.
It was even Black to move. Oh, then okay, then there is absolutely nothing to talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in control here. Yeah,
total control. Yeah.
The e6 pawn will fall, but Black is still 2 up after that. And
hang on. That's why Anish has captured the pawn immediately without trading.
Yeah, he's trying to create some kind of a disbalance, but
actually, he will be forced.
It's just a draw. Yeah, King d1. Yeah, and Abdusattorov, I think, you know, after yesterday, like we discussed this a little bit, but Abdusattorov knows what to do. Like King c3 f2 is just so completely unnecessary. Even if it still is fine for White, I think considering the match situation, it's just so completely unnecessary.
Yeah, you just force a draw and that's it.
Yeah.
And by the way, then it almost looks like the player Sindarov with the exchange up should just secure a draw. I mean, he doesn't need to play for a win.
Pretty much. If he considering how the match is standing, if you can find an immediate way to make a draw, maybe you take it. Even though he's not really risking too much here, we can. But yeah, really, it's the last round of the Olympiad. Whatever you think about your position, if a draw in your position secures you the gold medals, which it probably does the way we think things are looking, you just do it.
But the big question is actually, how do you force a draw?
Yeah,
that's a big question also. Yeah, maybe it's easier to play for something than for a draw in this position. Psychologically tricky, at least psychologically tricky. So we know that Uzbekistan is on the way of winning the match.
And by the we need to look at Paco, because Paco's game unfroze and we have moves.
Yeah, and he is in total charge.
Apparently, Hrant is
he can just take on e6.
No, but like, what is queen? There's no way you play queen.
No, definitely. Yeah, this is wrong.
What is like? How do you not play rook e8 here? What happened? Like, no, I don't.
No, this is not true. Yeah.
If he actually played queen d7 here, it's some kind of a brain fade. I don't know.
No, hang on. Yeah, so they are already debating this structure for quite some time. Paco himself played g5, rook f8, rook e1, rook e8, h4, queen c6, king g6, queen d7.
Can we maybe zoom in somehow as much?
Just shuffling. Maybe now we will get the correct position. I'm assuming something just happened here. Yeah, because now the rook is on c5 and queen c1. Yeah, this is the position.
Okay. White is still better, but at least the e6 pawn is still on the board. Like blundering the e6 pawn there seemed like a strange thing to do.
Yeah, pressure on the f4 pawn and pressure on the b5 pawn. Yeah, rook 5 f7, making sure that rook c7 is not coming.
Yeah. In the meantime, I mean, we'll just briefly mention that nothing changed on board 1. Gabriel is still completely winning. He will take his time. He is in no hurry, but like this is about as winning as these types of positions go. You can go e4, e5, for instance, if you wanted to. Like king f3. Yeah, he goes e4. It's very understandable. Just push it to e5. Bishop b2, rook b1, also completely lost, of course. Yeah. Yeah, Alexei continuing to play. He is also sort of doing the right thing, but yeah, no real debate as to.
Yeah, it's hopeless. But here the problem of Armenia is that actually there is a danger of losing on board 2. contrary to the Uzbek team, which is in total control.
Yes.
And Armenia has this heartbreaking situation that playing against the strongest teams in the Olympiad, 7 consecutive runs, but if they are tying for any places, then they might actually lose on tie breaks. And imagine if Armenia finally not winning a medal. That I would just go insane because I would feel like it's total injustice. Not winning the Olympics is one thing, but if finally the results going like they are not even winning a medal, it will be. Is
it possible for them not to win a medal with a draw?
Well, then they will have. If teams with 16 points, for example, India 2 and India 1 wins with their good tie breaks, they are already overpassing them.
Yeah, but that really would be absolutely heartbreaking for Armenia.
But on the other hand, everybody who is up there deserves. It's just completely crazy. The whole situation is so absurd.
Yeah. After everything we said about the Svane Prague game, Rasmus is somehow a pawn up. It will still be a draw, but what the hell happened there?
Yeah, interesting. That how did the knight go traded for the bishop?
He took on d4. What?
He took on d4. Why?
Chess is a very confusing game. What the hell is happening? Why would you ever touch that bishop? What?
Yeah, why can't you just shuffle around with
the a5? If you want to make a draw, you can make it at any point. Maybe you can't really push for a win, but why would what? Are you playing for a win with this?
Rook d4, king e6, and then rook b4.
This is so confusing to me. This is so confusing. I just don't understand this at all. This gives you...
I don't know.
This gives you 0 winning chances. It's not like you're playing for a win here. And if it gives you 0 winning chances, why are you not just playing rook a5 in that position that we saw? I don't understand.
Yeah, hang on. But all eyes on the Sadvani game because this will be
things collapse somehow for Dieter.
And Dieter is down to his seconds.
Maybe knight takes g7 is what he missed. Yeah. Knight g7 just wins material now. Does it? No, hang on. I'm losing my mind again. Yeah. Am I?
No, it feels like it should win. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like it should, but I don't. Maybe rook f3 or.
Just rook f3.
I know rook c5 exists. Yeah, I'm still not sure how.
Yeah, I have no idea. I feel like, suddenly I got such a strong headache that I'm not gonna calculate this craziness.
Yeah.
Pardon me. So this doesn't work. But India, the youngster team is in total control. Yeah, okay, Matthias Blubam is fighting, but he's down to a minute and a terrible position.
And the position is not great either, yeah.
Vincent is trying, he's activating to the maximum, but the position doesn't let to be winning.
Yeah, I think Black needs to really lose his mind here too.
I love the move that Melkumyan made. He played the move h5.
Yeah, and now e5 is a threat, maybe.
e5 is a threat, breaking out, and look at this, breaking bad. This queen g4 check and Paco in time trouble. Oh my god.
Queen takes b5, queen takes b5, we go queen d6. Whoa! Queen d6, queen f5, queen f1, e5.
Oh my god, maybe White's position collapses. Unbelievable.
It's possible to just completely lose control here. And yeah, in Dieter's game, just rook f3 wins on the spot, apparently. Yeah. Just very simple.
Yeah, wow. But this pawn, where did this pawn come from? it came from h7, h5. What a shocking change of structure. Yeah, because you can't really tolerate this pawn because e5 followed by queen g4
very nicely done by Hrant. Yeah, very nicely done.
Yeah, really. Poor, and this means already that he had foreseen. He actually set up a big trap by going rook f5 to f7.
Yes.
And Paco fell into it because it looked like now the pawn on b5 is falling, queen f1, and I'm gonna take by forcing not forcing but offering a queen trade, so it's a tempo, and then suddenly h5. What a move. Unbelievable. Basically, this h5 move might win or guarantee a medal for the Armenian team. Even if not gold, but it will guarantee a medal. Unbelievable. What a relief. What a relief for the Armenian fans.
Yeah, this is fantastic. So it's not even clear how like we can play queen h3, but then all of your previous moves make no sense. And also queen h3,
queen d6. Yeah, it's
you
designed
also
as well.
Yeah. So like, and the computer suggests there's still a way to
yeah, he took g takes h6. Yeah.
He realized what's happening and he took gh. But now black gets a lot of counterplay with with gh and rook g7 check, and a lot of play against the king on g3.
Exactly. I mean, one thing is sure that black can't lose anymore with this open king on g3.
Probably not. Probably not.
And that's exactly what Armenia needs, because everything else is under control. Gabi is technically winning. The last board is basically a dead draw. I think the only reason why the game is not yet finished because they are waiting for the other games to finish.
Yeah, they're shuffling because it's too much at stake for them not to shuffle. But yeah, you just can't make any progress with either side. Yeah, well, 96, 98. Yeah, I mean, if the knight lands on d4, maybe you start having some thoughts with black. But yeah, probably possible not to even let it get there.
Yeah.
And white definitely has no ways of improving. Like black has no weaknesses with the pawn on g5, very, very easily covered. h5, such a star move there by Hrant.
Yeah, h5 was a game changer. Yeah, completely game changer. And what about Sadvani? He finds rook f3.
Yeah, rook f3, g6, bishop h4, and now after queen takes h4, queen f7. Sorry, knight g5 check. I guess we just give mate, right? Bishop g5, queen f7, king h8, and what am I not seeing exactly?
What are we not seeing? Okay, I mean, something should be winning, yeah? Hang on, rook fe, no, it doesn't work.
This looks like it looked like it should be like very, very comfortably winning somehow, but yeah.
Yeah, look like.
I mean, we can play g4, but like if you have to play g4, like c3, c2 even becomes a topic. So I don't know how.
Yeah, I mean, this is not. Okay, D10 actually opted for something else.
No, this never saves it. Yeah, this never.
Bishop h4, bishop takes e6, rook e6, queen takes f3.
So it's actually, yeah, it's connected with g4. Let's show this because I couldn't figure it out, so I asked. In that position after king h8, you give a check on e8, and then the king goes to g7, I guess, and then you play g4.
Wow, but is this so trivial? All this. Okay, the players have already spotted.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't find it, but it's +6. So
no, I mean, if you see, you play the game, you see, you calculate g4.
Yeah.
All right. So detail actually the way how he's. I mean, if he's not losing on the spot, which unfortunately
because queen e4 wins material.
Also rook e4, queen e4. Yeah, it's double.
Queen e4, bishop f6, rook f6. Unfortunately for him, yeah. Just over. He has to play rook g7, queen takes h4, c3, but it's never enough.
Yeah, he will do that for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, even if we have to play rook e1, rook c1, that always ends up winning. Rook d7, just I don't know, queen f4 or something.
No, I was just trying to double. Yeah.
Just to double, yeah.
And just sit. I mean, if I can get a5, h5, and rook c5, maybe I'm setting up some fortress.
Some kind of a blockade, yeah.
Yeah, but okay. Anyway, finally, some of course, white activates the queen, and some f5 should win. There is no way of this ever ending in a draw.
Yeah. So board 3 will be a draw. Board 2, Germany is in trouble, and board 1, Vincent. Yeah, if Vincent wins this, it's a kind of a miracle. Yeah. Prague found a way to make a safe draw here, as expected. He's still not going to lose, but I just don't understand why he's subjecting himself to this. And yeah, Nihal, Bluebaum, I think maybe even improved his chances a little bit. Yeah, this is much closer.
Yeah, he might save it, but it might not help anything. Yeah,
it might not be enough, unfortunately, for Germany. Yeah, like you go rook d1 here. I think you actually don't lose this anymore. Yeah, rook d1, you probably force knight takes e6, honestly, because bishop h3 is such a big threat, and then black's position is just not that bad, but looks like you're losing on.
But hang on, he opted for bishop f5, and now
I don't like bishop f5. Yeah,
knight takes b5.
I don't like bishop f5.
He's just losing. Okay, they are in terrible time trouble because apparently Matthias played on 1 second bishop f5. He jumped back to 31 seconds.
Yeah, Rook D1 was fine, and Bishop F5. He is back to being very serious. Yeah, just Knight takes B5. I guess he wants Knight D2, but we just go. He's gone for tactics. He's gone for Bishop F5 and Rook D1. This is why he played it. But I guess White stabilizes somehow. King F2, Knight D2.
I mean, White should stabilize, but he's also down to a minute. Highly dramatic position. I mean, unbelievable. Yeah, and we are seeing in Raunak's game against Nisipianu exactly the same stuff.
Yeah, it's the best shot Dieter had, so he's doing the right thing, but it shouldn't be enough normally.
Yeah, fighting. Yeah, Rook E1 played. And the big question, let's take a look. Anish game ended in a draw, of course, as expected. The repetition had to be played. Nothing to be done there. Second board draw, and the third board, which actually objectively maybe White is better, but it's a little bit messy position. We kind of feel that if given the match situation, if White can find a safe draw, then he should.
Yeah, Benjamin has to try to destabilize it as much as possible the way things are, because I think board 4 is just kind of, it's an improvement. Like, I think Max Varmedam's position has been bad for a while, and this is maybe the best he's had in some time, but it's still kind of, well, actually, as you can see, it's less completely lost than it was sometime earlier, but you still 2 full pawns down here with White.
I mean, if you would have not been so completely winning, you would be very happy, thinking like, now it's an easy win, but given the situation what was before, at least White gets some tiny hope.
Yeah, it looked like he will get even more than this. Yeah, definitely. At some point, it seemed like the game will be over before the first time control.
Yeah, in any case, Uzbekistan having things under control. How did this Sindarov game continue there? Okay, so this is what happened. Rook B3, Rook A7, Rook takes E3, Rook C2. Activating the Rook, it's of course the correct approach. Knight takes E4 check, King H7, Rook takes F7. That's how we reached here, and time control has been reached as well. So the players have some breathing moment. I mean, eventually Black definitely would love to play D5, D4, but then the E5 pawn gets weakened, and he needs to find a very delicate construction. Maybe he just can't do anything. Maybe White is actually in total charge here, because we can't play King G6 due to the fact that then White doubles with Rook C7 and G7 falls. The pawns are not really moving. Yeah, that's it. I mean, I feel like very hard to imagine Uzbekistan not winning the match, and even it might be 3-1. I mean, depending if they feel like, who knows, for the tiebreak reasons they need to win, they might have a chance. But I mean, I checked it. They were so much ahead. I just can't imagine that Armenia has any chances of catching them.
And it seems like Ukraine are now kind of, by my understanding, hot favorites to win the Women's Olympiad, because they will win against Poland, India will lose, and even if a match between Azerbaijan and Georgia produces a winner, as far as, let me check actually which tiebreak is better, standing after round 10.
I mean, while you are checking, I just updated that, Hampi Koneru's game is a complete draw. It's a total drawish look end game.
Actually, no, it's very unclear. If Ukraine has a better tiebreak than Georgia, but worse tiebreak than Azerbaijan, which means that maybe if Azerbaijan beats Georgia, Azerbaijan wins the Olympiad and Ukraine is second.
Wow, that's kind of unexpected. I mean, we have been always following the top boards, and Azerbaijan was sometimes there facing the leaders, but we didn't have them on our radars.
But they probably aren't winning the match, though, because 2 draws, the position on board 4.
Let me come there. I just make an update on Tanya Sajdev's position. It's unfortunately time to design.
Time to resign.
Tatev has also things under control.
Yeah, you can choose whatever you like. Bishop c3 is fine. King c1 probably also completely fine. You don't have to worry about anything anymore.
Yeah, and it's gonna be 3-1.
Yeah, it's gonna be 3-1, which, but unfortunately, like, it's irrelevant because the US will end on 17 points, and there's already one team on 18 points, because Ukraine is 1-0 up, and the only +1, not 1-0 up, 2-1. And the only game running is a game in which Ushenina has an extra pawn and a rook ending, which, she's not losing this.
Yeah, even I would say that she has reasonable chances because Black's king is very far away from those pawns.
Yeah, possibly, but she doesn't really. Okay, I mean, for tiebreak purposes, she actually has to continue playing. Yeah, for tiebreak purposes, it's important which score you beat your direct competition with. But yeah, Ukraine will win the match either 2.5, 1.5, or 3-1. And then everything depends on whether anyone wins in the Azerbaijan-Georgia match, which has draws on 1 and 3 already.
Yes.
Boards.
I mean, board to escape, yeah, because Nino was in a lot of trouble. Now everything is fine.
I don't think anyone can be better. Like, I was trying to figure out if maybe White can play for a win, but I don't think so.
Yeah, but actually on board 4 they are clearly better. Yeah, so in fact Georgia can win the match.
But Georgia has a poorer tiebreak than Ukraine, as I understand it. Before the start of the round, Ukraine has a much better tiebreak than Georgia.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's always whenever you lose out on tiebreak, the goal, then one feels really sad for that team. Yeah, because it just feels like both teams deserve then the goal. Yeah, you just tied, and due to some tiebreak system, maybe if people would calculate a different tiebreak system, you would be the champion.
Yeah, it's always just heartbreaking for sure. So yeah, this is a situation. Everything basically depends on, I think, this position that Peter has on the screen right now in the game between Mary Arabidze and Ulvia Fatalieva. White is much better. The question is whether Mary can find a way to break through and win. But the evaluation of the position is absolutely not in any doubt. You know White is much better here.
Yeah, I mean, basically one has the feeling that after Bishop B5, the game is over, yeah, right? Because
sort of. You still have to find a way to break through. But
but I mean, H5 is also coming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, eventually we go H5 and then we open up the king side and then things start collapsing. That would be my expectation, at least.
Yeah.
So back to the open section, we have our situation fairly clear in the women's section. Armenia. Okay, so he took on b5 in the game between Paco and Hrant. White played gh, rook b5. You keep on, like, you look at this position, you keep on wanting to play e5 anyway, right? But maybe it's too early. Maybe we start by rook g7 check.
Yeah, just to see where is this king
going. And ask
the
question. Yeah, and can we play e5 here? Probably we don't really need to, right? D, queen g4, but White has ways of consolidating.
Yeah, queen f2, yeah, I have.
I don't even know what the threat is, because queen h4, queen h3. Maybe we can even take on d5 or something. Like, I'm not sure I have a threat.
Yeah, you don't have a threat, no.
My biggest problem is that I'm not sure I have a strong threat. So maybe we don't do that. So what else do we have after rook g7, king h2? We can play...
I mean, okay, rook g4.
Rook g4, yeah. Rook g4, certainly. Rook g4 looks very logical, yeah.
I mean, targeting the weakness. I mean, making also sure that, because Melkumyan should make sure that he has draw in his pocket all the time, yeah?
Yes, yeah,
I think that's the most important, because Gabi is, Sargsyan is completely winning.
Yeah.
So any stability. I wonder that maybe Paco would love to offer a draw, but he can't, because it's basically then designing the match.
Yeah, he cannot possibly offer a draw here. And in Gabriel's game, I think the cutest way to conclude from here is you go rook h3, rook a3, right? You go after that guy now. Yeah, you've created another weakness somehow, and now you just
okay. Black will have to.
Black has bishop b1, a5. Yeah, but then
okay, but then you switch to d file, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's really not very much to discuss here. If you have to play bishop b1, a5, yeah, 5 gf, king, yeah, or that, yeah, it doesn't matter. Everything is winning.
Yeah,
everything is winning. Yeah, and you want to call this a model game by Gabriel, but really, sort of the entire game was decided by a very uncharacteristic, huge tactical mistake by Alexei, straight out of the opening. In the Germany match, Vincent continues playing correctly.
Yeah, Vincent is continuing playing, but
it's still a draw. Yeah, you can continue playing all you want, but it's
And now we see that this seemingly unimportant pawn on a7 does an incredible job blocking the a file.
Yeah, yes, of course. Yeah, having that pawn is useful. Nihal is probably just winning by now, right?
Yeah, they reached the time control, and now it seems like he's just completely winning.
Yeah, King E2 or even knight d6 first. Probably also quite good, right?
I mean, okay, yeah, it's
King
finished.
E2, Rook H1, you still have to make a decision, but
Yeah, no, okay, this is
Yeah,
winning
this
for
is
Nihal. Also, I mean, round position is just matter of time. It's not winning on the spot, but just slowly and surely you should be able to convert.
yeah. So India 2 will beat Germany today. Looks like it's a very solid, safe bet that India 2 wins. They will be on 18 points. But as things stand, Armenia probably is going to be on 19, and Uzbekistan also kind of likely to be on 19. So will they get a medal? Because if
I think they will, because they already had the best tiebreak anyway. I mean, if they win and they get to 18 points, and even they win 3-1 today, I just don't see it ever happening that the Indian youngsters team will not get the bronze. I have to say
their tiebreak is worse than Uzbekistan and better than everybody else by a large margin.
Exactly, that's the
and
point.
Uzbekistan has such an advantage on tiebreaks.
Yeah.
It's just I only just realized just how big of a gap it is between Uzbekistan and everybody else. So we seem to be pretty sure that India 2 will win. Armenia probably wins. Less of 100% bet, but yeah, looks like Armenia will also win. Uzbekistan has this huge advantage on board 4, and he just needs not to lose his nerve. Just continue playing quietly. He is, after all, 2 pawns up in an endgame. But I mean, if it goes down to 2 against 0 on the king side, sometimes those positions kind of people start your hands start shaking a little bit. But yeah, eventually you like, it's so difficult to imagine how you don't win that.
Yeah, those connected pass pawns. I mean,
Yeah,
okay,
they go slowly. Sometimes like you stumble and you don't push as quickly as you want, and you become frustrated that you haven't won yet. But it's also completely impossible for white to equalize, because as long as you don't blunder one of them, you will win eventually.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling is that if, for example, this happens that we are expecting at the moment, yeah, that Armenia and Uzbekistan wins, then Uzbekistan would get gold, Armenia would get silver, and the India youngsters seem to be on the way of winning their match and then getting bronze.
Getting a bronze medal.
Yeah, I believe that, you know, looking at the rankings at the beginning, those teams look like outsiders. What we have witnessed so far in the Olympics, I think, fully justified and
absolutely
deserved,
yeah. By far the best 3 teams in the tournament.
Yeah,
far and away the best performing 3 teams in the tournament. And of course, you know, whoever wins will be happy, and the other 2 guys sets of guys will feel that they deserved more. But the 3 of them should occupy the entire pedestal there. Nobody else played anywhere near as consistently and as brilliantly. Paco's position, they didn't reach move 40. Is it stuck?
Yeah, or maybe we got stuck. I'm not sure, but the clock is ticking down. I just can't really imagine hand going down to seconds in such an important moment.
Yeah.
Rook b5. Can we get a zoom, or we don't have chance? Yeah, it's second board.
Looks like everything is finished in the Indian women's. We knew how, but like just to confirm that, looks like Tatev won and also Carissa Yip won. So it is 3-1 for the US, ending the medal hopes for the Indian team. Kind of heartbreaking that.
What you mean that they are not even getting a medal?
Not. I mean, hang on. Let me check the tie breaks.
Because they have been the first throughout the Olympics. I mean, this would be also incredible.
Yeah, that would feel kind of wrong. Yeah, they have. Okay, Poland loses, which is good news for them. So Ukraine will take gold, and they will tie. No, they probably get Yeah, they should be getting second or third. Obviously, if somebody wins in the match between Armenia and Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan and Georgia, then that team will tie for first with Ukraine. But India will be third then. Yeah, they will get a medal, but it feels like they were crushing so hard. They were on 100% for a long time and just seemed like.
But I mean, look at this. Sotis is informing me that apparently the position is correct in the Vallejo-Melkomian game. Paco is not even at the board, and Melkomian is thinking, did Paco offer a draw? I mean, I can't imagine, that Melkomian is down to a minute and he is not making a move.
It is, yeah. It's very strange. It's very strange. You just play Rook G7 check, ask the question, like, why do you leave yourself a minute here?
And I also have seen that he was looking around, like if he's searching for Paco or something.
Yeah, I don't know. But Paco can't offer a draw. Like, that makes no sense.
Well, I mean, maybe thinking like, okay, there is anyway no hope whatsoever.
Yeah.
But maybe, yeah, this is what, so that maybe they reached move 41, yeah, because that would explain. I mean, otherwise, in Paco's shoes also, how on earth are you walking? I mean, you should be extremely nervous and tense.
Yeah. And I just saw a tweet. It's not really, we're discussing something else, but I saw a tweet by Chess24 just now that in May 2021, Arjun just qualified for, he was going into the Indian qualifier for the Champions Chess Tour in May 2021, rated 2567. 15 months later, he is on a live rating list, he's 2702.
Yeah, and also please look at his rapid and blitz ratings, yeah?
Yeah, he's pretty good at chess, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good at chess.
I mean, he's already, I think, top 10 in the world in the blitz or rapid in one of these rating lists. Yeah, and the Nisipiano designs after f5, that's it.
Yeah, because
that he will be checkmated. Yeah, after gf5, probably the king just moves and then opens up the way.
You can even take on h5 first and then go for all those things. Yeah, it's just bad. Yeah, Germany put up a very, very valiant fight, and they actually got to play one of the leading teams in the last round, but the kids are a little bit too strong.
Yeah, they were also just way too dominant in the whole Olympiad against
everyone. And Bluebaum will also lose, because I think what Nihal ended up choosing is very, very sensible. I think after Rook H1, he will just take on D2, Rook H2, King E3.
Yeah, I'm just checking because it's Dieter discussing the game with Raunak. Yeah, he has just.
Dieter is always incredibly courteous and polite, and like he's always going to behave impeccably even after losing a game. But it's kind of heartbreaking for him. And here we just go like King D3, AB, King D4, and the pawn on B5 just falls. Actually, we do have Rook H3, H5, H4.
Yes, we have this plan, but.
Yeah, it's not as clear as I thought, because it's quite quick. This is quicker than I thought. Yeah, H5, King B5, H4. This is kind of awkward. Might still be winning, but it's definitely a lot more awkward than I assumed.
Yeah, it's on the board.
Yeah, you can play 96. I just wanted to avoid having to play 96 here, but you can play 96 if you want. Rook H2, King D3, for instance, and take on F5 next move, because Rook C2 is a threat.
Yeah, and the knight on D2 is kind of trapped. Yeah.
Yeah. No, white should be
I have knight B1, but okay, it doesn't.
Yeah, I missed knight B1, but.
Yeah, but actually you have Rook C6 and then mating ideas.
Yeah, Rook C6 wins on the spot. Yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, Gabriel Sargsyan has won. I mean, what an incredible finish by Sargsyan. 4.5 out of 5.
4.5 out of 5 in the 5 most important rounds of the Olympiad. Yeah, plus 3 on board 1 against very, very strong opposition. Yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Amazing. And finally, a move in Melkomian's game. He goes Queen D7, E7, a kind of a quiet little move. I thought the queen was actually quite well positioned on D7, because White also had to pay attention to the rook on B5 all the time, but this is what he chooses. And clearly they, like, by the times, something is constantly wrong with this board today.
Yeah, I mean, because they have definitely reached the time control. Yeah, it's probably move 41.
You have to assume so. Yeah, you have to assume so.
Yeah. Well, Peter, can I give you for a second?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, for a minute. Yeah, I need a break.
Let's go. So in the open section, a lot will depend on that seemingly completely winning endgame for Jahangir. Vahidov remains completely winning. Like, I assume it's not even all that difficult, to be honest, but somewhere around here, I really thought we will not even reach the first time control. To be honest, I thought this has to be a very, very comfortably winning position, and White will resign soon. But in a position like this, like, if you imagine having to convert, like, Black definitely will play something else, but a position like this, specifically with the rook still on a2, and we start giving checks from all of those squares, this might actually be a draw because of how soft the king side is. So I assume the plan is, and in particular because I see that the engine thinks Black is completely winning, I assume the plan is something else. I was trying to calculate king f6, rook takes b4, and g5 check, but I cannot find an immediate convincing win in this position. Even though it feels like there should be one, I can't see it. I was trying to make some kind of h6, h5 tactics work, but I don't think they do. So it's interesting what he is intending here, because if he has to give up the pawn on b4 and he still hasn't made any progress on the king side, it does become kind of tricky. So this is one game that is of an extreme importance. The other one is this game between Jawahir Sindarov and Benjamin Bok, in which White is better, but yeah, you get the rook over to g6, this pawn goes to a4, and we have this setup where nothing really moves, but while it's not moving, it's all extremely solid and difficult to attack. But yeah, I think what's good about this position for Sindarov is that he can sort of keep a watchful eye on this endgame, in which knight e3 actually is a clever move, using the fork on d5 to protect the pawn on b4 indirectly. And now we can push with like g5 check and things of that nature. So for Sindarov, if he thinks Vahidov will win, and Vahidov does look like he will win, he doesn't need to overpress. He can just continue making shuffling moves and wait for his friend to play, and just kind of control the match situation that way. And once he is absolutely sure that Black is winning on this board, their advantage in terms of tie breaks is such. Uzbekistan is currently, I can give you the figures if you don't have them in front of you. Uzbekistan is currently on the first tie break. They're on 367.5 points. India 2 has also a fantastic tiebreak. It's 357, 10 points behind, but they will not be tying with India 2. They will be tying with Armenia if they do tie after winning the match. And the next best is India on 339, a full, basically full 30 points behind. And it's very, very difficult to make up 30 points over one round. Not impossible, and a good friend of mine actually did some calculations which proved that even the United States, if like an absolute unicorn of a set of results happens, even in the United States, which is even further behind on tiebreak, could win the Olympiad if everything goes their way. But in general, I think Uzbekistan is very happily tying with whoever they need to tie with. So for Sindarov here, I think you don't even make, like, if an actual winning plan creates any risk at all here for Sindarov, he probably should not even be thinking about it. He should be keeping the position solid and watching this endgame, which really should be quite a comfortable victory for the Uzbek player. What's happening in Hrant's game? So Hrant played queen e7, rook bb3, queen f6. We assume the clocks aren't correct. Either the clocks aren't correct or the moves aren't correct, because this is 4 hours into the broadcast. There is no way they haven't reached move 40. Like, I refuse to believe they haven't reached move 40. I don't think it works that way. The time control they have means that like you get to make 40 moves, you spend 3 hours and 40 minutes, and we are 4 hours into the game. So the position is very, very far progressed from here. We don't know exactly what the position is, but it's not this. It's sometime, some way into the future. And unfortunately for us, the camera you see right now is that game. Paco in a very beautiful red shirt there. And the position is exactly. Then I don't really understand. Okay, Sotirius says the position is correct. But then they must have shuffled for an additional, 5 moves somewhere in, like between moves, 30 and 35, because, yeah, clearly they passed the time control. Really weird that we seem to only have problems with this one board, but we continue kind of not having any kind of reliable information from that one board in this match.
Yeah, and also the clock situation is kind of strange. I mean, definitely.
Yeah, I was just discussing this. Yeah, chat, politely informs me that they only played 38 moves. No, they haven't. Yeah. I understand your websites are telling you this, but they haven't, because they started 4 hours and 2 minutes ago. There is no way they made fewer than 40 moves. Just mathematically impossible if you count the times.
Yeah, and also the way how the players are sitting there very quietly.
Yeah.
I mean,
also the body language, also all the other things. But very simply, we are 4 hours into the round. There is no way they haven't reached time control. It's just impossible if you add up all the times for the moves.
Yeah. Wow. So what else happened while I was away?
Nothing much. Everything is still pretty much exactly as we've seen. And
let me check on Sindarov just a second. Yeah, because
sure.
Yeah, I think Benjamin is doing the right thing. Yeah, he's setting up a blockade. He doesn't move his pawns. Yeah, just sit there. I think also Sindarov and Ivan Sokolov and whole Uzbekistan can agree with this. Just sit and let us win the match. 2.5, 1.5. That's all Uzbekistan needs. Wow, I mean, yeah, because okay, this is just I can't imagine that Black is not winning this position.
But it's kind of annoyingly, it's going to go on for a while, because we failed to win it by force, and now it does feel like we probably at some point have to trade before 482, right, and win that. It's still winning. Yeah. I'm not making an argument that 2 will not win against 0, but
I mean, I noticed that how you win 3 versus 2 positions, Rook Knight versus Rook, that you shuffle around for like 40 moves, exhaust your opponent, and then you change from 3 to 2 to 2 versus 1. And whenever 2 versus 1 happens, the opponent is so happy that, okay, now I'm closer to the draw, and immediately blunder that pawn. This happened to me in the Olympiad in Dresden against Shigalko. I managed to squeeze out a win like this. And I learned this method by seeing Kramnik's games. Kramnik did this to Elyanova, I believe, in Vaikanzi before. Guys, if somebody wants to learn a little bit, Rook Knight 3 pawns versus 2, please check those 2 games out, because I think those were modern games. Also, Karpov had some fantastic games, I believe, from Buenos Aires in I don't know exactly when. I think he won against Judith in one of the games, torturing that 4 versus 3, Rook Knight versus Rook Knight. Okay, and today Magnus isn't even playing, but just to briefly mention that Norway is really having a nightmare, and today finally Magnus said, okay, good, enough is enough, I can't really play every single round, and rested. And Norway without him is seemingly losing again, because they already lost, actually. 3 draws, and Frode Urquidal lost on board 4-2. They were playing Philippines today.
So yeah,
wow.
really horrible Olympiad for Norway.
Yeah,
Iran, Hungary. Looks like that fantastic opening resulted in a victory for Parham.
Yes, Parham won the game. So Iran is up. No, not up at all, because Hungary is winning the match. Magnus Tamás won with the black pieces against Idani Puya, and Ács Péter has won on the last board, and we are also better on the second. Wow, with this, Hungary enters top 10 for sure. Wow, sensational result by Hungary at the end.
Very nice, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I've been wondering about this for a while, because when you're introducing the Hungarian players, you always do it in exactly this order. You say Ács Péter.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
And this is how, like, it's some kind of a Hungarian custom, so you do it...
Yeah, my name is also Leko Péter, yeah, this is my name, yeah. I'm not Peter Leko, yeah.
No, but those, hang on a second, but those are still, like, Péter is still the first name, and Leko is still the family name, right?
Yeah, exactly, that's why we always say the family name first, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever I pronounce, Hungarian name, I just can't say the opposite. Because
yeah, I understand. Yeah, I just wanted. I sort of figured it out from the way you were saying them, but I just wanted to clarify. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and Berkes also has played a very good Olympiad. Is about to win this technical game. Wow, I mean, sensational finish by the Hungarians. And what else do we have? Because Ukraine was playing against Lithuania. Lithuania was also one of these teams who made a big surprise.
And that guy playing with black against Kirill Shevchenko is very much fighting for a very good board medal. But he's not better today. Yeah, maybe this draw will actually... But I mean, he's gaining rating by this draw, and he's...
I mean, he was 27-46 performance, yeah, before this last round. Sotiris was mentioning.
Before this round, 27-46, yeah. Not bad for 25-39.
Not bad at all. I remember the Pultinavicius by playing against Sasha Grishchuk in the World Cup in one of the first rounds, and it was a very tough match. And then Sasha said that, wow, this was extremely difficult. Ever since, I'm having him on the radar.
Yeah. And Satiri says that Yakuboyev, with his draw today, probably lost the gold on his board to... who was it? I can find it out.
In any case, if...
to Teodoro. This is a fantastic result for Greek chess, yeah? Teodoro winning board too.
Yeah, unbelievable. Congratulations to him. I believe that Yakuboyev can live with the real gold if they really, which seems like very likely, they will get.
Yeah, and chat is reminding me that I kind of gave a promise yesterday, which I now need to keep. So I will bring this up now. If you don't want to do it now, we don't do it now, but we need to do it today because I kind of promised, right? We need to discuss Vince McMahon.
Yeah, but guys, I actually misunderstood. Yes, I was a big wrestling fan, but I'm basically, the expert of what happened between 87 and 94.
Okay, those conversations I cannot support. Like, we can listen to you, and I will also enjoy it, but I can't even remotely support those conversations. Gusti could, but I have no idea.
Yeah, those are the things. Yeah, so basically, I'm the guy who was following the WWF. Yeah, because back then it was WWF, then it turned WWE, and for me it was a very sad moment, to be honest, that the Undertaker, one of my all-time favorites, who was already the superstar in 91-92, has just retired 2 years ago. I mean, basically I felt like the last person whom I have been following in my childhood, and he was my big favorite, has retired. So I don't know too much about today's business.
Yeah, there were some, like I caught some news. I'm like my connection to the sport really is the John Oliver show on unionizing the WWE and the health concerns, and I come from a very, very different direction. I'm not really a wrestling fan, but I did want to get your take. But
yeah, no, I don't have any take on Vince. But hang on, let me check out. I mean, for example, first of all, I mean, the Lithuanian team is beating Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it looks like they are pushing on all boards. They won the last board.
They've basically won the match already.
Yeah.
That player Valery Kazakovsky, I think, won like the last four games against very, very strong opponents. Let me check. I think he won. Yeah, he won a bunch of games in a row. So Kazakovsky's last 4 games are: he won against Basiojic, he won against Kolars, he beat Marc-Andrea Maurizio yesterday, and he beat Onishuk today.
Wow.
Ends with 4 out of 4. Didn't have a very good start to the tournament, but ends with 4 out of 4. Fantastic end to the Olympiad, and yeah, they're also better on every single board, pretty much. Yeah, Poland versus Turkey. Radek is better, but probably not winning.
I mean, they lost a game on board 3. Yeah.
Okay. So they're 1 down, but they're better on every board.
They are better on every other board. Yeah.
Yeah, they're better on every board. A kind of a curious bishop ending on board 4, where Black constantly has to pay attention to not blunder bishop takes g6, but the position is very closed. So I don't know. Like, it looks ugly, but maybe you don't win because everything is so completely closed. Very, very difficult to judge without analyzing it properly for a while. I don't think we have time to analyze it properly for a while.
I mean, just to conclude that, yeah, despite being 0-1 done on the match, Poland still has every chance to turn it.
Mm-hmm.
And what about Serbia? Because Azerbaijan versus Serbia, Mamedyarov bounced back after a terrible loss yesterday to beat Injic. And this can be... Hang on.
Rauf is slightly worse, but probably
slightly worse. I mean, there are some dangers. Yeah, White King can come to f4, e4.
Okay, this is the only game running. Yes, so they're +1, and Rauf needs to hold this for them to win the match. Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, Satiris told us that Bartel is actually winning board 5, because there's also a prize for this phantom board 5 for people playing reserve. You need to play a minimal number of games. I think for the reserves it's lower than for the main players. I think for the main boards you have to play 8 games. For the reserves it's probably maybe 7, I would suspect, but I don't know for sure.
And he's also clearly better now. I mean, he's
better again. Yeah, he's better again. So he has a very, very good Olympiad.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows that Duda dropped out of the team for the last 3 runs, I believe. It shows that Poland has given up. Yeah, it's very uncharacteristic for Duda, because usually he likes to play all the games. He loves to play chess, but something happened.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of surprised to see that he wasn't really playing the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, and Jake says even for board 5 you have to play 8 games, which is kind of harsh considering that you are supposedly the reserve player, but understandable on the other hand. England without David Howell is there's a very cute trick in the Makshay and Hamitevici game, and apparently Luke is now lost. Was he always lost? Yeah, this is the trick here. He missed d3, c takes d3, rook g3, but looks like he was doing okay. Yeah.
But okay, maybe not. Position, yeah.
e4 takes rook f4, and yeah, maybe has something stronger now, but rook f1 looks just so natural, and then suddenly d3 comes, and you realize that c takes d3, rook g3, you just resign. Rook f1, and then knight g4 check, and the check from g1 comes, and the opposition collapses. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. I mean, what does it mean to the match?
Yeah, then, so is Moldova
winning, and they will end up with 17 points.
Aha, that's probably not enough for a medal, but that's a top 10 finish.
No, I mean, okay, they will be sharing. But they will be sharing like 4th, 5th place,
fourth or 4th place or something. Yeah, this is a fantastic result for this Moldovan team. Yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, usually with 17 points, I believe you were winning a medal before, always.
Mm-hmm. And chat says if Nihal wins on board 2, he will actually overtake Teodoru. So.
Oh wow! I mean, okay, it also shows that Nihal is having a sensational Olympics.
Yeah, and he will win this position. Yeah, he is just so far ahead in this race. So far ahead.
Yeah, there is just no way of not winning, which means that Gukesh will win gold medal on first board. Nihal might win gold medal on the second board. I mean, Prague also had some fantastic score. I don't know. He lost 1 game. Yeah, that loss against Santos cost him probably the medal, but I mean also winning many very important games at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, and in the women's tournament, really the only game to watch continues being that game between Mary Arabidze and Ulvia Fatalieva, in which Mary now is, I think, completely winning because she can switch to just giving mate on the king side, something that we always kind of expected will be the winning plan.
Yeah, let me get there.
Yeah.
Because it's so important, yeah.
Yeah, she's gone f5 now, and yeah, there it is. F5, and you can, if you want, you can even push f6 and then rook g3, or rook g3 and then f6. Yeah, it's exactly what happens in these types of positions, because yeah, you keep black distracted on the queen side, you have your two bishops controlling everything, and then eventually you open stuff up in front of the black king, and the position starts just going completely to pieces.
Yeah, in order to have created some chance earlier, if black knight would have ended on c4 some 20-30 moves ago, then it would have been unclear, but this knight only reached here and it's already too late.
Yeah, so Mary is in full control, and on board 2, yeah, Nino is fine. Nino, I think, is maybe even trying to figure out if she can play for a win, but shouldn't be possible, really. I mean, she's definitely, white is now pretending to push, but I think pretending is the important word there.
So, but then what do we have if, for example, Georgia,
I think we get
winning the match?
Yeah, let me check those tie breaks again, but I think Ukraine is ahead of... no. Yeah, Ukraine is ahead of Georgia. If Georgia wins, we expect Ukraine to be first, Georgia to be second, and India to be third. And the US, despite finishing on 17 points, will not get medals. They will tie third, fourth with India, but that will not be enough. And actually, there are some other teams which might reach 17 points. Kazakhstan, can we take a look at the Kazakhstan match?
Yeah, Kazakhstan wins with big score, I believe.
Yeah, but their tiebreak is even worse than the US, so they're not going to overtake India.
No, I mean, they won already 2 games, but they lost 1, both 3, what is it? Okay, drawish position.
And drawish position, yeah. So 2.5, 1.5. So Kazakhstan might end up in that tie for third, but they will probably be 5th. And there's also India 3 versus Slovakia, I assume, right? Yeah, and India 3 is losing.
Yeah, it's not looking. I mean, it feels like the tension.
Oh no, it's equal because
no, they won the last board, so it equals out. And
board 2.
Board 3 is decisive.
Yeah, board 3 will be decisive, and yeah, that's much better for white. Much
white is torturing black.
But yeah, if anyone wins, it's Slovakia. Slovakia then also ends up in that tie, but Slovakia just basically doesn't have a tiebreak. Slovakia's tiebreak is on 229, and for comparison, Ukraine's tiebreak is 330, so it's 100-point difference with the top tiebreak in the tournament.
And now I'm checking out that Germany seems to be winning 2.5, 1.5. I mean, the last board is completely winning. So basically, Germany will have a very nice finish.
And they rested.
They rested Jana Schneider, I think.
Yeah, they rested Jana Schneider to make sure that she wins the medal, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Understandable. Yeah, they're not really in a fight for team medals. So yeah, giving her a very, very, very deserved medal on her board is completely
fine. But
fine.
basically, then Germany definitely will be in top 10.
Yeah. Back to, I guess, the Hrant game.
I mean, the Hrant game is so important. I mean, everything depends on this game for Armenia to be sure that they definitely get medal. Yeah, then they don't have to look for anything. They will share the gold, but I mean, share first place. Gold they can't share, unfortunately, but they will get silver if they manage to win the match. So rook g8, rook g3. I feel like Paco has stabilized, but I mean, okay, stabilized to escape, but not to have chances. Rook takes g3.
Yeah, Black's king is so much safer than you. Pretty much never can be worse. But can we be better? Like queen takes g3, I suspect just maybe loses to queen c2 check. Or
Yeah,
at least,
it looks.
or at least nobody does. Like you can't do that. It just looks way, way, way too risky. So we're taking either with the rook or with the king. If you take with the rook, you allow simply queen takes f4, and you have to play this endgame. It might be a draw though. Just go rook e3 straight away. We probably save this quite. Or rook b3. Yeah, just.
Yeah, should be draw. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, with the king. Yeah, if the king was on f6, it would be very, very different. But with the king on h8, yeah, we probably aren't even risking anything because.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah.
No. Okay, if can Hrant do anything else after rook takes g3?
I guess not really, no?
Not really, yeah. I mean, you can play queen e4.
Queen e4, yeah, but...
And just play for the minute. I don't think we're worse, honestly, because I'm a little bit worried about that rook ending.
Yeah, the rook ending is, I wanted to say that as a captain, I would just stop the clock immediately if I, I would have the right, yeah.
Give me my draw, yeah. I really don't want to play it out, because with the king cut off on the back rank, white only needs one pawn to reach the 7th.
But we are seeing this, yeah.
Yeah, we will see it now. Yeah. Yeah, and Paco must play rook b3. Like, I think rook e3 is a draw, but you must play rook b3 to give yourself like an outside chance of actually winning the game and drawing.
Maybe in fact from the black side it's better not to take the h4 pawn, right? I mean, maybe take on d4.
We go king g7
or
here.
King g7,
we go king g7 here. This is what we do. We just go king g7, rook b7, king f6. Yeah, okay. And now I'm no longer very worried.
But okay, the race doesn't concern you, yeah?
It does, but I'm much less scared about this. Yeah, like a5, rook a4, b4, I don't know, king e5, and then I start pushing my own stuff. It's not going to run fast enough with my counterplay. I mean, this obviously wins if we have no counterplay, but we do have a lot of counterplay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, black should be perfectly fine. Winning the match, I mean, and what about Sindarov, yeah, because this is the psychological...
And Bok actually felt obliged to start pushing. But maybe he's okay. Maybe he just goes rook d6 here and it's a draw, right? Because...
Exactly. Maybe we'll be witnessing what happened the last couple of moves. Ah, okay. So just now e4, rook e7, d5 happened. Rook e5, rook d6.
Rook d6 is rook a5 a move.
To play for a win, yeah.
Maybe to play, yeah. I mean, if d5 falls, why not play for a win?
Of course,
we run zero risks if we win the d5 pawn.
Could be. In any case, it also depends on the last board. I mean, hang on, the king is on the back rank.
Yeah,
no, but knight e4 is possible.
He's still. Yeah, knight e4. You can play knight e4 because rook takes rook b8 check. Yeah,
exactly.
I don't like this. I think maybe for the first time, maybe in the entire Olympiad, we're watching an Uzbekistan player becoming nervous because he realizes that most likely if he wins, they win the Olympiad. And the amount of pressure on him is quite unbelievable here.
Yeah, to be honest, when should you be nervous if not at that moment? Yeah, how do you control this?
If not then, yeah, why would you? Why would you ever be nervous?
And I remember Kasimjanov, my good friend Rustam, was saying that what incredible celebration happened in Uzbekistan when he won the FIDE World Championship, the knockout championship in 2004. So imagine the team winning gold. I mean, it will be a national celebration. I mean, all the nation will be on the streets. It's not like, you know, the chess community. No, it's whole Uzbekistan will be there.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, for those countries, these things matter incredibly, like winning the football world championship. And I think that this might actually give these teams a lot of, you know, this confidence and fighting spirit and everything, because they know exactly how much the country cares about them. And this is very important. They know that they play for the whole country.
That is true. Yeah, 94 on the board. Yeah, I mean, we still don't really have threats with white, but can just play. I don't know.
But still, it feels uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yes. It very much feels like we still haven't established control. The king, like, if the king is like on somewhere on g5, white can sort of safely resign because the pawn will just run by themselves once that happens. But yeah, he's gone g6, g5, which is something I kind of expected. He is now threatening g5, g4. Check and then knight d6, right?
Yes, or already then rook e4 as well. Yeah, but depending on situation. I'm expecting the knight to move. I don't know, to c5 or to f6.
Yeah,
the knight will definitely move.
Yeah. Actually, both. I mean, Black is still fine. Yeah, he will still. I mean, he's very, very favored here to just calculate his way out of this. You know, no matter how much.
Basically, it's just so unimaginable not to win this. But yeah, the tendency wasn't so obvious, but probably he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and there are some suggestions in chat of exactly how much they will get rewarded by the state if they win. Those are nice looking numbers, but we don't really have confirmation. And while, you know, for young people like these guys are, it will be, you know, potentially sort of life-changing money, because it will allow them to, you know, feel financial safety for some time, perhaps provide for their parents, and all of those things are horribly important. But I'm pretty sure they would have played in exactly the same fashion if there was no money in it for them. I think this is just how they play.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of a very nice bonus. I think what is also very important, that how much the country has done for their development. Yeah, this is also super important, because we mentioned this Tashkent FIDE Grand Prix in 2012, and I remember there were these discussions. They were opening, there were some photo shoot and everything, opening this chess academy, and all these buildings, everything looked like, you know, top-notch, absolutely fantastic facilities. So kudos to the Uzbek Chess Federation for really believing in this new generation.
And Hrant drew his game, so Armenia wins.
Wow, so Paco actually offered a draw with queen takes f4.
Yeah, Paco decided he has no winning chances here, which is probably correct, to be honest. I don't think he has winning chances if Hrant only needs a draw here, Hrant doesn't lose this. Let's put it like this.
Yeah, of course.
If Hrant absolutely needs to win this game, then this maybe becomes interesting. But yeah, considering the fact that Hrant needed absolutely nothing out of this, it's a kind of an okay decision. So Armenia definitely ends on a Taifa first, at least a Taifa first. Maybe but there are some miraculous outcomes where they just win the Olympiad outright, but maybe not even that miraculous.
I mean, okay, they guaranteed 19 points. Yeah, I mean, 19 points, incredible, sensational result. And really, I mean, after Levon left, yeah, the team, nobody would have ever thought that this Armenian team will be in fight for first or even for the medals, yeah? And this team has proven them all wrong. I mean, just this unbelievable fighting spirit, also this will to fight and do everything for your country, just unbelievable. I mean, the real admiration for all the team.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. I'm still keeping an eye on that one last remaining interesting game in the Georgia, Azerbaijan in the women's. Mary is winning.
Winning, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can still go wrong, but the position is absolutely dominant. It's very, like, if she doesn't lose heart, she is just in a very, very good position here. You can go.
Yeah, basically the bishop on b5 guarantees the win. Yeah, there is just no counterplay whatsoever, and then white just easily converts.
The cleanest way here is to play queen g4. And then if black tries playing knight f8, knight e6, you also have bishop h4, bishop f6, which kind of ends the game on the spot. Because you probably just give mate on the king's side. But other moves are also very, very strong. It's not the only thing that works here. So yeah.
No, it's total control, yeah.
Total control, and in the end game, yeah. I mean, Nino is clearly... Actually, Nino won an exchange here.
She's pushing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to play rook takes g5. You lose otherwise. But
and
I mean,
these kind of positions are very tricky. This is not
you can lose this. Yeah, you can very easily lose this with black. Yeah.
I remember Grishchuk had a game like this in the Russian team championship. I believe that he was putting a lot of pressure some 10 years ago.
I won D and F against Anish in a Khanty Grand Prix 20, whatever year that was, 13, 14, 15, some year. All of them kind of blend together in my mind. I had a more promising starting position because here, you know, black has a very solid setup, and I was already kind of pushing. But I remember when the endgame appeared on the board, I think both myself and Danish thought it was just a draw. But obviously you continue playing because you have an extra pawn, and I just continued playing, and it just kept on becoming better and better. And eventually it was not a draw. And but I think both of us were very surprised that it's just not a very safe draw somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I also remember that Grishuk was writing some, I mean, not article, but he was highlighting that this was very interesting. He managed to win that. I believe that it was with black. He was black and he had king c5, pawn d5, b4 against the b2 pawn. Yeah, so basically it's the same structure. I will be very interested to check that game out. I have to dig that game out somehow.
Yep. So yeah,
maybe we can argue that the pawn on g7 is actually very important for black. Yeah, that it's not on g6, because that would give white empty squares for his king.
Additional squares, yeah, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, this is what we're watching. But yeah, as we keep on mentioning, Mary Arabidze is just straight up winning on board 4, and Botseashvili has legitimate winning chances now. So Georgia is a huge favorite to win the match. Then they will tie with Ukraine, and those tiebreaks are actually kind of close. I am not prepared to call it, even though Ukraine has the better tiebreak if they share with Georgia. The difference is only 15 points, and 15 points can definitely be covered in the last round.
Yeah, and especially if they win 3-1, then this Nemo game might be very important.
So yeah, that could be. But Ukraine, I mean, Anna Yushenina is still playing as well. This is also quite important, and.
Yeah, very important. It should also be maybe winning, yeah, or not?
Yeah, you already feel like you're not sure this is holding for black for sure. Yeah, like it's risky.
But on the other hand, yeah, black probably has enough. These pawns are weak and strong at the same time.
Yeah, I'm just not going to even attempt calling it, and we'll just watch.
Yeah.
What's happening in the Azerbaijan match? Let's go back up. I guess like the last time we looked, yeah, Bog drew, we just being told, but I was about to say that, yeah, Benjamin managed to quite safely equalize already when we were switching to the women's. It was quite obvious that he activated enough.
However, then hang on, then we have to stick on this Max Warnerdan versus Vahidov game till the end.
As we can see from the evaluation, the G-pawn basically is just queening now, so.
Yeah, so in fact, we were dramatizing the situation. Maybe Vahidov has very nicely judged that.
Yeah, everything probably was always under control, seemingly. Yeah, just G4 check, G3,
and okay, now White has to play the move King F3. If not King F3, then nothing. And then what? Rook G4?
Rook G2, maybe simply.
Yeah, there is no reason in a critical moment to go fancy with Rook G4.
He's gone King F3. He's gone King F3. I think it's just Rook G2.
Yeah, just
because 94 G2 we just get there, right?
Yeah, so this is the key moment here.
Yeah, and
we have to stick to this game because this might just guarantee the gold medal for Uzbekistan. A historic moment.
Absolutely historic moment. Yeah, and after their heroics of the Manila Olympiad '92, when the sort of a newly formed team took second behind Russia, I mean, they've always been sort of threatening, but this is an absolute breakout moment for the Uzbek chess. And yeah, he goes Rook C4. Also, very clever, because the knight has no squares, right? So he wants to just kind of queen the G-pawn with checks, actually. He doesn't even want to do it with quiet moves. He just wants to do it with check. The knight.
So knight e6, rook c3 check, yeah?
Yeah, he will just give a check from c3, and then the king has to go to very poor squares. And white never has any perpetuals. And here, yeah.
Also knight h4 was winning on the spot, yeah. I mean, already anything after rook c3 check, anything is winning. So white has to jump back with the knight to e4, but can we jump back? No, we can't even jump back. Then you can even take rook e4 is winning.
Yeah, rook e4 is winning because we're controlling all the all the g-file squares.
Yeah. Besides, everything else wins as well.
So. Yeah, like we very nicely controlled by Vahidov. Yeah, we were completely over dramatizing that game.
Yeah. Wow. I mean,
let's take a look at the states for a second. Because
I have already forgotten about the states, to be honest.
Arjun did win as expected his game against Linier. That wasn't really in question.
Wesley's probably winning
Wesley's
or
a pawn
not.
up. No, actually, Vidit is having things under control here.
Wow, hang on. But then maybe India beats. No, Sam is winning.
Yeah,
Sam is winning.
the king is way too far. So what does this mean for the match?
Well, then it's going to be 2-2 if...
It's going to be 2-2, which is kind of horrible for everybody, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, nobody wins anything.
Yeah, it's just no medals for either.
Well, to be fair, even if they would have won, they had no chances because for medal, they would have shared third place, of course, which is automatically gives a much better feeling. Yeah, that you can say that okay, I shared third place, but it would have not given them medals.
Yeah, and in the England match, just one below, Black has 2 queens in the Hamitevici-McShane game. Actually, Luke managed to find a way to at least create a mess. Yeah, well, at least some kind of a mess. But it looks like it should not be enough.
I mean, what is it? He has a knight and the rook versus the queen.
Yeah, it's a. If he's not getting mated, he's fine. But he's probably getting mated, which is a problem. Like
that's a problem.
In terms of material, he's doing completely okay. But yeah, it's just queen B2.
Queen BB2.
Nicely played there by Hamitevici, and knight f7, king h7, knight g5, rook g5, and then you give a check from the 7th, and the rook hang on. We control everything. We control all the squares.
Yeah.
f5, whatever you want to control, you always control with those 2 queens. Yeah. Rook f7, rook g7, and I got scared about queen f5 check there for a second, but we control all the diagonals. And White importantly has a pawn on a4 because let's say in this position, imagine White doesn't have a pawn on a4.
Very nice point.
I would start looking for stalemates. I don't see them, but I would start looking for stalemates.
At least there would be a hope, yeah.
Yeah, rook g7, queen g7, we go like rook e7, queen takes e7, and we start looking for a way to give up our last queen by forcing the queen to the g file. But there is no way to do it, unfortunately. But also there is a pawn on a4, meaning that none of this makes any difference.
Yeah, knight f7 check, king h7 played. I'm guessing knight g5, rook g5, and Luke will resign.
Somewhere around there, Luke probably just resigns because what can you do? What can you do?
What an achievement also by the Moldova team.
Yes, that is really, and apart from Hamitevici, who is reasonably well established and an experienced player, apparently the rest of the team is pretty much kids. I don't know exactly how young, but all of them are quite young.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine that some team finishes in top 10 with a player 23-78?
Let me take a look at the lineup. Yeah, so
on the last board. Yeah,
Moldova has Ivan Shitko on the top board, 5 out of 9, and a draw today as well against Miki. So 5.5 out of 10 on board 1, 24.90. Then we have Andrei Makovey 24.78. Hamitevici 24.73, then Julian Baltak 24.05, and Dragos Cheres on the last board 23.78, and a 6.5 out of 8 score.
I mean, basically, without a single player over 2,500, they are.
They're going to be in the top 10.
Scoring 17 points in the Olympiad.
Yeah, Nobody really has. A tremendously, apart from that 23-78 player on the last board, nobody has a huge plus, but they won enough games at the crucial moments to have this really stellar Olympiad. Very nicely done by them. Yeah, I mean they haven't played. Although looking at it, I'm actually kind of lying because I'm looking at the opponents. They played India 1 in round 1. Then, having lost that match, they obviously they dropped down. They played Syria and Guatemala in rounds 2 and 3. But from that moment on, the last 8 rounds: Greece, Turkey, Georgia, Italy, Romania, Norway, England.
Yeah, very, very decent team.
This is not a soft lineup.
No, not at all. Yeah.
This is not a soft lineup.
Basically, they were probably profiting from that people underestimated them. Yeah, this is
I think
this is often the case in Olympiad that you think like, okay, now finally I got a pleasant pairing, and then you are in for a nasty surprise.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a couple of guys there who are like Hamitevici is 31 and Baltag is 36, but everybody else is between like 18 and 21. Very, very young team in general, and yeah, very, very happy for them. Nicely done, guys. Well played. Meanwhile, yeah, Vahidov, he even played King D8.
Yeah, King D8.
Yeah, I mean, 97 was also completely winning, but he went King D8, and now the G1.
I mean, he wants to queen, right?
Yeah, he wants a new queen. Yeah, I can understand. Yeah, he just wants a new queen. Yeah.
Basically, it's the moment of truth. Yeah, White has to design.
And yeah, this is going to be the final diagram of their run to the Olympic gold. Unbelievably impressive. And weirdly on board 3 in the women's, no matter how that endgame between Ushenina and Kolbasa ends, Kolbasa wins the gold and Ushenina wins the silver on board 3 for women.
Yeah, but there is so much more at stake there, yeah, because Ukraine might win the gold.
Yeah,
of course that's the real.
And look at this trick. He actually is not giving up. Yeah, he went Rook B8, and now after King C7, you have Rook G8, and you don't have to resign. I mean, you kind of have to resign anyway, but you sort of continue playing. But if you play King D7, I think maybe then he resigns. Yeah, King D7 is cleaner. Just get your queen. Yeah, King D7, yes. King C8, and.
I mean, basically also signaling, leave me alone, enough is enough, no? I mean, okay, how long are you trying to survive?
Yeah, just yeah, okay. Let's go, yeah. Or Rook C8, actually, you can also go Rook C8, but doesn't matter, anything wins. Yeah. Anything wins, really.
Wow, and besides, we might be seeing then 2 gold medalists who went on undefeated, yeah? Because you said that the Uzbek team was the one who was undefeated and the Ukraine team was undefeated.
Yes.
I mean, this is what you were quizzing me.
Yes,
yesterday or 2 days
true.
ago.
Yeah, that is true. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's it. King D7 played. It's the last move and guarantees gold medal for Uzbekistan.
Where's the why are they not mobbing him? I guess they actually kicked everybody else out because they would be mobbing him absolutely right now.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Congratulations, yeah.
Yeah, huge congratulations to the Uzbekistan team. Unbelievably played Olympiad. There you see Smates there in the background. Obviously, hugely disappointed by the fact that they're losing today, but I mean, creditable result by the Netherlands anyway. And yeah, there you see them. Fantastic team.
Incredible. I mean, incredible. Okay, Sindarov already left his mark last year by eliminating Firuza from the World Cup. Yeah, so one could really feel that this kid is also special, not only Abdusattorov, and with Yakuboev and Vahidov, they have an incredible lineup with so much to look forward in the future.
Yeah, I think this Olympiad really, we keep on banging this point home, but this Olympiad really feels like we're seeing sort of the immediate. There you have it. There you have people. Yeah, finally there are some hugs going on in the background. Very, very nice for them. He knows he won the Olympiad for his country there with the black pieces today, and yeah, very, very good moment for them. But as we're saying, yeah, this is basically we're watching what the future of chess will look like in the very, very near future as well. We kind of always knew these kids will be the new wave, but the wave is here. These guys will win. Armenia second, and India too. Heartbreakingly, will only get third, we assume. But even third, like we're talking about a team of 17-year-olds finishing third in the Olympiad, and it being a horrible disappointment.
Well, but we also have to think now back about yesterday. Yeah, that basically that Gukesh mistake cost them the gold medal, probably. Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, okay, just how brutal chess is. Yeah, Gukesh played an incredible Olympiad. Basically, was the most dominant player of the whole Olympiad. Unbelievable performance, and this very unlucky moment actually probably decides the fate of the gold.
Yeah, it decides the fate of the entire tournament, and yeah, it's just going to be obviously a very hard thing to recover from for him personally, because yeah, he will blame himself, and not entirely without reason, but some time will pass and he will realize, you know, even after that result, he scored what 9 out of 11.
Yeah, 9 out of 11. Yes.
On board 1. It's fine. I mean, right now it will not feel fine. Right now it will feel that, you know, he let himself down, he let his country down, and so on. And
I mean, okay, to be fair, if the Indian youngster team would have won yesterday, they would have been paired against India 1 today.
Yeah,
so
it will,
who knows?
Things will be different, but still, you know, it will be very, very difficult for him to shake off that feeling that, you know, things could have been so different if only he just kept his head and just took the draw. Like, if we're not even talking about the fact that he was at some point basically any move was winning, it felt like. But even if you don't find those wins, just don't continue playing somewhere around move 54, 55. Just trust in Prague. Trust in Prague winning his endgame, and they win the match.
Yeah, and here the match seems to end in 2-2. Yeah, because Sam.
Yeah, this will be a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, Sam Shankland has won his game, so Sam ends in a high note, and I think he will be very, very pleased with this, that he bounces back in a very important moment.
Yeah, he actually saved the match for his team, because yeah, Linier lost a long time ago, and boards 1 and 2 will be a draw. So yeah, Sam ends on a nice kind of, you know, slams the door on the way out. But the US ends not even in a tie for a pedestal finish. They will end on 17 points.
Yeah, I can just, you know, can't even imagine how Levon feels. Yeah, it's a very awkward situation at this moment. Yeah, that Armina is making this sensational result, and he wasn't able to bring the benefit for the US team. But yeah, I knowing Levon, he's super happy for his teammates. Yeah, that they performed so incredibly well. I mean, this team, Sargisyan, Melkumyan, I mean, they have all been working with Levon for more than 10 years, I believe.
Absolutely, yeah.
It was like one family. So yeah, he definitely is very happy. But it should be a very awkward spot that he's not in there in the team.
Yeah, for sure. In the meantime, Georgia will probably win 3-1, because Nino Batsiashvili, like, that endgame didn't really last very long. Black did something quite strange there and kind of lost straight away. It barely began before it was over, pretty much. Like, if we look at it was actually kind of instructive. Move 64 specifically. So rook e5, rook a1, rook b5, and she allowed king g5 uncontested. And immediately, like after rook f1, king g5, you are already probably lost, because king g5, king g6 happens, and you round the squares.
Okay, black had to play king f6
or rook a6. Yeah, actually, rook a6 apparently is the only move that makes a draw.
Only rook a6.
Weirdly, yeah. Because you need to be able to, like, not allow the king to settle on g5. You need to start giving frontal checks.
Yeah.
Without the frontal checks, you just don't hold.
Actually, very, very important, very instructive again. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, she went rook f1, king g5, and 3 moves later we have a technical endgame, which, you know, any Georgian woman, like, it feels like you pull a Georgian woman off the street and she will win this position for you with her eyes closed.
Yeah, like, they are famous for it. Yeah,
it's just like the culture of women's chess in Georgia is unbelievable. Like
I mean, I witnessed because I had in Isle of Man, when it was 2018, an agreement with Paco Vallejo to go for a dinner together, and he had a game against Nino Batsiashvili in an endgame, an awfully dreadful endgame for Nino to defend, and I was so sure that Paco will just win this game and that's it, because I believe any 2700 person would have lost it, yeah, including myself. And she went on to play some 25 only moves, and the game ended in a draw. I thought, like, it's just impossible. That was Nino Batsiashvili there.
Yeah. There's no way she messes this up. But really, I just wanted to make the point that somehow. Yeah, I mean the general chess culture in Georgia is very, very strong, but specifically they keep on producing unbelievably good female players, and once again we see it in this Olympiad. And with them winning 3-1, I don't know who wins the Olympiad. It might actually depend on Ushenina winning or not winning.
Exactly. I'm thinking that maybe this game actually turns out to become very important.
Yeah, and this looks winning now because the rook is behind, and then the king will go to f3, g4. This looks just kind of winning now.
But I mean, she will try to block with king, yeah?
Yeah, she will go king b5 next move.
Yeah, so for example, what we are witnessing, some rook b1, king b5, and still, how do you make decisive progress? Because the pawn on g5 and h4 are not allowing white's king to nicely enter the game.
And Jake says that he just calculated it, and Ukraine still wins unless India 2 beats Slovakia, which we can get to that in a moment. But yeah,
and this is what we are talking about. Those tiebreak rules, I mean, they are very special.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, while this tournament is still open, we've kind of been neglecting to do this in the last few days. I will mention that while this is still on, and there might not be too much time left, you can still get 50% off if you want to go premium on Chess24, allowing you access to a lot of nice little packages of goodies on the website there. You know, opening videos, middle game videos, all kinds of stuff. This promotion is still on, so you can get 50% off for going premium with the code Olympiad 2022. Plus, there are some things connected with the Miami final of the tour, which is also soon. Yeah, g4 doesn't look right.
But hang on, she played g4, not blocking the pawn with the king.
Yeah,
I can't believe these are nerves, exhaustion.
Yeah. She's just I mean, it's a long tournament. People start making mistakes.
Yeah, because now after b5, it can't. I mean, what is she hoping for? Rook take g4, king f3, rook g3 check, king f2, and the pawn marshes.
Yeah,
b5 on the board.
Yeah, this now looks just completely lost. Yeah, it doesn't really look like you can hold this anymore.
Yeah, and it looked like, king b5 is such an automatic move. You play king b5 and you don't. I mean, please win it. Yeah, it's so difficult.
Yeah, just show me. Yeah. You still have to show. Yeah, it's still, you can very easily imagine this not actually getting one. Mary Arabidze is winning, but I kind of assumed she will give mate, and she will now have to win some endgame, which looks kind of promising. But yes, slightly surprising that the game hasn't been over completely. Yeah.
Well, I mean, now I'm not even so sure, because...
Yeah, exactly, like queen and knight against queen and bishop. And,
okay, we have to highlight that the key motive is that, for example, if black takes on d4, that runs into e6 check, winning the queen on the spot. This is a nice little trick. But, I mean, still...
Yeah, and, it took her a minute to make a move which the machine, really... Like, bishop takes f7. I mean, it looks logical, but if you think about it, this pin is forever. Why do you hurry so much to do it? Like, you can play queen f3 here. She played queen f3 next move, but why not play queen f3 here? And
you might even go queen d5, right?
Yeah, and I guess maybe she was worried about knight e6, but it should never work somehow, right? I guess she didn't want to allow knight e6. Yes. You can sort of relate, yeah. I mean, for her, it's also been a very, very long tournament, and it's...
because then you just give a check, queen a8 check.
Rook f8,
and then you are pinned, you can't move.
Yes, but the checks will start from b2. And
you will.
Those squares. Yeah, okay. It's less strange than I thought. I mean, the engine says queen f3 plus 8, which is why I was kind of critical of her decision. But yeah, knight e6 is something you don't particularly want to allow. And yeah, I should probably stop quoting the engine and start looking with my own eyes. And she is still winning objectively, or at least better. But maybe with more time on the clock, she could have. And actually, the one that will kind of hurt is after rook c4, dc4. It took her 3 seconds to take on c4.
Here.
But yeah, but here maybe, I don't know how much time she had, but if she goes queen h3 here, that actually does end the game. Because we're still threatening bishop takes c4, but we're also threatening to give mate from h8, g7, and so on, and this actually does end the game.
But I mean, also it's very difficult to fault her not to take a pawn with a check, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's something that you kind of do by autopilot, and she did it more or less on autopilot, but now if black defends resourcefully, you know, if the knight starts jumping, all of these types of positions, they become kind of tricky, a lot trickier than they have any right to be. Yeah, but queen e6 is not the move. I think she was supposed to play king e8 here. It was very, very important to... I think the point is, d4, d5 is coming, so you have to have some counterplay against d4, d5. And if you play king e8 here, after d5, you're in time to play knight d7 maybe, or queen b2 and then knight, probably queen b2 check and then knight d7.
Okay, but yeah, I understand the players are also super exhausted.
Yeah.
I don't think that they are capable of calculating anything.
Exactly,
like,
yeah. But yeah. Now we play d5, and now once again it gets just won by hand.
Basically, that's what you want, yeah, exactly.
Queen f5, and now we, I don't know, we take, we play bishop d8, and it goes back to being very, very straightforwardly winning, or like any square. You don't even have to take on f5. This allows black to play knight g6. You don't even have to take on f5. You can wait for one more move.
You can play then bishop d8 first.
Yeah, bishop d8, bishop h4, like any square. Okay, so Georgia will win, most likely will win 3-1. That rook ending between...
But Ukraine is also winning 3-1.
Also 3-1. Okay, that probably means that Ukraine should win, right? With them getting the same score today. I will check with Jake. I think Jake, by this point, actually has an Excel spreadsheet, so he doesn't even have to do much work. And India too will be in clear third, because it looks like no. Oh yeah, clear third, because nobody else has 17 points, and India, US, and Moldova. Moldova is having such an Olympiad.
Yeah, 4-6. Yeah.
That is fantastic. Like that is just like stunning. There will be, you know, singing and dancing in the streets there as well. I mean, this is by far their best Olympic result in, as long as I can remember, maybe forever.
Yeah, it will be also almost impossible to top. Yeah, it just I mean, 4th to 6th place in the Olympiad. This is completely crazy.
Yeah. No, I mean, but also there is this thing that only really like is mentioned by people who are I think it's called the Kaprindashvili Cup, right? The combined the best combined result of the men's and women's teams. And I mean, they're not winning it, but Moldova is sort of in the running there. I mean, India will be ahead of them, and that's it, I think, maybe. I think they get second in that competition, possibly. As far, no, maybe the US maybe finishes above them. The US finishes above them, but fantastically successful Olympiad for the Moldovans.
But sorry, what I missed. I thought that the men team finished so brilliantly. The women team as well.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, but we haven't seen them.
We haven't, but they've been winning the last rounds, and they've been, they beat. Okay, sorry, I got this out. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. So
yeah, no, I was like completely shocked. You know, what am I missing? Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm just losing my mind. It's normal.
Yeah. Also, so much information is coming.
Yeah,
I understand.
Actually,
you are checking, you are paying attention to all the...
But honestly, maybe I'm not lying, because they are playing on board 5 against England, the women, I mean. Maybe I'm not lying. Somehow. I might turn out to not have been lying to chat.
Wow, on the 5th board, then let me check it out.
No, okay, I am insane. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because that's in the man competition.
I have too many tabs open. My issue by this point is that I have way too many tabs, and I've lost track what I have open where. And
but hang on, Hungary is playing against England in the women's section, and I see that Hungary is about to win. So basically, Hungary wins both in the men and in the women's section. I mean,
well,
we won the board.
It's 1.5 now. Yeah.
Yeah, but look at this final night end game. I mean, this looks completely winning.
This is probably quite nice. Yeah, I have to say. Yeah, looks like it should be winning. You still have to do some work, though, right? Maybe but you just go king d6 and you take the entire.
I guess the big work is with your nerves. Yeah, that just to control it, take some deep breaths and then just convert this.
Yeah, well, she's on 2 minutes. She's on 2 minutes, so it's going to be a little bit intriguing, but we are still in the process of wrapping things up here. I will once again restate that Uzbekistan ends up winning the men's Olympiad. They won today due to that victory by Vahidov on board 4 against Max Farmadam, who tried something adventurous in the opening and it didn't pay off. And the rest of it was drawn. There was a very, very sharp Najdorf on the board 1 between Abdusatorov and Giri, and Abdusatorov was also pressing at one point, but it was a draw. Benjamin Bok was probably better at some point, but didn't win. Sindarov was better against Bok, but it was a draw. It was a very messy game on board 2 between Yakuboyev and Van Forest. It was also a draw, and that one victory on board 4 is enough to give them the gold. Armenia beat Spain today in the final count due to that really horrible decision Alexei Shirov made right out of the opening, and that ends up being the only decisive game in the match. Gabriel Sargsyan finishing on 4.5 out of 5, beating 3 2700 players in the process, and also a strong player who is not 2700, who I'm currently missing.
Yeah, well, and those 2700 players, one was Fabiano Caruana, one was Shakhriyar Mehmedyanov.
No, 4. Shirov is also 2700 now.
Yeah,
4
also,
because Shah, Fabi, Hari, and Alexei. Yeah. Beating 4 2700 players and making one draw against Gukesh.
No, against Gukesh he lost. He
against
Abdusatorov.
Against Abdusatorov, against Abdusatorov. So Armenia gets silver on tie breaks, and India too. The kids will get 3rd. In fact, they will get clear 3rd. Nobody else got to 18 points.
I mean, okay, you are also not supposed to be getting so many teams on 19. Yeah. I mean, 19 means that they only drop 3 points.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
It's 4, but it's out of 22, right? So it's 4 points, but still, I mean, it's a very, very high score.
No, but I mean, 19 points, 3 points.
Yeah, sure, yeah. I thought we were talking about 18. Doesn't matter.
Yes, of course. Yeah. No, I mean, these 2 teams getting 19 points, just incredible. I mean. The point is that it's always very unpleasant to miss out on gold on tie breaks, but I believe that what can slightly confirm, make it easier that Uzbekistan actually beat Armenia. Yeah, so if you are always taking from a sportive side, as a team, of course Armenia played a brilliant Olympics, but actually they lost the direct encounter against Uzbekistan, so it might be easier to digest, of missing out on tie breaks because you lost against a direct encounter. Otherwise, I feel like Armenia also absolutely have deserved the gold medal.
Yeah, I mean, like whichever result with those 3 teams on the pedestal, I think whichever way we would have ended up with those 3 on the pedestal, we would feel that this is okay for us as spectators. As long as India 2, Armenia, and Uzbekistan end up as some kind of a combination of winner, 2nd, and 3rd, it would feel like justice has been done in this tournament. They were by far the best teams in the event. Uzbekistan will also win, I think, medals on pretty much every single board. It feels like maybe not board 3, but. They will get a medal on 1st board, on 2nd board for sure, and on 4th. 3rd and 5th, I'm less sure. So yeah, just just a stellar performance by.
I mean, finally, I think the fifth board did not play enough games. Yeah, he didn't get a chance to play so many games because Vahidov was just too impressive. I mean, unbelievable performance there, and we know that he should have won against Sam Shankland as well. I mean, if he would have even won that game, it's just unbelievable. I mean, just unstoppable, like a machine.
Yeah, and chat says that apparently somebody decided to interview Gukesh about yesterday. Like, my biggest takeaway from what the great Danton posted in chat is that somebody actually thought it was a good idea to stick a microphone in the kid's face and ask him about yesterday. And he apparently was very honest in an interview, and he said that he saw he could repeat around move 54, and he was sure Prague was winning as well. This is what we didn't really know for sure, if he understood that Prague was completely winning. But then, yeah, he himself admits that it was an irresponsible decision to continue playing, and he, I mean, clearly will be regretting it. Hey, Loz, how are you doing? Yeah, I mean, it's good that he, you know, is open about what was clearly a strategic mistake. And also, I mean, considering the amount of interest towards this tournament, I may be slightly harsh about, you know, the whole sticking the microphone in his face a bit. But it's understandable that they want to interview the person who, you know, led the team, which will end with the bronze medal. But for him, obviously, it's a little bit too early to talk about all of these topics with any kind of distance and comfort.
Yeah, it also just shows that how much interest is in India, and we have seen all countries taking the podium where chess is extremely popular. It's like a national sport. Yeah, and it just shows that how important it is. Yeah, that the country is behind you, cheering for you, taking care of their players, making sure that chess players feel very, very important in their country. I think this gives so much extra energy for them to fight. I mean, this Armenian team also, I mean, without Levon Aronyan scoring 19 points in the Olympiad and sharing first place, sensational stuff. I mean, incredible, yeah. Really. Congratulations for everyone involved. And also personal congratulations for the Uzbek captain, I mean, Captain Ivan Sokolov. I'm pretty sure that he has done an incredible job and contributed big time to make this team so incredibly strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I'm being kind of schooled on how the Indian chess media in particular is structured, and apparently Gukesh did it on a Chess Base India stream where he is sort of surrounded by friends and he felt perfectly fine talking about it. And yeah, I mean, it makes a difference who you're talking to when those kinds of questions are being asked. But as someone who has done some very, very stupid things which cost both myself personally and the team I'm playing for quite a bit, I would generally not, like, I would like for some time to have passed before I need to, you know, condemn my actions and talk about them live on air. But, you know, good on Gukesh for being able to do it pretty much immediately after the tournament is over. And I mean, he's saying all the right things. He knows it was a mistake. He probably kind of felt it was a mistake even yesterday, but it's a feeling I think many of us know, the feeling of, I was completely winning 30 moves ago and 20 moves ago and 10 moves ago even. Now it seems like I'm no longer winning, but I can't give up the idea of winning this game. It's my game. I have to win it. You know, like, it's mine. Don't take away this. Don't take this away from me. And this is what sometimes happens. Just what we watched yesterday. You just continue pressing past the point of, you know, objectivity.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, this is this feeling, yeah, this emotional feeling that game belongs to me. I have to win. There is no way I'm not going to win it.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just by this point you've already sort of put the one next to your name on the score sheet. You like, the game is over. And in fact, I've spoken to some people overnight who said that you know, at some point he you know, he was sitting there at the board, perhaps looking a little bit like, why is this game still continuing? Like, why, like, as the famous Korchnoi quote goes, why don't you resign? And this maybe was also, like, experience will teach him that against, you know, when you're playing against a strong opponent, you can't just automatically assume they will roll over and die. You have to continue preserving concentration and continue playing precisely, because they will claw their way back. And in terms of life lessons, yesterday will provide a bunch. It's just that they're very, very costly, and you have to feel for him, because he played so brilliantly up until that moment.
Yeah, this is how I also feel, that he learns incredible lesson about what happened yesterday. I mean, it might help him big time to achieve something very, very big in the future. Definitely it was tragic yesterday, but yeah, it's always about a learning experience. Yeah, what you do out of your mistakes, and we are very much rooting for him to be able to handle this situation the best he can. And I'm getting information from Sotis that some incredible dramas might happen in the women's section still, because I can read the following. I can tell you with 99.5% certainty that Ukraine wins the women, Georgia will be second, and India probably third, but very, very small difference with USA could change by one single random game going. I mean, can you imagine that?
Yeah, if India actually gets knocked off the pedestal by losing today, that's going to be heartbreaking for the fans and for the players themselves. Like they played so well, and then they had a misstep yesterday, and today they just, honestly, today it felt like they were not in the running really. The US team really showed up today, and everybody played well. Everybody did what that was expected of them, and. But still,
an update from Sotil is that India got a tiebreak boost from some random match, so they are also making up on the tiebreaks. So it seems that there should be basically some kind of a miracle, India not getting third, but one shouldn't be ruling it out. So let's wait for the final standings. Besides, I mean, we spoke about this yesterday, yeah, that probably it's a very unpleasant team very unlucky situation to face the US team in the very last round, yeah, because they were coming, they really carried the momentum, yeah, that suddenly they feel that they can fight for something. And I wonder that did maybe the jet lag cause some trouble for the US team at the beginning, yeah, because it
hard to
might
say,
be tricky.
Yeah. Hard to say. I'm not sure. It's difficult. It's difficult to judge from the outside just what contributes to a team as strong as the US not performing to what is clearly anywhere near their full potential. Like, I mean, from round one, I was telling Chad that you can't just pencil them in as the obvious winners of the Olympiad. This is not how Olympiads work normally. But if you told me before the start of the Olympiad that they will not get a medal even, I would probably...
No, sorry, I was not talking about the women team.
Okay.
I was talking about the women team. No, of course, yeah, the men's team we know, but I mean, I felt like the women team, yeah, that it was just so unfortunate for the Indian team to face this very aggressive, very energetic US team, yeah, and they came up.
They became like they got into form just.
Yeah, they got like a second life or something, yeah, towards the end of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, about the men tournament, I mean the US men team, yeah, we spoke about it already before the event, yeah, that just guys, I mean, forget about this, that it's so easy. I mean, we know that it's not. I mean, of course, if a favorite team goes on to crush the Olympiad, nobody's surprised, yeah, it's like, of course, but it can also easily happen that something goes out of the normal, yeah, you suddenly lose a very tight match or whatever, you lose this feeling of invincibility, and that you are, of course, it's automatic that we win, and then suddenly you always kind of expect that something might go wrong, yeah, and when these kind of thoughts appear that something might go wrong as well for the US team, then it's the moment when the problem starts, yeah.
Yeah, once you start showing chinks in the armor, it all often kind of goes downhill, because it's Olympiad is I think of all the things in the chess calendar, at least that was my impression. The Olympiad is about as psychologically heavy and as dependent on what the mood inside the team is so more than anything else, it very much depends on people, continuing to be, optimistic and buoyant and so on. So yeah, we have the full results of the men. Just once again to reiterate, we have the full results of the men's Olympiad. We don't once again Uzbekistan first, Armenia second, India 2 in third, and then a tie on 17 points between India 1, the US, and Moldova, which is a fantastic result obviously for the young Moldovan team, tying with those two powerhouses. Still not entirely sure who gets bronze in the women's. But Ukraine will win the Olympiad, and Georgia in second. Very, very happy for the Ukrainian women. It's just a result that it's very, very nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they went undefeated in this brutally strong Olympiad there as well. Very hard fought. I mean, extremely hard fought, ups and downs, basically in every round. There was a moment when it looked like India will dominate, right? I mean, they won against Georgia, this very important match. They won another very important match, and it looked like that's it. But no, there was just some little sign of weakness. The teams felt that there is a chance, and Ukraine managed to grab it and finally went on to win, basically deservedly. Yeah, if you go on undefeated in this field, then you deserve to win.
Yeah, and they managed to sort of clutch it out at the end. Yeah, they won an important match today against a very strong Polish team. Finally, somebody actually beat Olivia on board to there. She still wins the board, but kind of as a further signal of the shift in the power rankings, she actually got beaten today by Anno Shenina. Yeah, India probably gets third, most likely gets third, which is, yeah, I mean, if they didn't get a medal, it would feel a bit unfair, honestly, but obviously not the medal they wanted when they were on 100% and seemingly just sweeping the field and winning very, very important head-to-heads against Georgia and the rest. And also apparently it's an IM norm for Olivia Kolbasa, which I think is very, very deserved. She played, like every time we looked at her games, she just played brilliantly. Very solid chess, very tactically aware, sound positional play, everything. Just a very strong performance by her.
Yeah, and finally the game between Vesniso and Vidit ended. I mean, it ended already quite some time ago, but we missed the moment. I mean, Vidit defending that tough position and making sure that the team draws the match. I mean, it was very, very important for India. I mean, not getting a medal for the main team, but finishing fourth, just right behind. They showed that this team was also incredibly strong.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's clearly also a team full of superstars, and they will probably actually feel some disappointment that they end up not even in a tie for third, but a very creditable result. And as a kind of a combined result for two teams from the same country, one getting third and one getting fourth is definitely one of the best in history. Could have been even better, but obviously just shows the depth of talent in India right now. The topic of more than multiple teams from the same country playing in the same Olympiad has come up quite a bit, both in our chats and on Twitter. It's been discussed quite heavily. And until this Olympiad, I think understandably Russia had that record. In '94, Russia won the Olympiad, and Russia, sort of the youth team, which was led by Rublevsky, I think, and then a bunch of kids playing below there. Zvyaginsev, my friend Vasily Emelin, was playing for the team, and some others. They, I think, tied for third, fourth with England. And there was some controversy about who gets the medal, and I don't quite remember who they gave the medal to. I get the feeling that eventually they gave the medal to Team England, but I'm not it's been so long that I can't exactly remember. And in Khanty, Russia too, I think came 5th or 6th.
I also feel like the United States, pardon me, I mean, my voice is disappearing. I feel like the United States also have this incredible youngsters team. Yeah, the potential of eventually bringing a second team. Yeah, there with Jeffrey Chong, Hans Niemann, Sam Sevian. I mean, just incredible lineup also. Just imagine, because this Olympiad has also proven that the youngsters are doing so great and shows that, I mean, not feeling any pressure, not being so-called the mainstream favorites, getting this extra energy, being able to handle the nervous situation very well. I mean, those things are kind of outmatching maybe the pure high quality chess, yeah, because it's all about fighting, and these kids are just ready to fight like crazy.
Yeah. If the problem here is that, you know, for the United States to field more than one team, they, you know, the Olympiad needs to be held in the States. Otherwise, you don't get to do that. But if they had to, they could very easily field a very, very strong second team. Exactly, field with all the kids coming up. Yeah, Jeffrey and Sam Sevian and the Mokster and the rest of them. Yeah, it's exciting few years ahead with this new generation growing up incredibly quickly. Yeah, I was going to say I did see the mention. It's nice to see the honor of Test cricket being defended without me. But yeah, Test cricket is not dying. Test cricket has had the best years in quite some time. Like the percentage of decisive results is very high, and like, yeah, just stop with the Test cricket dying. It's not dying.
And I'm just getting the information from Sotiris that he can guarantee that Indian women team takes bronze medal, takes the 3rd place. So congratulations for them. I mean, after, yeah, definitely disappointing. They were so close of getting gold, but finally getting a medal. And I think this kind of compensates at home. To get a medal, it should be always very, very special.
Yeah. Absolutely. And yeah, we have, I think there was still on our screen some random game somewhere continuing, but it looks like, let me just check. But it seems like at least at the top boards, there's really nothing running anymore. All the matches are, yeah, appear done. Yeah, there's Yuri Kozubov seemingly still playing against Stremovicius, but, or at least that's what it says on my Chess 24 screen, but everything else is over, and you have
no. My screen, it's a draw.
It's a draw. Okay, yeah, the same position, but no result here. I will update the page. Oh yeah, it just disappeared. Yeah, it's no longer showing as active. And in the women's as well, it seemed, yeah, like everything is done. Yeah.
And finally, Berkes Ferenc against Tabatabei, ending in a rook bishop. I'm wondering that because Berkes actually did not need to win this game to.
Yeah, I think he just offered the draw. It seems. Yeah, he just decided
yes.
They played. No, they played. Yeah, okay.
He played. Yeah, but Amin was basically confidently defending with this 7th rank or 2nd rank or 7th rank, how you want to call it, end game. But congratulations also for Hungary. I mean, it started horribly by Gladula Benjamin missing out due to COVID in the very last second. Sensational.
So they will tie for 7th, right? Seemingly, yeah. If there's a tie 4th, 6th on 17 points, Hungary will get
exactly.
16,
Hungary
right?
ties. Okay, I guess their tiebreak is not the best, yeah, because they haven't really been playing against super strong teams. But I mean, it's a fantastic final couple of rounds.
Yeah, it's hard to say how many teams will be on 16 because a group of people playing on 14 points is very, very large. So there will be a large tie, but still tying for 7th, I'm sure counts as a success for Hungary. Yeah, we're wrapping up here once again. Yeah, this is the winning women's team of Ukraine, led by the Muzachuk sisters, and then Anna Oshenina, Natalia Buksa, and what am I missing? I should know these things. Why am I? It's been a long tournament.
Yeah, well, my voice is just disappearing, but at the right time, yeah, the tournament is over.
Yeah, and Yulia Osmak, who did not play very many games. This is why I lost her momentarily there out of the lineup. She started the tournament with 3 out of 3, and that then had a couple of setbacks. And I guess they decided to play with the top 4 from that moment on. But still, obviously, an integral part of the team. Yeah, congrats to them. Very, very well played. No losses in 11 rounds. I think they end up with 7 wins and 4 draws, right? Yeah, very, very good result. As is, I mean, the Georgian team continues impressing. Just generation after generation of very, very strong players. The legacy continues, and then India in third, which of course, with the start they had, will feel like a not a success necessarily, but still good result in a home Olympiad.
Yeah, I mean, also for Georgia, yeah, that they share first place. It's always very unfortunate to miss out on tiebreak, not to get gold, but it was a fantastic performance. I mean, really, if you play so well, I think you can finally forgive yourself not winning the gold, yeah, because you just did everything you could, and somebody was even stronger. What can you do?
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah, and on that note, thanks very much for everybody watching. Thanks everybody for keeping us company, providing us with very useful info in chat, because I think, honestly, Satiris is magic, but even he can't really keep an eye on everything. And this is where chat, with their constant, please show us this game, that game, there's a blunder here and there, and somebody dropped the queen on move 5. It gives us, keeps us awake and shows us where to jump and what to look at. So without you, it would have been much more difficult. Thanks for hanging out with us. We are probably going to collapse and wake up tomorrow at this point. So yeah, thanks for watching. Not sure what the immediate plans after this are. Are you doing something?
Yeah, I will be back for the Champions Chess Tour. Yeah, for the Meltwater, coming up the Miami big tournament.
Yeah,
so definitely looking forward to that. I also feel like everybody got this big key, but not me. Yeah, I mean, somehow commentators are anyway commentating, we are talking, we have no time to enjoy the action. I mean, we enjoy the action, but we I mean, we are providing the entertainment. So keep an eye on this tournament, guys. It's going to be fantastic. But really, I would like to say big thank you, Peter, for this wonderful 2 weeks. It was just sensational.
It was a lot of fun, yeah.
I was really enjoying every minute of it. It was very exhausting for us as well. We can imagine then how the players are feeling. It just incredible. To be honest, I could be still following it for a couple of more days, yeah. But it's over. It's over.
It is over now, yeah. They thought it was over. It is now.
And yeah, thank you very much, everyone involved. Thank you very much, India, for hosting this incredible Olympiad. I mean, really, it was so nice to see all the pictures, this incredible excitement, the spectators, the fans, the country was breathing with the tournament. It was just fantastic to witness all this. And we hope to be back with the coming Olympiad, which is supposed to be in Hungary 2024.
Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double age.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight row.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. It's just to know.